Welcome, everyone, to the ALGS NA Pro League qualifier for split number 2. I'm Tenrek. Tom, it has been a long flight from London, but in our final send-off before the Revelry patch hits us, we have to figure out which of those last 8 spots, or which of these last 30 teams will be taking those last 8 spots in the upcoming split for North America.
I'm so excited to get into these 8 games today. What more could you ask for? We've got teams that have just snuck in, teams that have played in the Pro League, maybe have made some roster changes and are now competing against teams that they probably haven't really faced before. There's meta changes, there's people who are testing things out. We've had weeks and weeks of scrims, the teams know each other, everybody's prepared. It's going to be a fantastic day of action.
Yeah, definitely a lot to talk about. So before we can overload you with all of those details, let's just make sure we're all on the same page for how this format is going to work. Of course, it's starting today with our winners bracket. The top 20 teams out of the 30, including the 8 that dropped out from the previous split by being the lowest placement, and also the top 12 placements from the previous challenger circuits, including the winners and point accumulations and all that stuff. They are playing today. The bottom 10 will be relegated to the losers bracket, which will also be played today, and the top 10 will be relegated to the grand finals, which takes place 2 days from now, which includes points. But along that way, of course, we have to play through 8 matches today, starting out in the winners bracket, and points work about the same, with these placement points being the same, as well as 1 point per kill as well. So, Tom, especially for these players that have been here before, which everyone has at this point, nothing new here.
No, I think everybody's used to the ALGS scoring and the ALGS system that is used across all tournaments. But something that is, a bit of a quirk, a bit different today, is the seeding points. It's not just top 10 advance to the next round. Just like you might have seen in the playoffs in London, teams are going to receive seeding points based on where they finish. So it's not just about sneaking into that top 10. Of course, that's great. You want to get there. You want to avoid that losers bracket. It's about how high up can you get. If you get the maximum 10 points, because our finals on Monday are played with a match point format, you're already a fifth of the way towards that match point threshold. That can make such a difference going into a really hotly contested finals lobby.
Yeah, these next 8 games are going to pose a lot of potential for progress for a lot of these teams, and among them, of course, being the top 20 to qualify for these 8 spots, there's certainly a lot of teams that Tom, you and I have already gotten to talk about a little bit in the green room, and certainly want to talk about more today. And, here are those rosters, of course, some familiar, some slight changes, which we'll be able to get to over the course of the stream, but, teams that are not unfamiliar with even the highest stage in LGS.
Yeah, I've got my eye on probably some of the lesser-known teams. Team Blackhand, they finished first in the overall standings of the ALGS Challenger Circuit. They are the team to watch outside of those Pro League teams. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them. They're such a good fighting team. Just look at these stats. They were first for kills, third for points, but 16th for average placement. The question is, when these extra Pro League teams are coming in, when the pressure is on, will their game plan still be successful? They've had plenty of scrims, they've been working it out, but will they adapt or will they thrive with the style that we've seen across the Challenger circuit?
It took a lot of work and a lot of pressure as well, because I think that Blackhand also placed second in 2 previous challenger circuits before finally winning that 4th and guaranteeing the placement. But it was no question they were going to make it anyway. They were just so consistent the whole way through. They finally took that victory in the guaranteed spot in the last challenger circuit. But like you said, they've been working so hard since then. On this first page, for me personally, E8 it has got to be one of the teams that I'm paying attention to more than anyone else. Of course, with DivQ being that addition, Golden and Presley, I think, are now super bolstered with how they'll be able to take these rotations as well as those fights. But still a lot more of this lobby to pay attention to, including some of those Pro League teams like SCS, X Sentinels, that just stacked on Slayer after Tech left for another team, which we'll be able to get to.
Yeah, SCS definitely, there's a lot of pressure on them. Really, if we're being completely honest, with all due respect, Xenox and Crust should not be in this lobby. These are players that should be aiming to qualify for LANs. It was a very big surprise that they were relegated when they were with Sentinels. Maybe not a surprise that Sentinels chose to go in a different direction as a result. But that means the pressure is on. When you're the best team in the lobby, everybody's looking for you. Everybody's gunning for you. Slayer was a last-minute acquisition. How have they managed to gel? Are they prepared? How seriously are they taking this lobby? Are they coming in here with an attitude of, we are better, we should be at LAN, this is going to be, an easy ride for us? Or are they, worried? Are they unprepared? We will see exactly how they perform today.
Yeah. Among these other 10 teams, again, some of which have been up on that pro stage before, but all of which relegated themselves via those challenger circuits. These teams have absolutely been grinding out. A couple more love triangles to pay attention to. TSS losing Plugged Cube in favor of Boop, while Plugged Cube has moved over to Risen Rose, a team that has already been performing really consistently as well. But Tom, I can't stop looking at Team Intel. They have been on such a grind during this offseason for them, while they've had to wait for this qualifier to come through. And on Twitter, they've been posting nothing but dubs on the LCQ scrims as well. If I'm a team that's had to already play against these three so often and has had to watch them take that top level on the pedestal for so many of those scrims, I would definitely be scared having to drop near them, which a lot of these teams are starting to confirm.
Yeah, I think Intel will be a really good litmus test for how accurate are scrims towards the quality of lobby that we're going to see today. You know, we've seen over the years of Apex that sometimes scrims do not represent the tournament at all. Apex does have a little bit of a problem when it comes to replicating tournament behavior in scrims. We saw the international scrims ahead of the recent playoffs were probably the most aggressive lobbies of Apex I've ever seen. And then we're getting towards, 20 teams zone 3 when we actually get to land. So I'm really interested to see both how Intel perform, but then how do those scrims stack up? How good of a preparation have they been for all of our teams today?
Yeah, a lot of prep going into this. And on that note, talking about the prep that these teams will have to go forward with, only 8 of these 30 teams over the course of today and the 13th are going to be able to make it. But the second they hop in, Tom, like you really well put in the green room, there is really no better time to qualify than now because of how many changes are coming through with the Revelry patch. Everyone is going to come from a pretty similar spot with a near clean slate.
Yeah, it can be really intimidating as a less experienced or a challenger circuit team to walk into Pro League. You're going to be facing players that you've probably idolized, players that you've definitely watched play, you've studied, that have been competing at the top level for a really long time. But when the meta is basically getting thrown into the air, everybody is going to be starting from a level playing field. We're going to have complete new class system, new legends that can scan beacons, a complete rework of some legends as well. Some new mechanics like crafting banners are going to be added to the game. So if you can get into that Pro League, you're going to be able to gain experience in that new meta alongside everybody else, and that's going to massively level the playing field.
Well, until we get to that point, everyone's going to continue to play at their best for this patch. I think regardless of how much these teams have been adjusting over the course of the offseason, everybody's been practicing for the current patch for the PLQ because you need to be your best here in order to have a chance to be your best on that bigger stage which all of these teams are searching towards. So, Tom, talking about how the meta has shifted towards the tail end of this era in it, you and I got to talk about this a lot as well. The shift between MNK and controller players, which it seems that Respawn has started to rest with stuff like the buffs to the shotguns in the upcoming patch. But until that point, I mean, you put it perfectly. Everybody's really starting to get converted to the roller lifestyle. It's just there's so many more pros on that side of the field as it appears.
Yeah, I think particularly the North American region just seems to have an endless conveyor belt of new controller talents. People just seem to be born holding a scuff or a battle beaver these days. But I think that it's half and half, isn't it? Because you've got, yes, controller is, a strong input if you're good with it. I think controller is potentially a more forgiving input at times in terms of actual fighting. But controller hasn't had any changes since the start of the game. It's not like Respawn turned around and went, now we're cranking the aim assist dial up to 100. Yeah. Controller's always been the same. No changes were made. But what has changed is the meta. What has changed is the legends that people are using. What has changed is the weapons. We've seen weapons like the Vault, weapons like the Car SMG, the Prowler, was substantially buffed as well during Apex's life cycle. And we see legends like Horizon, like Sia, like Velk. Instead of that Watson Path Wraith meta that we saw a long time ago, where it was a lot more poke, a lot more calm, we're now seeing, people are aping everything. People are playing Edge. Edge is a lot more of a viable playstyle, and there's a lot more fighting. And it's just facts, right? That the more close range fights you take, the more likely you want to be on controller because you do have that extra assist. Where mouse and keyboard players excel is, the movement, the tap strafing, the super gliding, and things like, long range, G7 Scout, charge rifle. And it looks like we are about to head into our first game, but maybe not quite. Just a little bit of a tease there. Just teasing you for the excitement that we're going to have in 8 more games. But we'll head back to that controller versus mouse and keyboard debate.
And if you looked really quickly, if you paid attention, you will see that we are going to be starting on Storm Point. Those are going to be our first 4 games today, and then we'll go over to World's Edge. So, Tom, going into that, we just talked about how, there's a lot more skirmish-based meta impacts going on right now. in this season in particular. And so when it comes to teams that practice that volatility, that may do a lot better on something like Storm Point, to have it appear first, which is still something that I think a lot of teams are adjusting to. Do you think any particular teams or players are going to be really affected by that, or do you think the volatility is still going to come out when it needs to?
I think the volatility is still going to come out, like you say, because even Storm Point, we've seen, can play out very passively, very calmly. It's not quite the same as Will's Edge. You don't have as many buildings. You don't have POIs like Skyhook, like Fragment, like Thermal that can house, an endless number of teams. But at the same time, when the pressure's on, people tend to, it's just a natural human instinct. People tend to play more cautiously. People tend to take a step back, especially in game 1, game 2, where you're really trying to feel your way out. You're seeing how people are going to play. We might see Storm Point not play out like it gets pitched. People say Storm Point is the more aggressive map. It definitely can be because it's larger. There's a lot more space for teams to move around and take isolated engagements. But if everybody's running to zone because they want to just get a good spot and lock in some placement points and take a breath, not put too much pressure on themselves, not take too much risk in their gameplay because they're nervous, because the prize on offer is a spot in the Pro League, guaranteed prize money, and the opportunity to head to London for playoffs and maybe even champs afterwards. So much is on offer. That's naturally going to have an impact on how people play. So I'm be very interested to see when we eventually do drop into Storm Point, how teams approach it, how teams are going to play. Will we see a more aggressive Storm Point, or are people going to prefer playing zone, even if they maybe didn't play zone in the Challenger circuit?
And a lot of that, again, circles back to the meta that we already got to discuss when it comes to legend picks, when it comes to champions. And I agree with you in the fact that Storm Point, despite how crazy of a map it is, that because of that lack of natural cover, a lot of the skirmishes have been, results of very big lulls of combat between teams just trying to get their position right and then finding a fight, because so many of these fights are hell-bent on stuff like tacticals. And that's why people like Bangalore and Bloodhound have also come back into the forefront, especially that smoke bomb coming from Banga that uses either a BH tac or a Digicide in tandem has been so crucial to winning those little mini fights, to get that extra edge over your opponent, because that's how much you need when the skill ceiling has become this high. But of course, with Horizon on that queue as well, Seer, of course, with the tactical too, there are so many different pivots that a lot of teams can make, but they're all so instantaneous, they're also instantly rewarding, and a lot of them are getting patched out.
Yeah, I think Bangalore and Storm Point is a really, really good point that you've mentioned there, because one of the things that makes Bangalore so much more powerful on Storm Point than Will's Edge isn't just the wide open spaces and the playstyle of the map, but actually it's the extra access to more targeted loot. If you do spiders, if you do those hounds, if you do the armories, you're getting smart loot that is representative of what the game thinks that you need. So if you've got a Vault, a Car, an R9, a Prowler, and you already have some pretty good attachments, you might get digital threat scopes from the armories, from the spiders, and they are so crucial if you're a Bangalore team, because that means you can use smoke not just defensively, but aggressively. And that's why legends like Bangalore are right high up on which legends are dealing the most damage, just behind Maggie and Loba there, as we can see on our graphic. Because if you can find a digital threat attachment, or you have a Bloodhound who is able to deal those scans to help you see through smoke, you can be so aggressive.
And bringing up another point, by how consistent these legends have been, regardless of how often they have been picked, Tom, you brought up a very good glaring point leading up to this PLQ, which is the fact that Loba is still kind of a question mark. We saw her come out a couple times, including all the way up to the grand finals in London. But, you also said that, and this is also a really great point, that there needs to be that balance and that respect from other teams who can't pick Loba, because otherwise, if it's oversaturated, then no one's going to get value.
Yeah, one of the benefits of Loba is that you have access to, basically any loot in your vicinity. If teams fight near you, you don't have to, if you need loot, if you're a fast rotate team and you maybe don't have time to craft batteries, to, go and make sure you have the weapons you want, the ammo you need, you're prioritizing getting the spot. Loba lets you do that looting later. If teams die near you, just, suck up the ammo, suck up the weapons, suck up the shields. If you're playing maybe a charge rifle, or that's why we saw Loba's done so much damage on average, because you can take a sniper and just continue to bring in ammunition throughout the game. So it's difficult as a Loba team, because if nobody else is playing zone, if people are playing more aggressive, there's no loot. if lots of people have clocked on, hey, NRG played really well with Loba at LAN, maybe Loba's a really viable pick for us in the PLQ. Everybody plays Loba, then you're all competing for the same loot, and you don't have that major advantage. You can't pull ammo onto the floor. Anything you drop can just get... I've seen teams literally drop a shield and watch it get whisked away in front of them and have to run around completely shieldless because another Loba slurped that up straight away. And another thing that doesn't get talked about as much is you can loot care packages with Loba's Black Market. So if a care package is in the vicinity, you can't run out and get it because everybody's going to look at you. You can just safely loot that weapon, and having something like a Ree, having something like a Kraber, having something like a bow consistently as well really can make a difference over an 8-game series if you can get a care package weapon in most of your games.
A lot of questions for sure. We hope to find some answers as we finally get to enter the very first game in the NA ALGS Split 2 Pro League Qualifier. Everybody having their set drop spots everybody was able to claim over the course of these past couple weeks, although I have a feeling that might not stop us, Tom, from having a contest or two, as it looks like we might already have one or two coming in on the western end.
Yeah, I'm seeing maybe a little bit of a contest at the mill. Of course, one of the most powerful POIs on the map. There's guaranteed armor. As you can see, all the players have landed at the middle, and we'll just brawl it out because that's where the best loot is. We've got Blackhand here, one of our most successful teams of the Challenger Circuit. They are one of our best fighting teams, the most kills across the Challenger Circuit. They're going to feel confident contesting for this POI.
For sure. Yeah, they absolutely feel good about it. That confidence already reigning through here as Blackhand once again came to every Challenger Circuit, wasn't able to win and guarantee that spot until the very last one, but everybody knew they were making it here. Everyone knew they were making this far because of their consistency, despite not grabbing those wins. And not winning here is not as unimportant, but it, like you said, it certainly helps to grab that top 10 spot, to grab those placement points, and also alleviate yourself of that pressure from already having to play from so far behind and then continue doing so in the very same day.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting contest we're seeing here because, Slept On giving Blackhand some respect, backing away. But, Slept On are not to be slept on. Zerbo's qualified for the Pro League multiple times. He's made it out of Challengers into Pro League. He has Pro League experience. Song played for Absolute Monarchy, has played in the Pro League. There's some real experience on this team. And I think it's that experience that is, encouraging Slept On just to take their time, not to, ego chow at mill straight away to make sure they have the loot. Because just like Blackhand, they're going to back themselves in an engagement. They're going to fancy their chances. But you have to minimize your RNG. Doesn't matter how good of a player you are, if you don't have a weapon, you're not going to win the fight.
I slept on, victim of a couple pot shots, so may have to stay a bit more sedentary for the time being, but with the ring slightly more northeast, they will have to travel a little bit less than some of these other teams. Like you said, Blackhand allowed that respect, afforded it, at least for now, but that doesn't mean that Blackhand doesn't know where Slept On is, and Yasto gonna find a little more damage with this wingman at least to begin. Tried it nearby for Slept On, so they could make a rotation if need be, and actually there's no one really in the way below them unless Revival Games decides to poke out, which they may wait on, they may not. But everybody, like you said, kind of just dipping their toes, seeing how much they can get away with, seeing how much they can do, and we're seeing a lot of slow rotation because of that. Also just how safe people want to be now.
Yeah, and I think what also might be a factor there at that mill contest is we're seeing Team Diverge, who are landing down Beast. Sleepy Panda is another really experienced player. That side of the map is completely stacked with lots of experienced players. Team Diverge are absolutely going to be third in that if it's a messy engagement. So both teams just at this point prioritizing their rotations, trying to join the likes of LTC Esports, who are one of our fastest rotate teams in the region. And look, 20 squads, 60 players. People are playing more cautiously as it stands in Game 1.
Yeah. Gonna have a command center Stormcatcher circle that Litecoin has already made themselves very much aware of and tried to settle in with that Crypto Watson as well. Just wants to get that natural cover. We've still seen Watson and Crypto around in the meta, but they haven't become as much of a frontline pick as a lot of people were necessarily hoping they were for a while because of, again, just how dominant Horizon and Valk have truly become, along with, of course, Seer. But Watson has still found her spot for sure, very secure in the meta. A lot of people still opting for her. That Pylon's still such a powerful tool, especially in such an open space, because You'll be able to get rid of those rolling thunders. You'll be able to get rid of those frags that so many people just often wantonly toss into the background. Everybody, once again, finding their stability. A couple teams opting to continue playing this edge, but everybody, I think, has gotten really comfortable with beginning to converge now that they've gotten their loot runs, and now that it's just about time to begin these skirmishes.
Yeah, I think the Crypto Watson composition is a really interesting one, because a lot of teams who play zone, they really want to minimize their RNG. They want to minimize the impact that the game can have on them. And Crypto and Watson both do that in absolute bucket loads. Crypto means you can scan beacons even if you don't get one at your POI, even if you're not near one. You have the EMP, which is a good stopper of pushes, but also is a great way to level up your Evo shields in the early game, like we saw LTC do there. Just go and EMP your neighbors, get an extra, potentially up to 150 Evo points on your shield. And then Watson with her pylon, just like you mentioned, it does block those nades, which is so important, but it also provides a lot of shield healing as well, which means if you've not had time to loot, if you're not using a Loba who can, suck up heals throughout the game, it's allowing you to heal off the gent, save your heals for the all-important battles. So when you combine those two legends, you're really minimizing the impact that, the game's RNG can have on you, which is just so important if you want to be successful consistently.
Got to take a look at Cozy there, who is already over in Stormcatcher. Having that Loba, I believe Vize might be the one using it. So already we see one or two black markets in the map here, as still no fights, no deaths, everybody playing super safe, but it's getting to a head. It's coming to a point where there's not going to be enough space, especially in a circle like Command Center, that already restricts so much of that movement.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see some action, sooner or later. The zone cannot pull into Command Center. If you're, like Team Intel, in Command Center, you are going to have to move. Mm-hmm. We had all that wonderful drama about data mining zones invalid and then valid areas, but it doesn't take a data miner to work out that the zone is not going to end in Command Center. The zone is pulling out of there. Those teams, it can be a power position at the beginning, but we might have an early fight here. KSP taking an engagement in the wall.
Taking a couple nades for the time being, and that's one down as Risen Rose attempting to continue the breach. Luxon waiting outside the door, waiting for the heals up. Trev Stacks is going to fall on the other end. Now they have to invade the upstairs as KSP chooses to hightail it for the time being. One going to be relegated to Rez, while other heads up. Again, Plugged Cube trying to barrack the doors down, and it will work for now. Risen Rose going to be able to gain that altitude as KSP will fall.
Yeah, Team Diverge clearly just getting involved there as well. They obviously made their rotation in from down beast, and for Risen Rose now, it's all about resetting, and the power of Bangalore really being shown there. Throwing down that Rolling Thunder, buying yourself some time to reset, accepting that you're maybe not going to get all the kills, but taking that early game KP, and then resetting, and maybe now taking another fight on Team Diverge here in Warp.
They certainly have the space for it. Not too much longer to rotate, and no one else really in their way on the western end. Blackhand may rotate up before heading right, but severely doubt it. It may just beeline. Is everybody continuing to find
Team Diverge are out, doesn't it? It looks like they're heading up the hill towards High Point, getting up that really, really long hill, but they're going to run into a number of teams that are already set up in that tunnel.
Bots are going to be the first to meet them there, so definitely a lot of danger posed. As Karasuno, in the meanwhile, has seen Cozy over in Stormcatcher and is wondering how they should rotate in, because they don't have a lot of space to work with at the moment either. But they do have that Valkyrie, so they should be able to GTFO if they need to, which, the situation might demand it if this Cozy team refuses to move, which right now there's no pressure to.
Yeah, and you can see Karasuno here just making sure that their back is clear. We can see that Seer heartbeat scan, which is, of course, not been nerfed yet. We've still got a few more days that we have to endure, Seer being one of the best legends in the game. And they're just making sure that their back is clear. But here's Team Redeem trying to reset, and this is not looking good. D. Davis, no shield, Mollusk, barely any health. Are they going to get the reset off here? We're still 19 teams alive. There's a lot of people in zone. And Team Diverge, they're racking up some kills on the edge right now.
Yeah, we've got some chaos, and it's starting to show. As Redeem continuing to try and evade this cover. Now have to play with distance on the other end, though. They have to rotate. Got to do it now, because there's still this chaos with the two teams above them. As Risen Rose is actually going to try and chase Panda down here to find this last kill. I believe. As Redeem up to 2.
That reset there is just a complete example of how cautiously people are playing here in the first game. In any challenger circuit, that is getting absolutely deathballed on.
Oh my god, Panda made it out.
Yeah, because everybody's been able to get away.
Oh, there he goes!
Risen Rose also involved there.
I saw him.
Run,
Sleepy Panda has like one way in. He's on the run, but Risen Rose has to give too many resources in order to heal up, and they still know that there's this other threat still directly below them. And they've actually been filled in as Blackhand is also taking the reins. Risen Rose could run into a massacre here.
I hope Flux is popping a med kit. That boy's low.
There we go.
There we go. Excellent. Nicely timed. That is some professional med kit popping there. But yeah, you see just exactly what happens on the edge when everybody's playing so cautiously. You just cannot take an isolated engagement. There's always going to be somebody looking at you, either thirding you, maybe just poking you. There's a lot of pressure on these teams on the edge. So you can see, look, there is another team on the edge working their way up the hill. We can see on the map plenty of teams inside that spider cave, plenty of teams up at the north of zone. Space is really running out.
Sleepy Panda might run into Blackhand here, who just rotated away from a disadvantageous fight against Risen Rose. As Risen Rose debating over where exactly they should head. E8, in the meanwhile, super chillin'. After a crazy rotation from the north, they are looking super secure for the time being. But SCS is slightly nearby on their other side, so when their rotation is also necessitated, much like so many of these other teams, it's going to certainly get dangerous. As indeed, Sleepy Panda will fall to the hands of Blackhand, who will now take up some home territory in the wall for the time being before this next ring really starts to come in.
I think SCS are above them on the outside of Command Center looking at the map. But neither team,
right.
I think actually SCS are going to be in for another zone. But that means that E8 have to walk out in front of SCS if they want to make a rotation down towards Thunderwatch.
And Crust with that high ground the whole time as well. They're going to have to look behind them the whole way that Synox and Slayer are firing on them the second that they recognize that.
But they're also, E8 might get some help from Team Intel who are inside Command Center. The zone, they have two ways out. They can either hit a Valkyr outside the far side of Command Center, where the gravity cannon launches you out, or they have to walk out and fight SCS. So SCS can't look everywhere all at once.
True. Bots engaging in a little bit of a skirmish outside Stormcatcher. They have some good sight lines to work with here still. Again, not too much pressure, but Karasuno is going to try and wall them out here, but they actually may get blocked as Cozy is starting to scout out for the potential third party as well before this next ring even starts to come in. But bots still have a lot of distance to play with, so they're going to use it to their full potential before they absolutely have to head inside. And that exhibit is going to do a great job of making sure that that space is afforded, but the counter exhibit as well. Feels good to know that we're still pre-Revelry.
Let's go, Wallhacks! Woohoo!
Good low ground advantage taken against bots. Stomp's forced to move away already while Jay and Stunny try and take the reins, but again, the front line isn't necessitated just yet. They know where each other are, now it just comes down to winning that fight out, and with Stunny recognizing, hey, there's some low health here, we can maybe do something. Fire into that fray, get inside that smoke regardless, see what you can find, and Stunny's getting at least a little bit with his gold body shield, should be able to manage a little bit more, and as both exhibits fall, now comes down to the fight itself. Huge nade hitting Stunny though, and that might necessitate another reset as another ultimate's gonna come in, this time the bombardment.
That is a huge Gibeon as we see Stomps here with the Peacekeeper through the smoke. He's not going to find the shots, just Stunny left alive. Karasuno
he was
also getting involved.
The bubble on the back away as Karasuno now back under that pressure too. Trying to fire inside into this bubble. Looking for another way in. Low health gone. That's a good amount of damage done by Wave, but hit by some frags from behind. James Fearless taking a good chunk of damage. Wave now continuing to invade. A lot of nades still in the table for Karasuno and bots. And it is chaos inside the smokes once more as both teams will try to rotate each other inside this circle. But now, here comes Revival Games as well to try and get in on the fun.
Look at Stunny there just hiding behind the rock, but he also has to move. We've got Zone 3 moving in, pushing all these teams into that one spot. And that is a big cleanup there from Revival Games. They walk in, they profit. They might now come under some pressure from everybody else. They have become the center of attention. People looking at them with charge rifles. Can they reset? Can they find somewhere safe? Stunny with the gold armor actually might have a chance here. outliving the zone for a while, maybe collecting a couple of extra placement points, maybe even getting those banners and, you know, whizzing off, finding a respawn beacon.
Yeah, fun rat that we've gotten to see from them is in the northern end, a couple teams have started to make their way in as well. I think that's drug-free as well as Deadass. Actually, Deadass just got eliminated, yeah, up in that northern end with that skirmish. That's another third party going on, but Revival Games, especially by the time they got there, there's already so much noise happening down there that, yeah, already certainly a couple eyes on them. Cozy, most prominent one. DivQ, the last remaining player for EA, gonna get finished off here on the top end, and it is SCS that remains on the northern side of that circle, but they also have a lot of rotation to do, and they have other teams like Revival, like Intel, in the way.
We've still got SCS up on that high ground. I don't think they've dropped yet. They're gonna have to push down and fight these teams all in Thunderwatch, because they have to get past Thunderwatch to make it into the next zone.
And they've already started to do some good work as Chick has taken a good couple shots and having to retreat before Crust, as well as the rest of SES make the invasion. Already so much damage done. They got up here so fast, and Chickus is going to get felled here. It's already a 3v2 before the setup can even commence. And this may be an immediate rotation and retreat from No Name in the 2v3. They have few resources, very little reason to get off this high ground, but also they need to get off it in order to get inside the circle, in order to find the safer spot. And SES has just ceded control of this after one singular kill. Denpride and Gyozi forced to the other end of the building for now, as Crust is continuing to find some shots on a Gyozi, while Denpride is going to try and make this invasion happen, but Slayer covering the off angle. Sinox also playing with that distance. Crust one-manning right now on the front line. And speaking of frontlining one man, Cody Gami, the one remaining player from Blackhand, gonna have to rat it on that western side, while Denpride and Gyozi finally decide to make the drop, but it'll be right into the arms of Redeem, a full squad. But they instead have moved over to Thunderwatch as well, and so SCS has some more teams to pay attention to.
We can also see Team Intel there just took a Valkyr out of that spot in Command Center, and they're gonna fly straight into the best spot in zone, it looks like. That is quite the rotate.
Oh, wow. Oh, Intel's trying to find the off angle on the SCS as well. They were trying to get behind, but I don't know if there's enough space afforded to them, especially with this ring already coming in. As Drug Free will fall next, Intel has this nice choke spot. If SCS looks behind them, then it could be dangerous. But they still have another team in Redeem in the way as well, as Kodagami will finally fall. No Name is now in another struggle, this time against Cozy on that eastern side, while SCS still debates on what to do next. With Redeem still in their way, they're going to launch that exhibit down, try and find some airwaves, and get out of there, while Intel keeps the sightline on high. And the rest of these other squads, SCS now heading over to that slightly higher ground, and right below them, Redeem, and they've started taking some shots, though not completely at each other.
It does slightly feel like Redeem are delaying the inevitable here, but they have those Watt suspenders down, which is stopping SCS from dropping. And I think we still have Team Intel in that corner as well. They're gonna provide some crossfire if SCS decide to do anything too aggressive. You would feel like SCS are in a really strong position here, but actually, they can't really do anything cleanly here. If they drop and try and fight Redeem, Team Intel are gonna absolutely fry them on the cross. If they try and fight Intel, Redeem are probably just gonna third-party them in the back. So it looks like they're trying to plan a rotate away here, maybe. If they can get down that hill and turn and face these two other teams, they can just hold them out when the zone starts to close.
Yeah, SES forced to play preventative a lot of the time here. They're trying to flush out every threat because they can't really make one of their own right now. They have to play this slower game. As Cozy, Vize was trying to scout out the potential third party, but recognized that Revival was still there. Or Redeem, excuse me. Redeem was still there, so not going to chomp at the bit just there yet. As Intel continuing to have that spot, that pressure, and so neither SES nor Redeem wants to really move. LTC, though, meanwhile, has complete control over this southern end, but is going to start to meet Cozy on that eastern side, and that may actually be the first clash before this ring comes in, simply because of how much they're itching to. But no! SCS! The fall will finally come through. They make the rotation, they scout out the area, and they'll figure out where they head back to. In fact, it looks like they'll actually drop right back on Redeem.
Wow, that is when you know that there's plenty of teams in zone. When you hit that Valkyr, you see those scans, and you think, actually, we're just going to have to U-turn here and go back. There's nowhere to land. I don't know if people... I guess Cozy has been firing his Kraber because he does have limited ammo. Benefiting from that Loba there, getting Kraber, which could come up really, really big. But here comes Team Intel now on the top of the hill, looking down over everybody, wiping out SCS and Redeem. They were the team that blinked last. They are the beneficiaries That is a zone team right there. 72 damage, zone 3, 1 kill. I'm loving it. That is the way to play if you want to minimize your risk, clean something up, get those points. They're making a great start here without putting themselves in too much danger. And now they're at the top of the hill, and the zone is moving very, very beneficially for them.
Yeah, they did it in such a really great way, just such a, like, inches worth of time as well, because with SES and Redeem both up there, Litecoin and Cozy kind of had their choice of who to shoot at, but as Intel was able to make such quick work of those two squads, and now they're the ones sitting atop this pedestal, they have dealer's choice now, and it looks like they're going to start with some pot shots onto McLovin over from LTC, who's trying to make this extra space with these fences, and is actually doing an okay job. Cozy is already pretty walled out, but they have this black market to keep themselves sustained, and nobody is moving until this ring starts to converge.
I love Apex, man. We've got somebody on 1,800 damage. We've got somebody on 87 damage. This not that much. 72 damage. Sorry, I'm slightly over-egging it there. But it just shows the flexibility in the way that you can play zone in this game. Team Intel chose to take a very safe spot in Command Center. All you have to do is hold the zip lines and hold the door. Whereas, LTC chose to go into the middle of zone, keep teams off them, clearly had to do a lot of damage to keep people away from their spot and, own that space. But who will benefit? Which style is going to, trump here at the end? Is it the team that's warmed up, the team that's been fighting all game, or is it the team that, flew in, cleaned something up, and are now sitting at the top of the hill?
Vize is taking a great deal of preliminary space at the moment. Intel trying to pay attention to it while simultaneously having to fight LTC, who are trying to make a bit of a move on a different vantage spot that, again, Intel had almost taken previously, but instead, it's just that same middle ground that they have to fight over. The natural cover still assisting them a while, and Cozy may get away with just waiting this out to at least get the top 2 spot, but LTC, they've been fencing the whole way through, they've been making their presence known the whole way through, and now that EMP stacked on top of Intel places that extra pressure off of LTC, but now comes the approach from Intel. They're going to try and make this happen now and prevent that third party from Cozy in time. But LTC has so much space, so much damage. EMP comes through on the other side, though. Not Daniel and Dan Maddock, the only ones remaining. Intel just lining up for the majority of this damage, and it's going to be Jet waiting in the wings, trying to duck behind the shields. But it's LTC that falls next, as Cozy now chooses this to make their jump. It's a preliminary third party, and Cozy uses it to take the dub after having arguably the worst spot out of that top 3.
I mean, Team Intel just got absolutely colluded on there. 2 EMPs in the space of 20 seconds. Teams having to fight. Clearly, Team Intel made the call there that they just had to fight LTC and at least try and take second place. And that is music to the ears of Vize, Kosei, and a Senpai there. They get an absolutely easy cleanup. Fantastic. Thank you so much to a Loba team for winning after we highlighted Loba as a great legend to choose. They moved into that spot. LTC and Cozy both rotated into the zone really early. Fantastic zone calls. They set up, they leveled up their Evo shields, they collected that loot, and then they were all 3 of those teams, by playing zone, by playing positioning, guaranteed themselves at least a handful of points as we head into the remaining 7 games.
And I gotta hand it to Vize more than anybody else there from Cozy, just always being that scout, being that brave frontline to establish that presence on the ground that Cozy knew that they were not only gonna have to take, but make that threshold possible in order to make it to that next fight. Such a great step-by-step process. And like you said, it alludes to a benchmark of Loba being an integral part of how this PLQ is going to play out. But again, that may mean that oversaturation going forward. And so even Vize right now is in his own head wondering, should we continue this comp pick right now, or should we delve into something different?
I mean, Vize, really shows his experience there. We used to play for Lazarus, appeared in the ALGS Year 2 online playoffs in North America. He's been there, done it, he's seen it all. He runs scrims for the region. He chose to wait, to hang back, to give Intel and LTC just that little bit of confidence to fight, and then brought in the EMP, then engaged, made sure that they were fully committed before Team Cozy showed their hand.
This fight down near Stormcatcher definitely had to be the most exciting part of the matchup. For me, that long-winded rotation coming through from Revival was really admirable, but unfortunately there was already just too much noise made, so they couldn't really springboard too much off of that. But still, able to find 6 kills in that first lobby, and on that note, the kill spread among all of these teams is really, really interesting, actually, with, I think, a good, half of the lobby, at least getting it a little bit on that KP. So much more fragmented because so many teams were willing to play more conservatively, were willing to play for the rat out, and willing to just retreat the second they lost that advantage, and it leads to a lot of teams exiting this first game with 1 point or 2 points or 3 because they got 1 kill and then that added placement from the top 10. It's just, it is a kerfuffle that cannot get me more excited for the next 7 games.
There, we saw it there. We can just see that Cozy are only just moving up when the fight is fully committed. We can see them just hanging back, hiding by that fence line, making sure the other two teams felt confident to fight, and then they swooped in when everybody was committed, when you couldn't back out. And I mean, how tight is this? That is so tight.
Wow, anything less and Cozy would not be on top right now. The measly 4 kills compared to how much work LTC and Redeem did along the way. Intel also with that 2nd place going to grab 3rd outside of that game. Redeem, of course, doing that good job. Revival having that 6 to bolster them to that current 5th place spot. And again, even in this first game, means so much. Again, cannot be stated enough. Top 10 teams are done playing today and will go into the finals bracket with an advantage of points so massive in this match point format, where after that one person crosses that threshold and wins that game, point totals will be locked.
This leaderboard just epitomizes what we were talking about before the game. These teams are feeling the pressure. These teams are nervous. People aren't wanting to take risks. We've not got anybody, stomping the lobby, dropping in 25, 30 points. And these teams also know each other. A real difference here is in the Challenger circuit, when you've got so many teams and so many rounds, you don't really have much time to prepare for those finals, because anybody could make the finals when the Challenger circuit is so competitive. But teams have had weeks and weeks of scrims, weeks of preparation. They've been able to watch the playoffs in London, probably take some inspiration there. Everybody knows each other. Everybody's playing cautiously, and that's why we don't have a super top-heavy leaderboard right now. We've got a really, really tight, tense leaderboard, and that just makes me so excited for the next 7 games. Everybody has a shot at qualifying for the finals at the first attempt.
The respect among all of these players, absolutely massive. They've met in scrims, they met in ranked lobbies, and they will meet again in Storm Point for game number 2 after we take a short break. We'll be right back. back, everyone, to the ALGS NA PLQ for split number 2. I'm Tenrek. With me is still Tom, and if you're just joining us, we had a wild run through our first game on Stormpoint. Every team so scared, so respectful, and so stingy with those picks, leading to a pretty scattershot scoreboard. But Tom, I don't know if that'll necessarily change, and so I want to get right into it. I want to chomp at this bit immediately and say that there's not any contests other than one right now on Stormpoint, and that's over at the Mill, between two teams that played very differently over the course of this first game. Blackhand, who has made it barely into the top 10 after a solid run through that circle, unfortunately couldn't find too many fights, and then they had to rat it out for that latter half. And then on the other side of that, Slepton, who played the biggest Storm game I think I've ever seen on an Eastern Circle, staying on down beast for the entirety of round 2, and then not even making it through checkpoint for round number 3. They stayed out for so long, and yet they still only found 1 KP. So much needs to change for those two teams in general, but in the meantime, still a lot to look at going into game 2 with Cozy once again at the top of the leaderboard after that win.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we're going to see that contest at the Mill again, because they kind of just tickled each other and then ran away.
Yeah.
I think whether the pressure got to them, I don't know if this is maybe a recent contest or whether they've been scrimming it out, but clearly, it doesn't benefit either team to be in that situation. You're not getting kills, so you're not getting points towards your total. You're sharing the loot, and sure, Mill has, decent loot, probably enough for two teams. But both of these teams will be used to having a whole POI to themselves. Slept on playing in zone for that long, probably because they felt like they needed to craft, they needed to, loot some scraps from other teams. It's just not a great play style for either team. So are they going to back away? Or are they going to, full send, engage head-to-head, and are we going to see a little bit more of a proper fight this game?
Yeah, we'll see how these teams enter and escape their own comfort zones as we head into game number 2 here in the PLQ winners bracket. Once again, whoever is in the top 10 of this match after 8 games will move on to the finals, which is in 2 days, with those bolstered points, which goes 10 for first place, 9 for second place, and all the way down to 1 for 10th place. The bottom 10 teams relegated to the losers bracket, which will take place right after this winners bracket on this very same stream. It should be a banger match as well. As Tom, it does appear that nobody is changing course just yet. Still 2 teams on the Mill, still 1 team everywhere else.
And they're all literally landing right in the middle of Mill. We are holding hands. We can smell each other's breath.
Is that 2 triple takes?
Yeah, that's a hex double take right there.
Oh man, Blackhand has taken more of the space. The smoke is going to be able to shield a lot of Slepton for the most part here. As those nades coming in, good shot taken by Yasto, but it's not enough. Rest of Blackhand having to make that entrance as Psycho is going to be able to fully down Yasto, and the shot's not found either. Kodagami, the last hope, Slepton, all 3 members still up, and Blackhand is going to be the first team down.
And that was so quick. Everybody landed together, and instead of running off to their respective mills, they actually engaged completely. And because they have, fought that so quickly, Team Diverge over at Down Beast, they haven't finished looting. They aren't coming to third party. They're concentrating on their own rotates. And nobody got knocked either, so nothing in the kill feed to encourage a third party, either. What a great wipe there, and, that is really not what Blackhand would have wanted. Maybe a bit of false sense of security by how calm the last fight went, and now they are going to be forced to sit there, watch this game, and really think about if it's worth fighting for Mill.
I mean, such a ballsy play to just follow Blackhand down to that middle ground between the 2 buildings of Mill and just decide to contest. Like, that is so brave by Slepton, but they recognized they had that slight positional advantage and they were able to utilize it to a T. Remember, Slepton is the team that has come down from the Pro League. Blackhand trying to claw their way out, and this game will certainly not help. And just being on that cusp, even so early in the match, gonna feel painful when they inevitably slip a little bit after this game, as Slepton is already literally right behind them in the rankings.
Yeah, I think that, this is obviously an 8-game series, so each game is slightly less impactful on the overall standings. As we see Team Intel and our leaders, Team Cozy, our first and third team there, are they going to coexist, or are they going to really fight it out here? They're both zone teams. They both want to prioritize placement, so we might not see an engagement here. But there's not a lot of teams around right now. This could be an opportunity for an early engagement.
Yeah, there's a lot of presence down here as well. No Name is directly to their southeast as well. So there's that added risk of recognizing how much noise you think you're allowed to make with who's near you, and a lot of the time that's just a guessing game, unfortunately, for a lot of these teams, just because of that lack of knowledge. Of course, the teams that they're seeing being anonymous until they are fully eliminated as well. An important part, despite how good these teams have gotten at understanding who is there and who is not, as this is something that we've seen a couple times in the Challenger circuit, especially from a team like Deadass. But it's against Revival Games, a team that absolutely popped off the previous game. And now inside this armory, you know, when the camp comes, RG is going to be in a good spot.
And Deadass, I think we had this exact same situation, maybe not with the exact same teams the last time we casted together in that fourth Challenger Circuit Finals. If GOAT can throw, this happened exactly last time,
I think
if GOAT
you're right,
can
yeah.
throw that Horizon Q onto the launch pad, the Horizon Q takes precedence and it's just going to present Revival Games up. Here you go, have some kills.
Yeah.
So will he do that? They're going to know that they have a Horizon. They've probably heard audio cues of a Horizon. So it's a bit of a standoff here. You're kind of screwed inside unless they can use that Bangalore Rolling Thunder to clear Deadass off their roof. And there you go.
There it is.
Perfect timing. Absolutely timed to perfection. And if GOAT has to use his Q to clear it up there, he doesn't have it for the... oh, there you go. They're gone. So that was a perfect use of Bangalore there. Excellent timing. Fantastic escape. And Deadass there will be slightly frustrated at an opportunity to get 3 very easy kills, but they're going to enjoy their scraps. Thank you very much for those.
That was such a good clip that you can just stick in your reel, Tom. That was such perfect timing.
Noted. Hold on.
That is the complete opposite of a caster curse. I don't think I've ever seen more perfect timing in a cast like that. Redeem also joining the fray. This is becoming a really loaded next zone just because of how much of the center of the map it is. Everybody already trying to converge towards it. Redeem, though, in a bit of a weary spot, unfortunately. Kind of stuck between a rock and several hard places. I mean, straight up just surrounded by teams right now. They literally see hostile Watson fences in open view just a couple meters away. So they are really going to have to play slow and safe in order to have a chance in continuing here and hoping that nobody really wants to make that approach. But as we've seen, that can be dangerous if it lasts too long with the potential to 4th party and 5th party and 6th party. One team is going to decide to plug the hole at some point. The question is when.
Yeah, Redeem, they're really on some borrowed time because if anybody takes the roof of that building just to their north, then they do not have a safe spot in between those rocks. They've already lost Joey, but they do have that respawn beacon nearby, but I think a team is playing around it, so you can't even get access to that. They don't have the crypto to do a remote plugin. You can see there, they're just absolutely surrounded, and Crummy, Mercy, Enemy are now playing in that building. If they choose to take the roof, they have absolutely nowhere to hide.
But in the meantime, there's so much natural cover anyway. The amount of buildings that have been taken by these teams already is so unprecedented, I think, compared to the last game that we saw. As Slept On is no longer playing for the Storm. Instead, they're playing just outside that ring. So they are still playing slow, but they're not playing as slow. They recognize that they're willing to get in on this action a lot quicker now. With that first burst of KP, they're certainly hungry for more. But in the meantime, only a couple of kills each and every way. Again, Redeem losing that one member, but everyone else basically at their best. As I believe Diverge in the meantime is actually grabbing that res at the moment. As Deadass gonna make that rotation in with the Skyward Dive. Goat already losing a heap of damage due to that initiation onto, I believe, Revival Games. I believe this is the same fight we were gonna see anyway. As Goat will fall first, Orioles next, it's down to El Karma, and it is indeed Revival Games! The team that Deadass tried to camp is now trouncing them a second time in a 3-1 deficiency.
Revival Games might as well rename themselves to Team Revenge because they are getting some revenge right now. How dare you camp our armory? How dare you chase us into zone? We're gonna kill you and we're gonna survive. They're bunkered up here in the orange
El
ball.
Karma's out.
Yeah, there you go. They're running, they're out, and they have just absolutely short-handed Deadass for the rest of the game, and they've survived. They're living, they haven't been thirded, they're 3 up right now, they have that loot from the armory, and they are going to be laughing all the way to the end zone.
And a pretty good angle that they have against KSP right now, who is on the run as well, after they were able to find a couple kills in the skirmishes so far too. But yeah, RG right now, they have the pick of the litter, they have a great angle heading into this next zone. They have a lot of vantage points, but not so many teams to worry about outside of it. Slepton, of course, going to be one of those threats. Diverge going to become one of those threats after they move a little more north. And depending on where bots rotate, they might actually be a problem as well, although I'm not entirely sure they'll head up there. They might just go towards the south instead. Revival Games, thanks to that one fight, thanks to that little kerfuffle that they were able to escape unscathed in like record time. They're in a bit of an island right now until a new team comes to approach them, and that team might again be slept on, as they are in the island adjacent to them at the moment, ready to make that jump at any waking moment. Is Team Diverge engaged in a little bit of distance play themselves with KSP, who's now rotated over to that southwest side of the circle.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing in this game how many teams are in the zone. There's so many teams who early rotated towards the center of zone. Obviously, this zone being in the bang center of the map, this means that basically everybody has access to this zone if they wished. So that means that we are going to see some edge engagements like we're seeing right here with the Risen Rose, because there's very few teams on the edge, which means that you could take fights without being third-partied, and that is exactly what SCS are doing here. They are absolutely wiping Risen Rose. Xenox surviving with a slither of health, showing his experience, showing his mechanical talent, and they're going to have space here to reset. There is not a third party on the horizon.
That was really comfortable from SCS. They controlled that entire fight, just beams on beams on beams. Made it look easy against Risen Rose, who had a lot of tools in the bitter end there, even so. But all the territorial control and all the aim going the way of the X-Sentinel squad. A lot of teams in their way, but there's a lot of passivity in that presence anyway, because it's not like randoms are going to want to exit all of a sudden to take down SCS when they know they have 3 teams behind them in a better spot in that circle. So SCS, they could be in plain sight for a good portion of this next round without actually receiving any engagement. Teams like Slepton, teams like KSP, who's actually doing that right now, are perfectly capable of doing the same thing. But on that note, one of the former is going to start skyward diving over towards the northern end of the circle, while it looks like Diverge is debating over whether or not to actually engage.
And it looks like we are going to have potentially a couple of engagements here in what has been nicknamed Jurassic Park. Teams fighting either side of those gates, and it's really, really difficult rotation if you're being held out through one of those gates. It's a pure fence. There's only a couple of entrances, but that Bangalore smoke is going to clear those sight lines, but then you might get countered by the Bangalore ultimate.
Yeah, interesting how they're letting everything go now. Tossing those smokes on the gate, revealing that presence really soon. KSP may have known about it, but they weren't sure on the timing of Diverge, and I think the Diverge had a couple more tools to work with, but like you said, getting to gatekeep this specific part of the map is certainly difficult, as Diverge are getting walled out after all the resources have already been implemented. That being said, exhibits on the other end have also been used, so Diverge may just be able to walk into a raw fight if they can heal themselves back up. Now comes the potential diversion by Sleepy Panda, finding the off angle. 81 on the purple, and that's a good way for Diverge to kick things off. But in the process, Bots is going to start coming in for the potential third party as well from the other side of that gate and re-engage with Diverge and KSP simultaneously.
Yeah, this is a really difficult spot to be, because you've got that zone on your back. You don't really have time to back off into zone, so if you're getting pinched in this position, then it's really dangerous for you. But it looks like Bots are just going to concentrate on getting into zone. They know, again, that the zone is not pulling. KSP eliminated here. Revival Games moving on. They're gonna rotate north under a bit of pressure here. They've got some open space, but they're thriving right now. They've picked up some kills. They've got pretty decent armors, and they have a fairly clean rotation for now.
Yeah, how interesting is that? Just heading up instead, not having to deal with that for the time being. Again, trying to figure out where they should head to. Is Diverge still locked out now by Bots instead? So they have 6 sets of eyes on them at the moment, but none that can really make too much of an impact because everyone's getting pressure to move simultaneously. Diverge, a little bit of damage as the ring is going to start to come in, but it looks like they'll have to opt to rotate the other way as they're running low on options, and Bots really has them locked down by this point. But I mean, they're going to be heading into drug-free territory anyway, so what a trade-off.
Yeah, and they're also getting a little bit of a sort of a budget third party there from the Prowlers as well. You really do not want to fight at this POI. You can see here, Team Diverge, as much as they're wanting to play on the edge, they're clearly just looking for a way in. They've managed to survive what was a really difficult push, getting gatekeep through the gate, pushing up the hill. They then saw that maybe fighting Bots in a house, maybe not the best way. If they can shoot you from the window, you have no cover. Bangalore smoke can only do so much. It's not, it's not a guaranteed protection. So they're just trying to work their way in right now. They're trying to thread the needle, and teams like Drug Free are able to hold them out here. But both teams have to move to zone, so it's going to be another situation of who blinks first, who moves first. There is that one little house that we can see just north of these teams. Maybe that's going to be a vantage point for both of these teams. But they both have to move, and they're both running very, very similar comps. We're going to be relying on that Bangalore. We're going to be relying on that Seer to get information and be aggressive. And it looks like Team Diverge have snuck past and have managed to find their way into zone. And the Gatekept now become the gatekeepers.
Yeah, but Smiley is also still staring them down anyway, so they may still be a little bit sandwiched here. The problem is now Drug Free will also be walking into that double sightline, and Diverge is going to be a little bit more prepared for it, as here comes a little bit of the pre-fire on the southern end of this circle, but Diverge, they found some security, and so it looks like instead Drug Free going to opt to just take this lower end of the gate, play the slow game as well, be forced to not have to be proactive because that poses such a potential disadvantage from the angle that they've now taken. In the meantime, Slept On is in a fight of their own now with the randoms over in the northwestern side to be able to rotate more efficiently here. And it looks like Slept On has the better beam, and Amigo is going to fall next, but it's Zerbo and Psycho versus the world. Couple good shots taken, going to be able to at least finish off an Amigo and Crummy, but it's not a full team wipe, I believe. Oh, there it is. Randoms is going to be fully eliminated now, but Slept On will lose a player in the process. They don't have time to pick up because they have another set of eyes on them. In fact, a couple. Revival Games the first to check them out, but LTC is going to try and counter that. In the meantime, Intel and E8. E8 are about to meet them halfway here as it's just Zerbo remaining in a potential 1v3 after Psycho has fallen and now stuck in the middle of so much pressure. The charge rifles beaming from both directions. Zerbo, an active rat he must be in order to increase those placement points for himself.
Yeah, and we also have LTC as well, who are, they're faced with a really difficult decision here because they could come out, they could push into Revival Games, they could maybe, clean up this side of the map, but they've also got bots behind them who are going to be trying to push them and get through. We've got a very small space here, and the zone has pulled slightly differently to what a lot of teams were expecting. So we've got a lot of people here who suddenly realize they have to rotate, including E8, including Zerbo here on, the final member of Slept On, who's very brave ratting, absolutely. Wow. I respect it. This guy's got the experience. He's qualified before, control a demon. And look at how long he's given E8 the runaround, but that is going to be the end of it. And it's Z-Tavis who steals the kill. The team that's been a duo the whole game managed to sneak out of that situation, reposition, and are able to pick up a couple of kills.
They'll head back away. And talking about this final circuit, Smiley, who was able to guard against Diverge and Drug Free, is now in arguably a pretty good god spot. Save for one contest on the other end by Karasuno at the moment on the eastern end. They basically have all the control of this upcoming zone and all of the territory that comes along with it. They could gatekeep both ways if they wanted to, as long as they were able to break through this core of Diverge, Drug Free, and potentially bots if they don't decide to engage on LTC instead. Intel, in the meantime, is going to try and take some pot shots at Cozy. That's a good amount of damage to begin over at this gravity cannon, and already the hideaway going to force out Cozy down, and Intel will have their revenge, at least preliminarily, but they have to grab the dub on top of it.
Yeah, and they now have a difficult rotate, though. There's not a lot of cover ahead of them. They'll be very grateful for the kills, very grateful for the loot. But because they're running that Seer, they can be more flexible on the edge, and that's helping them take all these fights here with their fantastic mechanical talent. Flinzar opening with that vault, taking a Vault Q, under a little bit of pressure here, and he's going to get swung. It's No Name, the duo, leveling the playing field. We're in a 2 versus 2 here.
Yeah, this was after TSS, who was a duo themselves, tried to engage first, but then they headed out once they realized that No Name was going to try and get on the prowl. They knew that they had that advantage, and so instead, they're going to head back out as Revival Games is finally going to get in that engagement with E8 over on the northern end of the circle, but in the meantime, No Name in such a bad spot. Den Pride finally down. Gyozi, no shields in that. Rolling Thunder is still coming through. No Name is down. Karasuno on this eastern end, gonna try and invade Intel next. James Fearless on the off angle while Oxy and Wave push that front line. Knowledge from the exhibit. They get so much damage to start things out. Intel in such a crucial position. They have to complete, but with one already down and so much pressure onward here, still through the smoke, Karasuno looks poised to take a top spot here in the game.
They are just cleaning out this side of the zone, showing that the Hemlock's still got something inside it, even though it hasn't quite gone into the care package yet. They're going to get all of that loot, and they're just going to keep pushing. They're going to keep sweeping. They're on a rampage here. They have the digital threat on the vault. They have the Bangalore, and look at this aggressive smoking forwards. Even then with extra information on from the Seer Tactical.
Karasuno is on the hunt. TSS, the next prospective victims, but recognizing that Revival Games is also in their way, and so they don't want to lose anything across this. But you could say the exact same thing about Blur Flavors and Hambino, stuck down here, coming into this game with 0 points from the previous one. But in the meantime, while that stalemate resolves itself, is none of those 3 teams want to make the move. On the southern end, closer to this gate, Team Smiley is about to get swarmed by an onslaught of other teams. We have Drug Free down here, we have Bots down here, and Diverge, all just triangulated, or I guess I should say quadrilateralated, or whatever. 4 teams, yep. 4 teams outside this gate.
Yeah, and it's because they have to push through that gate. The fence is giving protection to the teams on the other side. These 2 teams are going to have to fight. If they cannot Valkyr, are they going to get away? Okay, so they've done the easy bit, they're up in the air, but where are you going to land? Can they find a spot? Can they settle down? They do not have any real defensive capabilities beyond the smoke. They've used 1 smoke. And everybody's just in the air. Everybody's moving. Bots, they're going to hide here behind that leaf. They're going to fight. Can they turn it around? Can they steal some kills? It's a surprise attack from the air. And I mean, if you're using a Volt, it's just not fair at that range. Absolutely shredding, and they're going to get a reset here, it looks like. Bot's going to get those kills, going to get the shield swap. Now they're going to work their way towards zone. We've got Gibiorts down, we've got Seer Exhibits down. We've got Watson Generators being taken down. As Bots are on a rampage here, sweeping the east side of the zone.
Right now, looking at Drug Free and Karasuno on this bottom end, while... Or, no, Smiley, actually, as James Fearless is actually the only one remaining from Karasuno after that skirmish in the southern eastern end, while Diverge instead decided to head out. They still got eliminated anyway, and now the duel between Smiley and Bots as well as Drug Free will end in Smiley taking the majority of that damage. Revival looking to take this final kill onto Karasuno, grab another squad wipe. James Fearless, the only one in their way, but again, no motive to move just yet. Bots having so much control over this positioning from the southern eastern corner, and they will be the ones to finish off James Fearless. Smiley not soon after, and we have a final 3.
Yeah, now we're in a little bit of a standoff here. We've got all the teams perfectly spread out. The zone is ending in the middle of all of them. Bots maybe with the slight advantage here. But sometimes being in the best spot, as we saw last game with Team Intel, means everybody focuses you, everybody colludes on you, everybody wants to push you. The other 2 teams can't really see each other right now. You can see that Shinny has a spot here where he can purely focus Bots, but cannot take damage from the other team in the zone.
Oh, Bots are going to find Impulse!
And they're swinging around.
They found Impulse on the initial off angle, and now Drug Free is already down to 2. Revival Games choosing to make that the starter pistol for them to head in, as there's already the wipe on a Drug Free, but Bots are now in a 2v3, making a 1v3, and Revival Games, after an absolutely stacked KP Master, will be your champions for game number 2. Masterful patience in that off time to be able to come out the victors in both KP and the game itself, and absolutely stacked grand total there for game number 2 will boost Revival up to the top spot right now in the PLQ.
That was an absolute edge masterclass from Revival Games. They hit the armory, they looted up, they escaped from being camped inside the armory, and then they just edged their way in. They took a spot, they turned around, they held it. They killed the teams behind them. They then moved in again. They took the spot, they looked behind them, they cleaned it out. They didn't overcommit, they didn't push in. They avoided being the meat in the sandwich at all times by not overcommitting, not getting too deep into the zone, trusting themselves, fighting their way in, cleaning everything out in front of them once their backs were clear, and always being the last team into every engagement right to the very end where they cleaned up that final fight. Absolute beautiful edge play right there.
I want to talk about that penultimate fight before that final circle really came through, because we didn't have too much time to really talk about it. I'll break it down a little bit. So there was the gate on that southern western end of the circle that you had 4 teams stuck in. 2 chose to leave. Bots and Karasuno. They both tried to rotate via that skyward dive at nearly the exact same time. They both saw that southern eastern end was nearly vacated. Only 1 team on it, and it happened to be Team Diverge. Bots and Karasuno both simultaneously swarm Diverge, and it becomes a 3-team mini battle royale that Team Diverge opts to get out of as quickly as possible, recognizing that 2 teams have spotted them and are trying to make them their next meal. They skyward dive up. On the way they take too much damage, they head down to the northeastern end, and they get finished off by who else but Revival Games, who was already on that prowl. Diverge playing a crucial fulcrum in interrupting the stalemate pace that Revival Games had with both No Name and Slept On, I think, or also E8. E8 was also up there. It broke that silence so quickly, and Revival Games were able to turn that into such a momentous push into the rotation, and then the stick when it came time to hold down and bunker up, and then perfect waiting for that rotation from bots in the bitter end. Like you said, just a masterclass in patience and timing. They took every fight at the exact right moment, but I mean, across the way, outside of Revival Games, who did take the lion's share of those fights and those kills, so many other teams had such stellar moments, and that first one, especially from Slept On, meeting Blackhand right at the moment when they both dropped in, a great way to kick off that first game, turned it into a bit of a solid rat that they were able to turn into a couple points. But yeah, so much chaos, so much action that a lot of teams I think are happy with coming out of game 2.
Yeah, and I think that was a great display, not only from all of our edge teams, but actually some of our zone teams as well, for being able to position themselves, being able to get there. We saw teams set up, but then the zone moves away. You think you've called the zone right, and it just slightly pulls into the open, and that hands the advantage to those Sierra and Horizon teams. Those teams that have just that little bit more aggressive capability, can get that exhibit down, and there we have it again. Look, that fantastic Valkyrie. I do not know how they survive. What I do, it's pure mechanical skill. If you can land on someone's head and just one-clip them, then you are going to find success. But look at Revival Games there as we look at our replays, how they cleared out their side. They never committed in. They always stayed on the edge. They always made sure that the angles that they could be third-partied from always closed off, and look at them there. Look how excited. You could just tell the excitement as they saw those other teams fighting as they moved up. Bots, in my opinion, successfully identified that they were just going to get focused in that spot and played for second. And sometimes in a battle royale, you have to just accept that you can't win the game, and grabbing those extra kills, grabbing those extra placement points by locking in second can make the difference in an 8-game circuit. Those few points that they gain right there might be the difference when we close out this tournament.
Yeah, Revival Games definitely played that perfectly, but bots played it as perfectly as they could up until that bitter end, recognizing that those sight lines were already on them. They had to find what they could, and they got second place out of it. Karasuno grabbing a solid KP to get themselves third place in that game, drug-free. Also, the placement really helping them out as they will make it to, I believe, third. But this leaderboard has been super shaken up. Let's take a look at the finality of it after these first 2 games, halfway through the Storm Point run, and obviously Revival Games, after an absolutely incredible run through that second game, they are now up to 33 points. I believe they just got like 25 in one singular game, if not more. Absolutely nuts. Cozy not falling too far, but they're down third place. A lot of work still to do. On the other end of that, this bottom 10, couple teams that a lot of pressure now on them to really perform. I mean, you see Blackhand, who was first place out of the Challenger circuits. You have Slept On and Team Smiley, who are coming down from the pro circuit, unable to break through that top 10 just yet. And there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here.
Yeah, but, even though we've had a couple of teams dropping those bigger totals, it's still so tight. We've got 3 teams on 11 points. We've got a team on 9 points. We've got teams on 7, 6, 5 points all the way down. It's so tight. And it really puts the pressure on all teams, especially when there's 8 games. If it was maybe a 4 or a 6-game set, Revival Games would probably be chilling now. They probably think, you know what, we've qualified, we've made that top 10, but there's still 6 more games to go, and they're fighting for those all-important seeding points as well.
Yeah. Revival certainly taking that first step up in the point totals, but still so much to do. How will these gaps widen? How will they close? How will the pace of these scorings affect the rest of the PLQ? Those questions and more will be answered over the course of these next couple days. We have Game 3 of Storm Point coming your way after this short break.
nerves off. You know, I can tell you that once you get that first game out of the way, you feel so much better when you're approaching a tournament. But we're going to go for a little bit of deja vu here. We are landing in the middle with 6-man landing. And that is an RNG moment right there. You've only got a P20, but you're still going to try and make it work. Huge P20 damage. And Blackhand now, they've gone in, they picked up a Prowler. They're scraping around for whatever weapons they can find. You've got the Prowler and the Mozam here. But you are short-handed, you're a man down. Slept On are still 3 up. So what are they going to do here? Are they going to force the issue? Are they going to push? They're just taking their time to reset. But they don't want to allow a res here. And he's going to take a 1v1. Alternator, big damage, but not enough. And it's leveled to a 2v2.
And now that sightline has been reopened up by both Blackhand and Slept On, deciding that to diverge for that crucial second in order for the remaining players on each side to get themselves back up. But it looks like Diverge is actually going to head in on the action early. Sleepy Panda is here as well, trying to get in on the action while Slept On and Blackhand finish up their feud. It's down to Sungwin for Slept On in order to hold it down, as Blackhand is also down to 1 in Yasto, who has a couple death boxes to work with, and will also try and thirst this out, but both teams so much worse for wear and completely aware of the fact the Diverge is on the way to clean up the scraps. So Yasto gonna try and make it out, but no, Sleepy Panda finds the shots. Blackhand is down, and it looks like Slept On is not far behind. Psycho still around, but Sungwin is ways away, ready to fight another day. But, I mean, another very different ending to this interaction on the mill, but Diverge taking perfect advantage of it, recognizing, okay, we are not going to have that kind of time to invade next time. We need to grab our loot and immediately head over to see what they can find, and I think the Diverge is very happy with those results to start things out.
Yeah, I alluded to the experience that particularly Sleepy Panda has. He's played in the Pro League before. He used to play for Absolute Monarchy at one stage. He's been a veteran of the Challenger circuit since its inception. And he's really showing his experience there because he's recognizing the opportunity, but he's also lulling those teams into a false sense of security. You know, they fought the first time. Maybe they were a bit nervous about Down Beast third-partying them. They didn't. So then the next game, they choose to take a fight. No third party from Down Beast. So you're thinking, fine, you know, clearly Team Diverge is focusing on themselves. They're not interested in third-partying. Psych, here they come, running straight at you. Excellent tactics there from Team Diverge. Really waiting for those teams to feel comfortable and confident to fight, and coming in, cleaning up, grabbing some points, and clearing out their side of the map so they can go back, loot, and take their time. One of the many benefits of being an edge team in those situations.
Speaking of the edge, the circle is headed up to Checkpoint and North Pad this time, as Risen Rose is taking on their own armory at the moment. Over in there. And that's certainly made a lot of noise. Potentially a camp up here is, I think that is Cozy, No Name, and Intel. All up there on the northern end, with also Redeem and E8 not far behind. So if a team wants to commit to this contest, post-armory, they absolutely have the freedom to. Gonna make sure that Trident is properly parked. Yeah,
excellent.
Yeah, I don't want to get a ticket for it.
Make sure you engage that handbrake. Oh, we're just gonna ram that in. Are you gonna make it inside? Okay. Yes, you are. We love game physics. Let's go.
Interesting way to, I guess, save a little bit of time on the blockade, or maybe force somebody to move that to make sure that nobody can come from your 6. So yeah. I totally get that.
Abilities from Wish right there. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Who needs Catalyst? You can just ram a Trident in the door.
Well, they have their black market, they have their fences, as Den Pride is running that Loba. And again, although we've seen Lobas on like different teams, I think over the course of these games, we haven't seen too many of them at any point in time, Tom. I think everybody has kind of happened to find that happy medium every time.
Yeah, I think Loba's definitely less common on Storm Point because the map is a little bit more spread out. You don't tend to get those end zones with lots and lots of teams concentrated into one POI. But actually, I just want to come back to that, what we'll call Trident placement. I think that actually that makes that spot so much more viable because that spot is basically just a corridor. Oh, I'm going to get rudely interrupted here by Redeem, by E8 taking an early game fight here. E8 will try and reset, but it looks like that white knockdown might get thirsted by Redeem.
Yeah,
C. Davis on controller now. Team Intel also getting involved, and E8 really are just between two teams right here, and they are going to get taken out early. They just cannot take that much damage flying in. Everybody's able to look at them, and Team Intel, they're under a little bit of pressure here, but they are going to get back to one of those many little houses we have here. Oh, not quite. Intel Jet getting taken down. Can they reset? Seer Exhibit is going to give them some information. We're going to have some inspirational crawling here by Jet. Bit of punching as well. Friendly love punch there to your teammate. But I don't know if they're going to get a reset. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of heat on them right now.
Yeah, this is Randoms waiting on the other side. Intel was already contested by No Name in there. Black Hole going to be taken down basically immediately, but they know that that pressure is coming, and now here it is. Randoms are just going to move in on this. Jet will get thirsted, and the Rolling Thunder out immediately after. Remember, No Name is still paying attention to this. Flinzar on the run, down. Icy on your full health, on the run as well. Have to rat it out and hope nobody else spots him, but considering the concentration of teams over on those tunnels, it is quite possible that he will anyway, as he heads farther north into this circle, which arguably has even more teams, as Diverge will take their foots off the pedal, and Randoms will now set up shop where they were able to take down Flinzar and Icy. Or Flinzar and Jet, excuse me.
And that just shows how punishing this level of Apex can be. All Intel did was take 10 steps forward to look at a short-handed team in E8, and they get punished for it massively. You cannot even rotate back to your little hidey hole without getting punished, and once you get a knock, you're getting wiped so quickly. It is so punishing to make a slight mistake, and that's why you see teams playing so cautiously, because that is the risk. Was that worth one kill to Team Intel? Are they going to be happy with that play in hindsight? Probably not. But going back to Team No Name and what they've done with that Trident, just quickly, because there's a few of those spots on the map. We saw Redeem playing inside there. We saw Intel playing inside there before they were evicted. Those buildings are really difficult to play because they are essentially a corridor with a post. There is no real cover in there. One grenade in the middle of the room can completely clear it out. But by putting that Trident in there, by replicating maybe what a Newcastle ability or a Catalyst ability, you've made that spot so much more viable, and that is great use, great use of your abilities. But it looks like everybody's called the zone slightly wrong. We are pulling slightly more to the west. There's a lot of teams on that very edge of zone, so we might be in for a little bit of carnage in a couple of zones' time here.
With a lot more open space as well. Yeah, everybody going to have to move back from these corridors. But like I said, especially with the amount of Watsons we've seen in those corridors as well, putting down that Trident and then sticking that pylon on, like you said, great plan there. As Deadass is looking to finally make their push here. Slept On are the team that stands in front of them and absolutely knows that Deadass is here. I think they're absolutely willing to take this fight as well, despite how proficient Deadass is with these fights. But Sungwin already taken a good chunk of damage, forced to back away, and that might actually be the go button for Slept On to say, okay, we don't have a good angle, this is not worth it, let's GTFO, see if we can take a better one. But Psycho, already taking some bullets, might have to contest this anyway.
Yeah, he's gonna blend in there, become a fish, and try and get some heals off. But when everybody has Seer, you cannot hide. They might not spot him, they might be moving past him. You can see excellent Seer scanning there, really making sure everything's covered. And yeah, Psycho is just not going to be able to make it. You just should have worn a green skin or something to blend in with the leaves. That is a poor forethought there. How dare you not think that was going to happen? Outrageous.
Yeah.
Cannot get the Phoenix off, and Slept On are probably not even going to be able to get the banner, to be honest with you. They're going to have to play as a duo. They're going to rotate away here towards checkpoint.
Revival might meet them here, actually. Yeah, they're staring him down. Slept On might still run into some trouble here. But meanwhile, let's take a look at bots who are currently fighting up against SCS. As also KSP is also taking a look in here, and it is carnage on SCS. Bots had every angle under the sun, and only one falls. Easy shield swaps, but now, does the third party come in time here from KSP?
Great angle there under the stairs from
so much
Kine.
damage.
Sync gonna launch in there, using that flatline. Absolute decimation, and all of that comes from Seer. Even though he is set to be nerfed, one thing that is not getting nerfed is his ability to cancel revives, cancel abilities, cancel heals. And that bought KSP the time to move up, to generate an angle, to stop a full reset there, and they benefit from 3 KP, a decent spot as they rotate into the next zone, access to a beacon, and plenty of loot. They are not going to be wanting for anything. It looks like it was SCS there, one of the teams taken out. That's two big hitters sent back to the lobby here early on.
Yeah, bots moving in first, and then SCS getting third-partied as well. KSP is now the only team completely outside of this circle, as Karasuno has seen Drug Free, trying to fight inside this lower tunnel. A lot of damage done out the gate here. James Fearless, the beam onto a sewer first. Very little health left to do, but the quick shield swap is going to afford a little bit of extra time. And now Risen Rose on the other side of the action over in the northern end going to try and get a piece of it. But Revival Games is starting to move in on Karasuno now that Drug Free is gone after Karasuno find that solid wipe. But they still have a lot of those shields up. They'll be able to have a little bit of time and space to heal this away, and I don't know if they'll be able to third party, and indeed, Revival accepting that, gonna move back out again.
That was some crazy damage to the smokes there. That was absolutely huge. They wiped that so cleanly, and they bought themselves the space to back away there, but they're gonna go back. They're gonna see if they can reclaim some space, reclaim that loot. I mean, that was some crazy damage. Unbelievable. You think a smoke's going to protect you? Not at this level. If someone knows where you are and they know the speed to track you out and they get a little bit of assistance with the scan, absolutely just child's play there from James Phillips with the Prowler.
With the next circle coming in, though, Karasuno is going to have to exit here through the left door on the western side, and indeed they will. Immediately bet by fire from Sheeny and Revival, who know they were here the whole time. Still in first place right now, and making their way up to the top 10 to find those extra points. So Karasuno gonna have to take some extra time, maybe take the right side and take the higher and or longer road on the way to that next zone, but also still a lot of teams in the way on that other end anyway. No Name, meanwhile, still in this northern side of the upcoming shrinking circle, which has since been a little bit vacated due to the fact that some of these teams have been absolutely destroyed, with very few rats, actually, for the most part. Slept On, I think, currently the only team still with that rat available is Sungwin. Has barely survived, but is right next to Deadass inside checkpoint, which is where everybody on this southern end is looking to converge. But instead, indeed, Karasuno is going to head up through the other side and meet KSP instead.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight. These are two of our most experienced and best teams mechanically. This is going to be a big fight, and they're going to have that side of the zone and that choke clear to themselves if they can win this fight here. This is a really important moment in this game.
The whole time, though, pay attention to TSS, who is also still coming in from zone. I had no idea that they were still inside zone right now, but
wow, yeah,
they just made it into circle, and they will be able to hear and probably see a good portion of this fight. Karasuno recognizing again, KSP just has such a better position. They're getting fired on, they are getting run down, and they will be once again forced to retreat back over to this circle as KSP taking a step back, actually closer to TSS now. They may run into them halfway synced, maybe cut off beat here. If Hambino and the rest of the team can catch up in time, TSS starting to prowl, and they've slowed down. They will not take this fight. Synced is safe for now, but TSS could get away with stalking one of those teams if they stay out of sight, as long as KSP does not check this 6, which they really have no reason to at the moment.
And it looks like Karasuno are actually going to make it in. It looks like Revival Games have given up they've given up the holdout. They just gave it up as Karasuno turned the corner. They're concentrating on their own rotation, and Karasuno are going to mirror them in and join this four-way fight, potentially, at checkpoint.
KSP currently taking on Smiley over here on slope. Taking that low ground at the very least. Certainly happy with that to begin. Much more can you do, though, as we exit this upcoming circle. Couple more forced rotations. LTC forced to vacate. Karasuno forced to fully move in, and while Revival is no longer the most imminent threat, Deadass is. KSP finally gonna make the choice to move in on Team Smiley, and that is a lot of damage to begin. Coming in on the other door as well is Synced. Some easy beams, but perhaps not as the bombardment comes through. Smiley will still fall, but KSP in a little bit of danger for certain. But still isolated. Revival still has to take a second before they can move in, and they will have all 3 members up.
Oh, just in time.
They barely got it up.
Milliseconds away from getting Seer cancelled. And Sync, they have the Watson gen from the other team there to be able to heal. Sync really benefiting there. Nice little present. But Horizon ult coming in. Sucking Kine out into the open. He's going to get in. He's going to take a lot of damage, though. And they really are struggling here. They're getting shot from multiple angles. There is no cover in this building. And even that Kraber, I don't think, is going to be enough to save them.
Yeah, they opened both these doors up. Revival has all the leisure and agency in the world. They'll be able to clean up KSP on the third party, and now they no longer stand alone either, as No Name has decided to invade for the fourth party. Prophet the first to fall. Saws and Sheeny stuck, choosing to move outside so they don't get fired upon easily outside these doors. Now the shield trading for Sheeny, the last remaining member. No, Revival falls next, and now No Name stands alone on the eastern side.
And No Name, the last time we saw No Name, they were just placing down a Moby Beacon to revive one of their players, and it looks like they got that revive off, they got looted up, and then they've been able to rotate, and now they have KP, loot, and they have a clear side for them to walk into zone.
That is Revival, the current leaders of the lobby, down with 38 total points. No one really close, but certainly a first place will help that out. And a good couple teams still searching for that. TSS has made their way into the eastern end of the circle after prowling the whole way through. May now actually be sandwiched more than any other team, as over in Checkpoint, there are currently 3 teams waiting. Of course, one of them is a rat, but the other 2 teams are Karasuno and Deadass, 2 absolute forces to be reckoned with, who look to actually be scoping each other out, as opposed to Sungwin, who is just sitting below, just waiting it out. But Redeem is going to be the first to take a lot of brunt of punishment, as they are being moved in on double fold by both Diverge as well as Redeem, or excuse me, not Redeem, but Randoms, who are both checking them out. But everybody kind of taking a second, especially after this pylon is up. Redeem will be able to recover, but do they have any space to rotate back out, as once again, in comes Diverge and Randoms to duke it out. Crummy, the first to go. And at least one of these teams is fractured.
Yeah, Redeem there with a really nice reset, and now, using their experience to back off a little bit, but there's just nowhere to go at this stage of the game. They have, the zone is now moving. I was going to say they have only a few seconds, but those seconds are gone. And Redeem, which way are they going to choose to fight their way in? Are they going to swing around in these trenches? Or are they going to go back the way they came? There's a team on high ground. It looks like they're just working their way in, but here's Team Diverge finishing off Randoms. Enemy as a solo just not able to do enough. And we see Dempride in the kill feed using that Kraber that he took from Synced, making full use of the equipment that they gained from that fight. And Team Diverge, they are the only team in zone right now. Only team in the next zone, one of very few teams in the current zone. And that is just unbelievable damage from Bird onto Sung. And we're in a top 5 situation here. Team Diverge with the advantage.
Everybody spotted Deadass as they skyward dove, so they're already getting a lot of pressure to start things out from Redeem, followed by Diverge, while No Name and TSS will duke it out on that eastern side, which is directly across. Joey Blackout is actually going to go take a gander over there and see what the hullabaloo's about, as Redeem may have to duck out of this fight in order to join another one. Deadass is low, but they got the job done. And TSS still waiting on this eastern side, with Redeem now taking a little bit of cover, but this circle is microscopic, and Diverge has the lion's share of control over it. Deadass may be able to camp out a lot of this, but that doesn't mean they have the best angles for damage, and they're searching for these pot shots, having a little trouble finding them, forcing to low ground. There's a good amount of damage done by Goat in order to continue putting this pressure on to TSS, who is still trying to flush out Redeem, who is just down to Mollis. 3 teams with 1 rat in tow. That is your final circle.
That was great. Great discipline by Deadass there. They flew in, they were the center of attention, they just put their heads down, they concentrated on resetting, they held their nerve, and then they were able to peek out and put Redeem into the pinch. And Mollis now is just going to have to rat this out. Can he survive? Can he get an extra placement point? I'll be honest with you, he's right in the middle. Maybe he'll go unnoticed, but we are in a Seer meta. I respect it. That guy, that's like alien isolation levels of tension right there. He is holding his breath for real.
Yeah, that is such a tragic cubby to have to subject yourself to, but for the sake of the circle, they have to. TSS is going to rotate along the southern end and meet Sleepy Panda there actually a little bit early if they're lucky. But Diverge, they have so much space to work with on this last circle, and so they'll be able to kind of keep that building going. Instead, it's like Hambino is going to go search for Mollis, not necessarily find them. This might actually be a forced fight against Deadass first. Oh no, Mollis running in.
I think that was Mollis, yeah. I think Mollis moved and Hambino hunted him down and he's been taken out. Honestly, good effort. He had to move. Hambino knew exactly where he was. He was not hidden. He was just on some borrowed time. So we've got 3 teams left. We have TSS, we have Team Diverge, and we have Deadass. And it looks like TSS and Diverge are going to go head-to-head. Deadass will be laughing on the other side of the zone.
These are all teams that would super benefit from that first place right now. TSS has had such a solid game, though, thus far, and has already made their way up to 11th. Can they do a little bit more? Having to last against both Diverge and Deadass, but now comes the Rolling Thunder. A lot of damage already done out the gate here. Everybody forced to take a step back and bat up, but TSS and Diverge so close, while Deadass has all the distance in the world to play with, and still a slightly northern final tinge of that circle. They will get to move incrementally slower when this final shrinkage comes through.
Yeah, I think Deadass are doing exactly what we saw Team Cozy do in the first game. They are just letting these 2 teams go at it. Orizal, is he even tabbed in? He's probably on Twitter or, he's opening up your favorite food delivery app right now to order some halftime snacks or something. They're just chilling. They're letting those other two teams go at it. They're encouraging them to fight. You know, go on, you guys can fight. We won't third you, we promise. We're just going to sit here. We're playing Angry Birds. We're just chilling. You two go at it, and we'll see you when there's only 2 squads left.
You can see Diverge is starting to scope it out, though. Another Rolling Thunder in. A lot of Valk attacks as well.
That's a lot
and
of
the smokes, too. TSS is actually going to choose to make it happen, maybe. Or at least get away from Diverge. But Deadass is going to start to dissuade a lot of that pushing. Zura already forced to bat up. Hambino on scraps and downed. That may be the ghost signal for one of these teams to move in. Diverge has already taken a little more space. So has Deadass, but Deadass has been rotating back and forth anyway, and Diverge doesn't want to take that risk of the low ground contest before Deadass comes back because they are just as hungry for that first placement too. But TSS on broken time, on broken legs. Blur Flavors bats back up though. A little bit more time to spend as Diverge and Deadass slowly but surely forced to come in. Bird taking some extra shots. Diverge through these corridors. TSS still remaining alive, but on such borrowed time. It may just be down to this last 2 as Deadass begins to make their prowl up the western end. They may choose to meet Diverge halfway here.
I think they've identified that it's just a short-handed team left, so they're going to take this 3v3 and they're just going to roll them. We've seen their fighting ability all through the Challenger circuit, and Deadass, very clean, all 3 staying up. Can they shield swap? We know it's not a full team left.
It's just Blur Flavors. Gonna be able to grab 1 here, I believe. Oh, it was Zura too, but Deadass overwhelmingly having more resources, having more people, and having the win here in game number 3. Deadass played it to a T, and again, Tom, patience pays off, waiting until everyone else has fragmented each other with that advantageous position, and that skyward dive 2 circles ago, that orchestrated it all.
Yeah, and I think we saw regret in real time from Hambino there. He fired those smokes, he charged into the open and went, tried to U-turn, couldn't quite make it, and yeah, exactly, and they put themselves in a really, really difficult position there, but I think that they were in a difficult spot to begin with because they had to force something, they had the worst spot. Team Diverge had the trenches, Deadass had all that space at the back, they had plenty of cover, and you could see they were trying to work out, how are we going to not get 3rd place here? And to be fair, I hold my hands up. They did get 2nd.
Yeah.
So it kind of worked. Fair play. The old bait and switch. Because Deadass realized that, wait, these teams are trading. We can go and we can clean up the 3-man. And then they fancied their chances in a 3v2. And we know they're one of our best fighting teams. We know that in 3v3s, they're always going to back themselves because they absolutely rinse the Challenger circuit week after week.
Yeah, it's true. Deadass, such great skirmishers. It's absolutely unreal. And they prove that, taking on a handicapped 3-man and then a handicapped 2-man, basically consecutively inside a pretty disadvantageous spot, and yet able to get it done from that better game that'll boost them up pretty far in that scoreboard. But on the way through, once again, a lot of different story beats to hit as we've had our penultimate game on Store Point here. Everything is about to change after this 4th game, but everything's already been pretty chameleonic, including this latest interaction between Slepton and Blackhand to start things out because Diverge came in so much earlier, and now there's that extra 3rd variable to add into that contestant mill going into that last game.
I love that we're contesting for a POI in the Pro League qualifiers, and the best strategy that we've come up with is let's all land holding hands, singing a song, and right in the middle on 6 bins. I love it. I think that it just shows the strength of those bins because they have special spawn rates for armors. So you're pretty much guaranteed to get at least a blue or a purple armor out of those bins. So it makes sense why you want to lock in that fantastic armor. But it just creates so much RNG, and Team Diverge are just going to capitalize off that all day. So now we keep our eyes out. Will they do the same thing again now Team Diverge have shown their hand?
This 3rd party after 4th party coming in from RG, then KSP, then No Name, I think also speaks to the potential volatility of those games like this. Anytime you let yourself open up and you're in a spot where somebody else could invade, it's probably going to happen. We've seen that over the course of these 3 games where teams just know timing so well at this point when the perfect moment is to actually initiate, to actually go in and to use those tacks proactively. Oh, poor Hambino stuck in the middle here, resorting to Blur, and Zura having to clean up against a dead-ass team who basically took 0 damage apart from Karma, who had to back out for a second. But Golden Orioles, they had it under control, and then Karma able to come in the very tail end of that. I mean, yeah, Deadass performed perfectly there, and they will get rewarded with 22 points from game number 3, a surge above the rest.
I actually want to point No Name out there in 5th with 12 points, 8 kills. They're the team that we saw ram that trident into that door. They did then lose a player during the middle stage of the game, but managed to revive them using a mobile beacon just outside that door. By putting that trident there, they gave themselves so much extra cover to revive that player, him to drop inside, grab that loot, and then we saw them clean up, pick up a Kraber, and pick up a lot of kills. That was a really, really nice reset from a team that arrived in zone right at the beginning of the game.
Revival Games, not unseeded just yet. In fact, not even close, considering that most of the teams that placed really highly in this previous game weren't placing highly beforehand. So Deadass, Redeem, No Name, Diverge, teams that hadn't really had a pop-off until now. TSS, who's now in the top 10, they are now scratching at the surface ahead of Revival Games, who still sits 13 points ahead of the competition at the moment. But like you said, this game is more proof than anything that that this match is not even close to over. There is still so much that can happen, and no one is even close to out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of big surprises here, really, because we're seeing teams like E8 down in 15th. Of course, not that far off 10th place, only 6 points, which you can get very, very easily. But Blackhand, our Challenger Circuit champions, all the way down in 19th on 4 points. And perhaps this is showing just to the style of the lobby. Blackhand have been one of our most aggressive teams. They've been fighting on the edge, but people are playing a little bit more tight. People are playing slightly more cautious, so it's just not quite working for Blackhand yet.
Yeah, that contest of the mill has been their downfall twice in a row. They'll have one more chance up there, or maybe, just maybe, we'll switch things up. Our final game on Storm Point takes place after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We are back again with the ALGS NA Split 2 Pro League Qualifier. I'm Tenrek. With me is Tom, and we are about to head into our final and fourth game on Storm Point for the day here in the winners bracket. So far, Revival Games still sits atop the colony, but everyone has made a case as to why they should make that top 10, why they should make that finals bracket, and why they should avoid playing any more than 8 games today, Tom. They're ready to go. So am I. Are you?
Just the whole mill, just that middle bit of the mill. Are we going to 6 deep land there again? You know, there's Blackhand. We just commented on they're struggling. They're down low in the leaderboard. They've had one game where they've been able to play it out and they weren't able to rack up big points, and they're really hurting themselves by not being able to win these contests. Are they going to make a change? Are they going to put their differences aside and move? Or are they going to stick it out? Do they back themselves one more time? And do they back their ability to gain points back on World's Edge? We'll see in just a second exactly what is going on at the mill. But elsewhere, I think we're going to see, where is this zone going? We've had some really, really good variety of zones. So I'm hoping for something maybe down in that bottom right of your map there, maybe down in Antenna, down in Shipfall, down at Gale Station, just so we get that last segment of the map with a zone in it.
Well, in the meanwhile, it looks like Diverge, Blackhand, and Slepton are all rinsing and repeating, as the latter two will head down to the middle boxes and duke it out again one more time for the culture. Psycho already getting a solid swing. So much damage done out the gate here, but the shotgun coming through along with the blue shields will put Psycho down and Sungwin. It's down Zerb, already forced on the run, and Blackhand is taking a step up.
Yeah, much better RNG there for Blackhand, because they
only has a PK.
Yeah, he's up in the air.
Oh, that was a solid shot.
Oh, and it's just not going to be able to make it. Blackhand there. Look at that flatline PK. We had Evas in the kill feed as well. And that is just an RNG moment when you're landing on literally 6 bins. But, you know, you cannot rest easy because Team Diverge are coming. They know you're fighting. They're hunting you down. And they're going to put some pressure on Blackhand here. They are not going to really benefit beyond the 3 points they've just earned if they can't get away.
But now comes Diverge. They recognized they got it early and got rewarded for it the previous time, but they're now walking into a mill that they know is only one team strong, a team like Blackhand that has been able to kit themselves back up in time. So Diverge no longer just has this confidence, the third party. They have the confidence to take down Blackhand, which it looks like they're trying to do right now, as Cody is on this other side. Diverge trying to find the right way to condense, to suffocate this Blackhand squad, which, despite grabbing that equipment that was able to boost them up against Slepton, they still have 1 mill building worth of loot to work with, while Diverge is coming off of Down Beast and also is taking his high ground.
Yeah, and, you know, Team Diverge here just playing it carefully. They know they probably have an advantage. They've obviously got Seer to give themselves lots of information, and Blackhand just stalling here. You know, I mean, I wouldn't be pushing much if I had an L-Star either. You know, you're really struggling with weapons. They haven't been able to choose what they want. They won't feel that comfortable, but they're just stalling. That Cyril is up in about 10% on that ultimate charge. So they're just stalling here, but Yazto has a Prowler, and this guy is a demon with a Prowler. So we're missing a counter push here. Big swing! Huge damage! Not even a 1 clip, that half clip.
AJ, ISO'd in Blackhand, able to get Trek going. Now the question is, how much more of Diverge is on the way out, because there's no way they're sticking around here if they want a chance at getting those extra points. But down to only 1 player already. Blackhand on the prowl, seeing what they can find. Seer Tack and Horizon Tack still on cooldown, now back again. Trying to find this rat, spots a smoke, and that might be the answer that they need.
Yeah, Blackhand have just completely turned the tables here on Team Diverge. Team Diverge just didn't press their advantage. They're a little bit hesitant. They let Blackhand stall, and now they are on the run. And Blackhand are happy to chase because they're actually chasing into a half-looted POI. You know, thank you for the flatline. Absolutely going to pick that up and continue to chase you with it. They're going to be happy with this. They're rotating towards a place with loot. Apparently, we're staring at this car. I hope we haven't disconnected here. I hope that... Oh, yeah. Okay. Making me panic there slightly. Just taking a sniff of that car or something. And we're just going to keep moving. And they're going to keep chasing. And they're probably going to give it up and loot the rest of Down Beast if I was making a guess.
5 KP have been awarded this game. All of them have gone to Blackhand. But the Circle has determined itself, and good amount of teams already making their way to where they need to go. Randoms, a team that has already been placing pretty consistently on the top dog spots, and for that has been rewarded with currently 3rd place, or tied for 2nd actually with Deadass, the recent victors of the previous game. Does that consistency reign through with World's Edge? Does it even reign through with Game 4? Can they hold up when so many teams are literally directly behind them? Bots with 24, LTC 22, Cozy 20, Intel 19. So many different teams on the cusp of breaking through, trying to find that top 10 spot, trying to find that security. It is going to be close the whole way through.
Yeah, and Mercy's going to feel confident. It's using one of my personal favorite weapons to use because of how satisfying it feels. The Gold Devotion, such an insane weapon. Great to get that sort of loot early game, and it makes such a difference when you have something in your hands that you're comfortable with and you know it's powerful. And Sync's going to be feeling the same thing. Purple Mag, Skull Piercer Wingman, you know, a decent amount of ammo. Slightly scuffed building to play. It's basically just a corridor, but they're going to work with that. Sync's been there, done it all. He's competed in all levels of this game, and they're going to be thinking about where their next move is going to be.
Well, pretty similar circle to before. Checkpoint and Cascade Falls. Just a little less north this time, so no north pad trenches. But where this circle will drag, these teams have had a little bit of trouble specifically predicting where it could go, and I don't think that'll change here. It really could gravitate towards those 3 different locations on the outskirts. Cascade looking the most dense when it comes to availability, but again, very much up in the air, and that's why so many of these teams trying to take a secure spot in the zone itself, not really worrying too much about rotation, not really worrying too much about fights, just waiting to not have to make a wrong decision. But on the other end of that, a lot more teams have started to take the edge, including our good friend Sleepy Panda, who is able to avoid Blackhand's final KP. So, Diverge currently still in this game as well. Going to try and find some placement points, but could be running into SCS on the wall.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there. Sleepy Panda managed to get away. I think that Blackhand obviously decided, look, because they're still there, they're still just finishing looting down base. I think they decided that they needed the loot more than they needed the 1 point. They've already picked up 5 kills. They have a fairly decent zone, honestly, for them from down base to rotate in. Maybe, clear out the middle of that. We just maybe lose the map there for a second. Apologies for that slight technical difficulty, but we're back. And Blackhand's still in zone. But they clearly just chose, like we predicted, that they're just going to chill. They're going to take that loot. They're going to maybe just try and play a game out properly here. They need the points. They're right down at the bottom of the leaderboard, even after those kills. They're still, down well outside the top 10. And they're going to want to build a big game here. They've got 5 kills. They just need some placement. They've managed to loot up. They've probably been able to scan that beacon as well, so they've got that extra intel. And they're going to move in. And speaking of intel, we're on board with them right now. They have set up, once again, one of our most successful zone teams across the Challenger circuit. And they've made an interesting zone call here. They are not in the zone, but they're going to fight randoms here.
They comfortably took this spot previously, even when they had to rotate back up north again as well. It's just, again, a little less of a commitment to that rotation. But, oh my goodness, Smiley. Effort till the very end. Randoms caught off guard there for just a moment, but still able to barely get it done. And we are down to 18 squads. But man, just danger around every corner. I mean, you got Bots and Revival Games all the way on the southern end. Bots currently gatekeeping there. You have Deadass still waiting on the southwest corner with literally nobody near them. You have the remainder of Diverge and Sleepy Panda still waiting for SES to move down just a little bit more. But SES is already walled out by teams like E8 and Redeem as well on that northern end too. So they also have an unsafe rotation. Just everybody in such perpetual danger at this point. Now that these lobbies, they've gotten their toes in the water, they've figured out how the competition operates, and everybody is really going 110% for this final game on Stormpoint to make up for lost time or just show what they've got one last time.
Yeah, I think we've really seen people's confidence improving and people have become a little bit more comfortable with playing on the edge, taking a little bit more risk. That was, we've seen a lot more early game action here. And there's a couple of, Revival Games are literally barely on the map. They are so far down south. Sleepy Panda crafting medkits at the wall, I'm assuming. Right up north. And we've got, SCS are just apparently rotating away from the zone, just trying to get around E8. Maybe don't want to take that engagement right now. We've got teams like Intel who aren't in zone. I don't know if they have a beacon. I don't know if they think it was going to be a counter pull all the way back, but it's not. It's pulling hard north towards where we see the armory, towards where we see a lot of our teams set up. And Blackhand, they're thriving. They're going to be so happy to just be alive. We can see they're on triple purple. They have good weapons. And they're in zone, but someone who isn't quite in the next zone is Bots, and they are at Cascades. They're facing a bangle. They're facing a lot of pressure. They're on the back foot here.
This is a product of Deadass and Bots both rotating in from different positions to the exact same spot in Cascade, and Bots are currently taking the brunt of the punishment, but Deadass wasn't able to fully complete, so they're able to heal themselves back up, and it looks like everybody's going to try and find their own comfort spot in these buildings as other teams like No Name and Deadass start to back out a little bit. Bots going to take some steady control inside their own exhibit while everybody kind of just lets them have it. But this will provide for an incredible rotation into that next zone, Tom. So many teams going to be coming from the exact same POI towards basically the exact same little crack outside of that big rock. You have basically 2 ways of getting into that next circle. And the shorter way is definitely going to be the more appealing one to most of these teams. And could lead to a lot of convergence, especially with the teams that don't have those Valkyries. No Name has one, though, and has taken some pot shots from their own building that is currently supplemented by numerous fences with the Watson, and of course, that Loba on top of things to give them that black market here in Cascade, certainly important for holding it down in the buildings that even teams like Karasuno are still inhabiting. Meanwhile, Revival Games spotting dead ass after they've had to escape after Revival Games have finally made their entrance into the circle, and dead ass once again trying to placate Keeper, saying, please no, this is my territory, and Revival Games, now the team that will buckle, head over to the southern end, and inevitably rotate.
Yeah, but there isn't really anywhere for them to go, because if they wrap back round, dead ass are just going to have, you know, a clear high ground over them. So this might be a time we see a Valkyrie, but there just really isn't any space. Teams are so spread out right now, whether people just didn't want to be in the zone and whether people slightly miscalled the zone at the beginning of the game. We've got teams everywhere, and we can see that zone really just is pulling all the way north. It's going to be right around where we saw Kine and we saw Sync setting up at the beginning of the game, right around those buildings there. We could see Cozier in there with their low brought down. Risen Rose sat in the armory, so the spots playable are taken, and if you're on this side of the zone, on the eastern side, the Valkyrie isn't really going to make it over that hill. I think there's only one specific spot that you can get over the wall, but if you fly into checkpoint, there's a team waiting there. LTC are in command of the choke, Redeem are in command of the northern choke, and there is just nowhere to go.
Yeah, everybody really walled out. It's forcing a lot of hesitation. Bots went for a long-winded rotation, actually back through zone, after getting stuck in Cascade, but now they're just going to meet Deadass again after having to use so many of their meds. Karasuno dipping their heads out of the sand for a second to see SCS on the other end. Some shots thrown either way. Not too much consequence just yet, but everybody's going to have to start moving in, and so there was a lot of preemptive spreading out. As SCS has gone more to the east, Deadass is going to start to move north into the bottom of this rock outside of Intel, Drug Free, and Karasuno, and Bots, in the meanwhile, may set up to go for a Skyward Dive, or actually try and head in through tunnel here, but Revival Games is going to be waiting on the other side of that, just someone in the way at every corner, and again, that's just a product of how safe these teams want to play, desperately want those placement points, desperately want to make the finals. 18 squads to go, and the zone soon to converge.
Yeah, everybody knows that there's still 18 teams at this stage of the game. If you're that first team to start a fight, you are going to get absolutely collapsed on here. As we see EA taking an engagement, and exactly the same, because they're a man down. Golden couldn't stay up. Cyril been saved, though. That's a great use of the Cyril there by Diff.
TSS is on the way,
holding it. Yeah, but by holding it, it puts off TSS from walking up. It means they're going to know when TSS enter that range, and it looks like they are going to get a reset. But Hambino from behind with the charge rifle. Cyril does not see that far away, and they're going to Valkyrie. Can you escape? Can you get out?
There's going to be a lot of damage going their way as TSS has made their way in. Golden is down! Absolutely massive here for TSS.
Diff is going to come. I don't know if they got their flight off. I don't know if Diff was able to fly, whether he got brought back down.
They tried to hit it, but now they're going to fight this out against SCS. The exhibit comes down early. SCS going for the third party now. A lot of damage done by Synox on the entry. But now they're rolling Thunder and Exhibit for the counter from this low ground, trying to give TSS some natural cover outside of the very few rocks and trees that they've had to boost them. But Crust is going to find Blur Flavors, and TSS may have to be sedentary on this other end before SCS can make the approach. Stuck, stunned, but SCS knows when they're not wanted and will instead try to take a more optimized angle.
Yeah, and exactly as foretold, as soon as one team started fighting, everybody collapsed in. But people are still playing so cautiously. We're still 17 teams alive, but with only 48 players. There's so many short-handed teams. And you can see that EA actually managed to make it all the way across the zone. And LTC, are they going to survive?
That's Deadass gone, and Dan Maddock is in. LTC will survive. Everyone by the skin of their teeth, but they already have eyes on them. Karasuno as well as Drug Free, both in the area at the moment, but they're busy fighting each other. So LTC, save for not Daniel, is going to get basically a full recovery here as long as that continues. No one paying attention to them, and indeed, the exhibit placed down on this fight between Karasuno and Drug Free as they'll get the drop and the sweep. Karasuno finding the 3 KP, but now can they spot LTC in time before the two-man rotates? As it looks like this could be a third party. LTC may get greedy with it, trying to find these points as in they track, and Karasuno not spotting anything just yet. The low ground has been given over. Karasuno, sightline attempted, smoke out on the other side, and LTC, they recognize that neutrality is gone. They've done all the swapping, they've done all the boosting. There's no way they can take this, but they have to hold this spot anyway in order to skyward dive, sacrificing a little bit of health in the process, but they will get out.
And while that was happening, we saw TSS were taken out by Redeem. Redeem have now cleared their side of the zone. So a little bit more space starting to be made here. We've just got a couple of engagements on the eastern side. As we can see here, multiple Cyril's down, looking a little bit like Epcot in Disneyland. So we're, E8 are going to back away because they're a duo, and Revival Games, who are, they're feeling good today. They're our leaders right now. They're feeling confident. They want to fight. Diff using his experience just to maneuver away to try and put as much advantage into their hands as possible when they're a man down by setting up, gatekeeping, and just trying to hold this team out instead of engaging and taking a full 3 versus 2.
But they can't take too much time with this, can they? Because Blackhand is already paying attention. Revival, though, if they rotate out the other way, then that could spell danger for them regardless. Good. Bit of splash done by Diff to keep that pressure going as Revival just press for the rotation. They're not exactly in a solid spot either, as they have teams both in front of and behind them. They'll opt to go for the ladder into bots and E8, who is still fragmented, and in comes the Rolling Thunder to help supplement that. As Revival on the run here, a little bit of damage done back and forth, but they'll try and find a way out. E8 gone, but Revival Games maybe close behind as both Bots and Blackhand still paying attention. It's Nice Koi that is able to find Sauce, but Senox that can find Sheeny back in the kill feed on the other end. Revival Games will fully fall, and Blackhand supersedes and will get an easy rotation in the next circle.
Yeah, Senox able to pick up some kills there because SCS, when they hit that Valkyrie, they took a spot. So lucky that they were able to take that spot because it's a fantastic power spot for this zone. As we're seeing Blackhand still fighting, Katagami last alive, and he's going to clutch it up. Huge shots with the vault right there. And they're going to get a reset as well, it looks like. Nobody pressuring them right now. Maybe Mercy and Crummy coming in. But have they managed to reset and res?
Karasuno took their chances with the skyward dive.
Wow, I mean, good luck landing that one. But Riz and Rose, they've really made a home of this armory. We've seen they've been able to play in here the whole game. Blackhand did manage to get one up. And they're just going to reset here. But they are under pressure.
There's not much of it, though.
Oh,
yeah, it's just an amigo.
Wow, and I think that...
That's it. They can recover.
I think the randoms just took so much damage on the walk up there. I think walking across the open, everybody looked at them. And Blackhand are having the game they needed. Look what happens. They were first in the Challenger circuit for a reason. When they win their contest, when they get loot, and when they're able to rotate in, they are one of the most fearsome teams in this lobby.
How crazy is that, despite how bad of a position that they are still in, they are basically unchallenged until this zone comes through. Everybody else forced in their open but steep cover, and in the meanwhile, the few buildings that are left are the choices of solace for these other teams. SES, another favorite to potentially take this. Already 4 kills on the board, completely kitted out, has been winning majority of these skirmishes and has taken, or has given so much damage throughout the game regardless, but now a lot of sightlines gazing upon them as they will also be forced to move in. And with 2 other teams in or on the same building as them, the pressure is unending. Attempted respawn here from Bots, I believe, to go for the third, and they're going to make it happen.
And SES have spotted it, but are they going to decide to push it? It looks like they're not.
They're looking for Litecoin instead.
Yeah, I think they're caught between a couple of mines here. Bang it into the open, might pick up some KP. And the time is running out, and I think they are going to push in there to where we see Team Diverge, to where we see Team Cozy. Litecoin also chilling on the outside of the building. They're probably going to rotate past. And Blackhand have just not been able to make it across the open field. They're in danger here. Can they push through? They're not quite in zone yet. I tell you what, they're just going to get some kills on bots. And huge game. We have a new kill leader here. And this might be... No, they have some space. They're just in zone. Horizon ult going to get taken down. Can you find the cover? Knockdown shield now available.
There's no way Nice Koi gets away with this.
Nah,
Chaos has to move in.
Push him into the open.
They have to move in.
Brutal use of Horizon.
Yeah, I mean, this
has been in this building the whole game, by the way. Absolutely great placement from them to be able to take this position early and hold it, because there is not a lot of cover in this building. This is not an easy building to hold. They don't have a Watson. They don't have a Newcastle. They don't even have a Bangalore or a Gibby. So they've done a really good job to hold this down and pick up some KP. Not many, but a couple of KP.
And they're one of the only teams left in that safe territory despite the open doors. So much natural cover to play with. SCS still has that cover too, but they'll have to get rid of it soon. Proficiency down next. We have 5 squads remaining. KSP tossed into the black hole.
Blackhand's still alive.
I know, yeah, despite the
kills
rotation.
As well. Look at him.
I know.
This is unbelievable. Yeah. And Risen Rose also managed to make that rotation. They're going to swing on Nice. Take him out.
Cube finds Blackhand. Now going to try and move in even more. Find some extra damage on a KSP, and the 1v3 is absolutely not going to get done. But that leaves it open for SCS to try and take the bite on KSP, which is what they're going to do. Now they move in, and in the meanwhile, Redeem just gets to sit back and watch the fireworks as KSP and SCS will duke it out. It's 1 down from KSP first. SCS still has all shields up, and they will make it work easily. Redeem may still have a difficult fight.
And look, they didn't take barely any damage there. They really benefited from, I think, what we can basically call a grief. Unbelievable shots. And Slayer, with the car, not going to quite get the damage off. It's all up to Senox, one of our most experienced players in the lobby. Can he do it? Oh,
the shield dodges. Redeem gets it done.
Unbelievable. How did they turn that around? That was such a big opening at the beginning.
Yeah. So much quick damage done. They played with the distance too, because SCS, even though they didn't take much damage, there was still that damage. So a lot of the shields were already burned away. And then that low ground that was retaken, they spread out way too quickly. And then KSP was able to take it out. But that was as close as it can be, all things considered, for the third party. KSP is lucky that SCS didn't take any or any less damage along the way. But man, a chaotic game, to say the least. Plugged Cube getting Risen Rose on the board just in time there to find some points, but it's on the absolute stars of the show for this game. Blackhand, 16 kills, along with top 10 placement. They are absolutely in the upper echelon, exiting Storm Point here for the winners.
And I think that's worth more than just the points. Obviously, it's a lot of points, and they really needed it. But actually, from a mental point of view, when you've been losing your contests and you might be starting to get a bit nervous, you really don't want to drop down into that loser's bracket. You'd much rather get a good night's sleep, prepare for finals, have Sunday, enjoy the Super Bowl if that's your thing, and be ready for Monday without feeling that pressure, and of course, have those seeding points. Now they've had that big game, they go, yeah, all right, we're in this. That's our game style, that's our plan. They've got 4 more games on World's Edge to really then rack up those points and sneak into that top 10 where they're not going to be contested as far as we're aware. I don't think we can continue this without talking about Redeem some more, because their positioning was immaculate. They held that choke down. They knew exactly when to push out. They could have overcommitted and taken a couple of third parties that maybe would have become fourth parties and got them killed. Instead, they held their ground. They played steady. They rotated in. They played that fence line. And we really saw the power of the knockdown shield there. I think Redeem are one of our best positioning teams in the lobby. IGL by Z Davis, who's been around... That one clip, that was unbelievable. But back to Z Davis, he's been around the scene for a really, really long time. He's played in the Pro League for Lazarus. He's been around, and he's also come through some real adversity this split. He's playing on controller now. Formerly an M&K player, was in a very unfortunate car accident and picked up an injury. Couldn't really use the mouse anymore, so has moved to controller and is still a top player in our lobby, as well as being one of the best and most experienced IGLs in the whole Challenger circuit. So props to him. That was a really good game from Redeem, and they're right up there now in the overall leaderboard.
I think that'll actually put them in first with the first place on top of the kills that they were able to get over the course of that matchup. They made it work, and it will show in the scoreboard, but I gotta see how the rest of that shook up after a great rotation from Blackhand after a stunning late-game recovery. Risen Rose to get on board after an insane run from SCS, along with that sedentary positioning that they got away with so much damage on over the course of that game. I gotta see who really comes out on top, because right now it is all Greek to me. The numbers will speak far louder than I ever could. All I know is that Redeem is on top when it comes to the leaderboard, but Blackhand is on top when it comes to this game. The monumental 16 KP boosts them up to the top of the leaderboard for match number 4, but Redeem will take that 19 points and carry it to a more long-winded victory out of Storm Point.
Yeah, and we're still seeing 3 teams there having big games. Our lobbies have been competitive all the way through. This is a really tight and tense tournament, as we expected, as we predicted. And you've got SCS there, who took a great spot. Will probably be slightly annoyed that the Risen Rose Rat launched himself into them and gave the opening for SCS. SCS hit that massive Valcult to position themselves and were able to really stabilize and then take the opportunities when they were presented. And then Redeem, who worked their way in from the other side of the zone. So we've got 3 teams there posting really healthy scores, and it just shows that these lobbies, they're open, Everybody here is here for a reason. We have some very, very talented teams here, and it's anybody's game.
And also, I mean, now the mill contests are finally over too, because I mean, who knows how far Blackhand could trek if Slept On hasn't been contesting them just like up in their faces, guarding them so heavily along the way. This is the potential that Blackhand has to really succeed, and that'll reflect in the standings going forward. Still so many games to play, but let's take a look at where we are now. Indeed, Redeem up to 44 points. Revival Game has finally been dethroned. LTC, though, has been really silently making their way still up in the leaderboard due to, again, really consistent placement throughout all of these matches. Not necessarily lighting up the kill feed, but just staying alive for a long time, and it's given them third place so far.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Blackhand now. For all the talk, we were saying they were not really impressing us so far. Obviously, been contesting. The one game they were able to play out, they didn't really, get going. But then the second they do get going, they're straight up into 8th. They've slipped all the way past a number of teams, and they're now in a much better position heading into World's Edge. There's a lot less pressure. They don't need anything huge. They just need to keep putting points down, keep ticking away, and they're going to make it into that finals at the first attempt.
But as always, the trail right behind them is ever so close. Karasuno guarding Team Intel in 11th by 1 point. Team Intel doing the same to 3 teams before them by 1 point, and so on and so forth. Halfway through the event, and still so much to be determined. So many teams can still make their statement, but they will have to do it on World's Edge, as we will moonlight Storm Point until that loser's bracket. We're going to take a short break to prepare the new lobby and you guys for 4 more games of awesome ALGS PLQ action. We'll be right back with that. American Pro League qualifier for split number 2. I'm Tenrek. With me is Tom, and we are now 4 games deep into the winner's bracket here in the PLQ. Just exiting Storm Point, Blackhand just had an absolute pop-off of a game that has boosted them to the top 10, but still so much competition rampaging among all 20 of these teams, and it now all changes, Tom, when we go to World's Edge.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some real tension here now because we're getting towards the business end of these 8 games. Teams, been able to fill out the lobby. We've seen some real big comebacks, and we've seen how tight this leaderboard is. It's all to play for. There's probably only a couple of teams that can feel confident that they've made it at this stage, at the halfway point. Teams like Redeem probably can't be caught by 10 other teams. It'd be surprised if they got past. But that isn't to say that they can just kick their feet up because they're competing for those all-important points. I've seen teams win a game and be, on 49 points and just miss out on match point. Even an extra point, even just getting that one singular point of seeding can make all the difference. So people really, really want to push and they want to compete and they want to try and make it as high up the leaderboard as they can. I'm now looking towards these zone teams. Zone teams tend to do a lot better on World's Edge. There's a lot more spots to play. It's been in the game a lot longer, so people tend to know the zones a bit better, know what spots they like. It's much more suited to our legends that we've seen like Watson and Crypto. So are we going to see some of our zone teams like Team Intel, who are one of our best zone teams, currently sitting 11th? They'll probably be quite happy with that. They're right on the cusp. They've got 4 games of World's Edge, and their playstyle is really going to come into its own as we head into our final half of the games.
On that note, like we saw with Slept On and Blackhand, there are still some contests around, and while Blackhand doesn't have any, we have 2 potential contests happening this time around. Intel, one of them contesting with Slept On, actually, over at Landslide, while there is one more that I don't remember.
It's E8 down at Thermal.
Yes, E8 at Thermal. Yes, that is correct.
I watched that
against Risen Rose.
Scrims. Yeah, I watched that contest in scrims yesterday, and I think E8 will be feeling like they can win it. Definitely the vibes they were giving off. We'll see if Risen Rose have chosen to contest it again. I don't think they have. Risen Rose have actually decided to solo land Trials. So they've decided not to contest E8, and that is the benefit of scrims. E8, performed very well in the scrim contest yesterday, so they've earned the respect to have the POI to themselves, and they need it because they're down in 17th right now. But someone who hasn't decided to settle the contest is Team Intel and Team Slept On, and we are fighting for Landslide, which everybody knows has so much loot. Definitely enough loot for 2 teams. We definitely want to fight for this. This is such a good POI. It must be fought for.
Hey, I mean, both these teams doing what they gotta do, and Landslide a spot that now only 2 teams inhabit, as they are attempting to disperse and indeed having some trouble finding that loot, while both sides also taking some shots. But with such low shields on both sides, it's not like either side really wants to engage yet, because when you engage, you want to have that security, because surviving is always that priority ahead of that fighting. But speaking of fighting, it looks like there actually may be another contender entering the fray, as KSP has waltzed on down to Landslide early to see what the ruckus is about.
Yeah, and they've been able to loot up. Obviously, Kind's on a purple shield. We never heard of purple shields in Landslide, so they really have an advantage here. And those 2 teams playing very cautiously. And it's whether they're going to back off now. Have they spotted the danger?
Intel's backed out already. Intel's south.
Yeah, and I think both of our contesting teams are playing low, but which gives them the opportunity to back away because they can remotely loot using that black market. If they can thread the needle and avoid teams like KSP, they can survive. They can use Loba to gain extra loot. But it looks like KSP are going to catch one of our teams here.
They're looking for Slept On. They might find them, but they have to be quick with this because once the rotation comes in, there are so many teams that are going to be above them heading down to this circle. And Synced falling first after Sung Win takes the off angle, but them and Psycho will fall next, and Slept On is down to just Zerbo, who is debating whether or not to run out of this. He's going to try and get the Horizon tack up to get a better sightline, but instead just walks into the LOS of 3 members of KSP, and Slept On will take 20th on the first game in World's Edge.
And I am wondering, I know we said this before about the mill and I was wrong, but that might put those teams off fighting Landslide again if KSP are just going to run at this every time, because it really, both the teams are playing low, but not just so they can survive after their contest, but because you really don't get a lot of loot at Landslide. Landslide is a POI built for Loba teams, or more, Loba is a legend built for Landslide teams, because you need to be able to remote remotely grab that loot. You're not going to get much, but you do have a nice central location. You have nice, easy rotates, but you're not able to take advantage of the benefits of landslide if you're having to contest. And you're not even able to pick up 3 points if you're getting third-partied immediately on contest. So we'll see if that one plays out, but right now, lots of teams rotating. It looks like our zone is pulling towards the bottom of the map. We're going to see a bit of tree, a bit of lava siphon. We're probably looking at something ending probably just north of tree in the open field there, maybe around the bridge between lava siphon and between harvester.
Yeah, that's I think where we're looking, which means all of these thermal station drops are going to have to move away. E8 will be forced to head down through at least 2 teams, while Bots is taking a peek over at Team Diverge, but not necessarily any damage dealt or taken on either side that's really more than negligible. Bots actually choosing to back out, but continue to take those sight lines before finally choosing to burn and head down towards that circle.
And look at that, we are seeing a Wraith here. Sleepy Panther using that Wraith, the legend that he has used for a long time. He is going to be absolutely, he's going to be doing the worm when we get this on Tuesday, because Wraith might actually be viable again, and Sleepy Panda definitely knows how to use Wraith.
Diverge going to be able to escape Bots, but now head into a circle that is quite dangerous. Intel in the wings, but they are now looking towards Cozy, who's on the bottom, down here in Harvester.
That was a great ALG star if somebody was up there.
It was, yeah, that would have been tight. But Cozy...
Look at the explosions.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Harvester's taking a battering.
Yeah, poor guy. But another burn. Cozy now gets to pay attention to this one. I believe this is No Name. That is currently heading out. Not going to take too much. Not too much pressure on these circles other than the fact that you want to know where you're heading to next. And a lot of these teams already have an idea of where that's going to be. And thus, Southern End already getting quite saturated. Cozy, though, already getting pressured by Intel still. And also Diverge has made their way close by. So pressure on both sides. Cozy may have to wall themselves out and find a new way away from the squad. As Diverge, with this Wraith, with this Valkyrie, has several ways of escaping if need be.
What's really interesting here is we're seeing a real lack of Watson compared to what we'd expect. You can see Team Cozy, they're a real talented zone team, but they don't need Watson. They've decided that actually the heals that you can get from the Labour Black Market is enough to sustain you, and they can show presence purely with their gun skill. And they don't need those fences. That's a really interesting composition there to make sure you have that Valkyrie.
This is Randoms heading up to face off against Blackhand. An enemy going to fall early on. Oh, excuse me, no, it's Risen Rose, actually. And that is going to be Randoms taking that out pretty quickly. Having everybody up. Risen Rose going to have to take a step back. This game, unfortunately, now dropping to 19th based off of the lack of KP. They were able to get this round. As the bottom of the pack getting a little bit fleshed out, but there is a suspicious amount of teams that have been relegated from the Pro League down there, slept on. Team Smiley at the very bottom. E8 also still down there as well. A crazy amount of teams coming down from the upper echelon, now getting potentially flushed out by teams like Randoms, like teams like Revival Games, like teams like LTC that are currently sitting atop. It's TSS, team that has had a pretty solid game on Stormpoint, but so far not a consistent enough approach to SP to have a solid point total. Need to look for their star-studded game here on World's Edge, and they're going to start looking for it in the southern end, avoiding teams like SCS and Bots, instead heading down to sandwich against Revival Games and Deadass.
Yeah, and I think that was a really interesting observation there about how some of our Pro League, or ex-Pro League teams, I should say, are performing so far. It could be a mixture of a couple of things, really. I think, obviously the play style between Challenger Circuit and Pro League is very different. So you're playing against, different things, different team comps. You might be facing teams that maybe, don't quite do what you expect. Something you hear a lot from players like, why would they do that? Well, they killed you, mate, and now you're dead. So, sometimes you have to just, you have to just deal with it. And it can be, if the opposition don't know what they're doing, how are you meant to know what they're going to do? Right? But it might also be a little bit of an ego thing. You might think, well, I'm a Pro League team. I've killed Imperial Hell like 2 whole times. So I am a professional. And, I could take on these Challenger Circuit teams, and they're very quickly coming to the realization that the gap between those levels is not as big as you might think. And that, they need to actually maybe rethink their plans. But, of course, they are going to get a second shot. Even if they don't quite make it, they still have another shot at making it into that final through our losers bracket, which follows this evening, straight after these games.
Deadass currently being walled away in the southern end of the circle by Drug Free. Another team looking for a breakout game after having some solid performances so far. Currently in 15th place. Another Seer attack to identify, but Deadass now making the approach. They're going to break this door down, and they're going to try and take this fight. Drug Free do not have the shields to work against it, and so they're going to choose to take some distance, try and run out and shield themselves, give themselves a little bit of fodder to work with. Deadass going to relegate that space, except that they may have to play a little bit longer. Drug Free safe for now, but perhaps not much longer.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting trade-off there. They chose to back out as we see E8 take to the skies here and push top Thermal. We're not quite making it. I don't know what we're doing. Oh, only one goes up. I'd do this together if I were you guys. But when they get up there, they are going to shred because they're such a good fighting team when they get going. E8. They've got so much experience. Golden and Presley been through a whole split of Pro League. They know exactly what they're doing. They clearly have the mechanical skill, and Turbo Havoc, possibly the best assault rifle in the game. As we head straight back to Tree, Deadass. They're struggling here. They're trying to fight for this building in Tree, and I think the fight's gone on just a little bit too long, and they're on the back foot now.
What a moment to get caught here from Drug Free, and Deadass, segmented for a crucial split second, is isolated and defeated, and there is no contest down here next to Tree. Drug Free now has all the space in the world to play with for the time being. A great play by them in such a disadvantageous situation, a kind of game that they need. With those few points, they are already up to 12th on that rampage. TSS, post-unfortunate fight up against Revival, and SES is the only one walled out in Storm right now on this southeastern end. SES is still keeping watch of Alizura. The only one remaining is Hambino. Will finally fall to the banner post-fight. Zura has to make a crucial decision. How to rat, maybe recover here, if lucky. But SES may have their sights set somewhere else after those two have been defeated. Just recognizing that Zura is not going to be worth their time instead. Setting their sights on Revival, and Slayer is actually pushing that front line a little bit. So Zura is going to be able to grab these banners, going to be able to get to a respawn beacon, and potentially have a full team for this next circle.
Yeah, there's also a crafter here, so if they need to craft some health heals, if they need to craft some med kits, some shields, they are going to have access to that. But it looks like he's maybe just going to get out here. I don't think he knows that SCS have gone. They haven't fully gone. Xenox is still lurking, so probably the right decision. It looks like he picked up some syringes off his teammates' boxes there. So he's going to try and reset. He might go deep into Dome. He might head all the way out, maybe all the way do a full zone wrap here. He's got quite a few options at this point in the game.
Yeah, with only one person left from Revival as well after SCS has now grabbed a couple more KP. Revival in a bit of a tough spot. Gonna be able to res though as well, potentially, but right now, every team I think just getting a grip again on how World's Edge is gonna operate here in the PLQ. A little more similar to what we saw in the first game where everyone just, getting themselves acquainted with how these teams will operate today on World's Edge. Elevate alone in the northern side, but everybody else basically taking Hovel inside this upcoming circle. Gonna nudge towards the southeastern side. Very little natural cover outside that farther building on Lava Siphon, which is currently controlled by bots.
Yeah, we've had some really interesting zone pulls today. They've predicted. They've been hard to predict. They've pulled quite traditionally for the first couple of zones, but we've seen some really weird Zone 3 pulls that have really flicked off to directions that teams weren't expecting. And there's now all of these teams here just outside of Tree that are all going to have to move towards Lava Siphon. Look at the space. Look how you can't see the map right now, but Stomps is literally in a different zip code to the rest of his team. They have the whole of the next zone right now to themselves. They have so much space, because everybody's predicted a slightly different pool here. So how are these zone teams going to adapt? How are they going to improvise? And how are they going to make their way into zone?
Well, Diverge currently being witness to some pot shots, I think, taken by No Name against LTC, as Den Pride has taken a step out. And Diverge is looking for a good time to third party. And actually, despite how condensed things are, that might actually be a good space, considering that's still a building. It's not like Blackhand is going to tail them all the way to that fourth party. That's too much of a risk with the open space that they would take. But Diverge already out here.
Out of heals. I
Good
think
work.
Sleepy Panda wasn't healing, so I don't know if they're out of heals and they're looking for a third party where they're saving heals.
Oh, that's a good point.
But they might be forced to third party that for some loot. But someone who is not going to be forced to grab some loot is Redeem. They've taken their time. They're on the edge. You can see they've got some pretty good shields. Z Davis gonna take a little bit of damage. I can only see a couple of cells actually on Moller, so they, again, resources running low here. And is that because we have so many Loba teams in this lobby slurping everything up?
Ooh, Intel in a rough spot. Currently facing off against E8. And Karasuno is also trying to maybe get in on the action too. But E8, quick work of Jet to start things out. Icy and Flinzar taking a step back outside of Ring. But still around Siphon to try and stay in this. And indeed, E8 going to focus more on the front line for the circle. At least for the time being. They still want to keep their watch on their 6. Absolutely. Knowing that there's no incentive for Intel to really rotate any direction than towards them. But they will also meet up with Saw as the rat from Revival too. So a pack of rats that E8 could munch on, if need be, as they are the only ones really close to it until Icy is going to extend a little bit outwards towards next circle where Bots is going to be able to intercept. Stomps taking a couple precautionary shots on SES in the center of that circle as they try and maintain control while everyone rotates in.
Yeah, Bots showed some really good discipline there because, you know, we made the quip about them, you know, playing essentially the whole zone, but they have retreated. They focused on keeping that building, which is definitely the safest spot to keep, because once other teams worked out the zone was moving, and people have obviously naturally moved in towards this spot, and they haven't been caught out. I've seen it before where, you know, you've had so much space, and then suddenly 3 people are coming out of the sky onto one player's head, and it, you know, then you're short-handed and you're regretting playing with so much sort of freedom. So they've retreated back to that building. Redeem have taken advantage of that and are set up on this platform. And we can see teams now, now the zone's been revealed, they're making their way in, and everybody's slowly shifting east towards this Lava Siphon open field.
Rats now gone from Revival Games. Intel has made their way into the next circle inside the only building that provides cover. Bots' gamble has gone awry, and Redeem is now sitting atop another potential fight. LTC below them as Randoms circumventing along the top side, trying to avoid Cozy. Redeem working with this natural cover still. A lot of angles to work with. A lot of teams that they could potentially choose to fight, but in doing so, a lot of action that they could procure for themselves, potentially unwanted. E8 rotating down the eastern end as Redeem continues to try and flesh out their own area. But Intel is the team to watch when it comes to positioning right now. And SES, for that matter, as well. They have a lot of space, too.
E8, I think, are probably going to feel confident taking this fight. They've got great armors. They're a really, really strong fighting team. But they do have to fight up the stairs, up the ramp. These teams might choose to coexist. They might not. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them. There's a couple of teams now joining them. We can see that the zone is getting really full now, so I think the window of opportunity to fight this might have passed. So E8 gonna have to be happy with being on the bottom floor of this Lava Siphon building. Team Bot's gonna have to be happy on the top floor, and they're just gonna wait. And the zone is gonna pull away from this building just a bit. So we're gonna be interesting to see if anybody tries to force it later on.
Cozy's now landing in this same area, so the Seer attacks are gonna start picking up a lot of traction as Coast falls first. And Cozy may have fallen into the wrong area. A lot of damage coming through. Divq is actually going to fall as well. And Randoms may have been flushed out too. Bots and E8 still duking it out passively while Karasuno watches from below. And this little clash is entering different states of neutrality at every twist and turn. And it's leading to a situation where no team really knows whether or not they can rotate to that side. And even so, it's not going to be in circle for much longer. Bots, E8, Randoms, they will all have to move just a little bit. Certainly Blackhand and Drug Free and what's left of Diverge will have to move a bit more, but everybody in a lot of danger right now. No one is safe.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a scuffle there, and Cozy lost a player but managed to reset, and E8 managed to get Divq back up. He's just resetting now with his health. And it just shows how when you're in a 3-team situation, you have to be careful, because if you overcommit to something, you're just going to get third party, even if it's only a duo. If you take too much damage, then even a duo can wipe a 3-man if they have a health advantage. So everybody backed off. Everybody is just playing it safe, playing it calm. E8 and Bots know they have a clear walk into the zone. Cozy are going to have to probably take that zip, and maybe they'll get away with it. Maybe they'll be okay. But they're just living right now, and they're just trying to gain a couple of extra placement points. 11 squads up. If we can get to 10 squads, that's an extra point. And speaking of living, Team Diverge also a man down. They're just chilling. They're hiding behind the rocks here we have in this field, and They are down bad, but if they can cling on, they can get an extra placement point, they might be happy with that.
And with Drug Free being pressured out by SCS as well, they might actually have a clean rotation in as long as they play slow. But Sleepy Panda gonna grab this death box really quickly from Kodagami and pick up some more of that kit. Still not assailed Drug Free whatsoever. This building now gonna be fully pressured as the circle begins to come in. Cozy, Randoms, Bots, and E8 will all have to move. The question is when, the question is how, and the question is who will come out on top of it. E8, already some solid pot shots to take. Impulse will fall first. Cozy, stuck down to just Vize, on the run, watching out for Randoms and Bots as they both decide to come in, while E8 continues to watch from on high, trying to find advantage now onto Intel, as well as Drug Free from Sorcerer, who is rotated up to that northern side as well. Intel still in this safe spot, will go down due to Redeem's invasion, and now they stand alone on that northern side.
Yeah, Redeem doing a really, really good job of cleaning out that spot. I thought Intel were on borrowed time when they took that train cart. It's really hard to resist in there. You're in such a small spot. And then E8 are being forced back into the zone. DivQ goes down. Bots here with the high ground, but are they going to push into zone for the kills? No. Stomps thinks about it, decides not to. DivQ might get picked up again. They're inside on the bottom floor. But do Bots decide to fight this? JQ going to peek it. He's going to take down Presley. One up now from EA on the bottom floor here. And Bots, they can swing this if they want to, but do they want to give up the high ground for an extra KP? CFQ just making sure nobody can res. They're thinking about it. You can see them going. Here we go. A big push. 3v1.
There it is!
They get it. It's not quite clean, but they're going to be able to reset. Stoney's going to pop a med kit. That was some good damage. Obviously, the zone dealing quite a lot of damage as well. E8 get taken out in 6th place. And Team Diverge thriving and surviving, zipline into zone, and Redeem are just waiting for them. Thank you very much. That will do nicely for Team Redeem. Karasuno
also going down this time to SCS as they sit inside their own exhibit. Redeem gonna try and find some shots onto both the remaining teams, but SCS and Redeem, the 3 remaining squads, one of which has already won, one of which has gotten second, but Bots, the outlier, is going to be the first to strike, and down SCS with not a moment's notice. Now it's a question of how Redeem can try to counter it, but there's only 2 online on the front line first. They make it work regardless. Beam on beam, but 2 down already. Z Davis getting melted. This could still be a recovery by the Bots as they remain in the packages. Z Davis alone, 1 remaining player. Oh, the swap's only got 1 bar left. Z Davis is gonna pop a bat here. He's got knockdown shields. Can hide behind this.
He gets it off. He swings it with the R301.
He doing
the R9. He's gonna push. He's gonna sweep round. Is he gonna do it? So tense. And he can. Z Davis with a huge 1 clip there, playing the knockdown shields to perfection. R99, R301, the R400 coming in clutch for Z Davis. Back-to-back victories for Redeem. What quick thinking there by Davis, the shield swap, immediately having a bat, but barely having the time to do so. Bots were forced to disperse after Redeem had such a good early rise in there on the front line. They didn't even need the whole squad to do the majority of that damage, despite how little Bots took from SES, an absolute masterclass in how to handle that third party, despite both teams being on such equal footing. But again, it came down to timing, and Redeem won it in the lion's share. Like you said, back-to-back champions, no doubt, still on top of the leaderboard, and now with an even bigger gap in tow. I mean, Redeem just know how to play knockdowns. That's been the key theme there in both of the games. That even when shorthanded, even when left down to 1 player, they're getting that knockdown, they're disciplined, they know when to stay in and when to push out. That was a really great swing by Z Davis, knowing that if both players sit behind the knockdown, you're just not going to get anywhere. He's on controller now, he has the benefit of the aim assist. So he chose to reload the R99 because it has much better DPS, is much better in those close range situations, and then he pushes, he swings, he lets his weapons do the talking, and that was a great clutch up, and they are definitely booked in for Monday's finals. Yeah, I got a feeling that these are the last 3 games Redeem will have to play today. But the question is, how far will they get along with it? I think that their work is still technically not done, but it's getting really close, because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily about making top 10 today. It's about making top 8 2 days from now and getting to the Pro League. That's what all of these teams are trying so desperately to do. But, I mean, a lot to speak on. That entire round, I mean, first of all, let's start with the obvious, the end of the room to begin that game, the landslide contest between 2 teams, followed by KSP
third party early to get rid of Slept On as the first team down to a POI that most players are in a blind eye to.
Yeah, I think that KSP, if these teams have been contesting it in scrims, KSP clearly have done their research. They know that this contest is coming, and they know what a landslide contest is going to be like. There is not going to be a lot of loot going between those two teams. And they've obviously prepared. They thought, right, we're just going to run at this. We're going to pick up some easy points. We're going to reset. And we can see that, some of our teams that really needed a performance were able to put down some points today. E8, they've been struggling on Stormpoint, but much better. I think that Diff's experience really coming through here. Obviously, used to play in the EMEA region with Solo Q Goat back when it was just World's Edge. In competitive, his World's Edge experience is just a different level to his Stormpoint experience. And I think we're going to see that shine through. I think E8 are going to do a lot better on World's Edge with his experience.
And how about just so many of these fights just being dictated by who is the better team it's specifically fighting? It mattered not who had that positional advantage or who was lagging behind. If you had the beam, if you had the damage, you came through. Bots proved that. E8 proved that. Redeem, no doubt, proved that. It came down to the better team each and every time. And once again, despite the map switch, it is still the same team. Redeem taking that dub after a very, very hefty knockdown shield dance that our last two players were deferred to, and it leads to Redeem and Bots and SES all taking massive chunks out of the kill feed. 22, 20, 18, 3 dominant teams yet again in one singular game, followed up by a pack that is just as hungry.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this has been the theme of every single game that we've watched today. It's multiple teams having, good games. Redeem and Bots both dropping over 20 points. And there they sit, right at the top of the overall leaderboard. Blackhand didn't quite find the first World's Edge game that they needed there, right on the bubble. So are E8, so are Team Intel, so are No Name. Then Astrug Free, Karasuno, Team Diverge, Cozy, all within literally 3 points of each other. 4 points between 13th and 6th. This is so tight. Anybody can qualify. Even all the way down, even teams like Risen Rose, Slept On, even Team Smiley, they're not that many points off. It just takes one big game, and you're right in the mix. We're playing 8 games today. We still have 3 games left to play, and getting 20-plus points is doable for every team in this lobby.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that a lot of these teams have to shy away from that potential top 5 spot because that upper pack is really being developed. Redeem an 18-point gap over Bots in second place. But Bots and SES, really great games themselves, able to boost themselves up to that top 3 spot. Revival Games and LTC, the victims of that downfall, now both in the top 5 rather than the top 3. Diverge, really solid game from them to finally bring them up to a solid point in the pack. But yeah, a lot of checkpoints to still develop. And 3 more games of World's Edge to play will come with the first of those 3 after this short break. And a PLQ Split 2 on Tenrek. With me is Tom, and we're about to head into game number 6 here in the winner's bracket, the second on World's Edge. And Tom, the scoreboard has already been more than shaken up, but it's clear Redeem is still on top. Can they continue the reign on the throne these last 3 games, or are there other sharks circling the boat?
Yeah, I mean, as tight as the middle of the leaderboard is, Redeem are on a roll, and momentum is so important in Apex, especially for a team that played the way that Redeem do. Z Davis is going to be feeling so confident in his calls. He's been calling the zone really well. They've been fighting really well, and they're winning in such tense clutch-up moments. That gives you so much energy. That gives you, that gives you that adrenaline, and you're thinking, we're unstoppable right now. We're coming from situations that if they lost, I think fair enough. We took too much damage. It was just a 1v1, but they've won 2 1v1 situations in a row. I cannot put into words what that's going to do for their confidence, and they are going to be fully focused on achieving those 10 seeding points going into Monday's finals.
Well, before we get to the end, we have to start at the beginning, and dropping into World's Edge once more. There's still a couple contests on the table, but only one remained on the way into the first game here after the scrims had dictated where a couple teams were going to change where they ended up. And Landslide, still the hot button issue between Slept On and I believe E8, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's somebody else. Am I wrong with that? Is it?
Yeah, E8 are down at Thermal, but it looks like
right,
we're not having a Landslide contest now. We've seen Sense. Intel has got Landslide. Maybe there was a couple of Discord DMs or something. Maybe they just, found some sense, and they're now not going to be contesting at Landslide. And I think that actually the biggest factor there, and why I actually think this is a really good decision to be able to put egos to one side, is that KSP are just going to push you, and they're just going to kill you. You cannot benefit from that situation. And instead, we're seeing a team land the no-name of frag completely. But actually, when you're comparing that to Landslide and you have a Loba ult to loot the Geyser vault, that is not a bad spot to land.
Exactly. You already saw Jet overextending to make sure that LTC, along with Drug Free, weren't invading that vault early on so they could get the maximum value after that Landslide pickup was complete. KSP, I think, also recognizing that. Slept On is no longer in the area. They're going to head north instead, considering that that's what the circle's favoring right now. Skyhook presence is going to be a little bit longer as well, which currently has Team Diverge as well as randoms, with Risen Rose waiting in the wings over on that corner. Still so much territory to claim, though, and where the circle ends up, these teams, like you said, more familiar with it than on Storm Point, but no team, I think, has gotten it exactly right so far, this PLQ. They've all come close, but every team has had necessitated rotations every single game, and it's led to great cutoffs, it's led to great chokes, and it's led to some incredible fights. Team Diverge, one of the teams waiting up in Skyhook, could actually be looking for a way in onto randoms early on.
Yeah, but I think both teams will be bearing in mind that we've actually got a whole team, Risen Rose, landing exclusively trials as well. Yep. So there's a lot of pressure up in Skyhook here. KSP, now they don't have to focus on the fight at Landslide. They're now working their way into zone. They've got some pretty decent loot from Countdown, and they're going to set up here in Lava Fisher.
Solid decision, considering that it's not like Kosi's going to move anytime soon. There's just too much space to worry about with Lava Fisher. And at least one more rotation, I think, will suit them unless they get incredibly unlucky, which tends to be the tail of the tape so far this PLQ, actually. So don't count the chickens that I just did before they patched. As everybody pretty much already gravitating towards that mild Skyhook presence, just like I could go there if I wanted to, but I won't yet. But we're gonna see those Storm teams really play for Storm. Because of that, you're going to see TSS, you're going to see Deadass, you're going to see, not necessarily Slept On this time because they are in zone, but you're going to see these other teams take their time even more now because of how saturated those circles have already gotten.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting that, Slept On chose to move. They went to the no-name near Fragment in between Overlook and Fragment.
It might be Redeem
here. They also scooped up from the vault. Obviously, both of our Loba teams at Fort Landslide were able to have a vault, have a vault each, so a little bit of fairness there. Everybody gets at least a little bit of loot. And they've still made a pretty quick rotation because they have that Loba, because they didn't have to spend too much time looting no-name frag. They put a black market down immediately because black market starts at 50% charge when you drop in, so you get that black market so quick when you land. They're able to quickly raid the vault, grab some loot, and now they're at Landslide and possibly going to take an engagement. They've been caught out on their rotate here. Maybe not as quick as I was projecting there.
I mean, they're in the middle of such a chaotic area of Countdown and Lava Fisher. There is, I want to say, like 8 or 9 teams in like a second circle's worth of space before the first circle's even really started. That being said, Storm has started to come in, so Deadass are starting to take their space. Diverge, going to be walking through to grab some teammates, perhaps, and yeah, it's
Davis
really
getting knocked in the
chaotic
kill
over here.
feed there, down over at Landslide. Redeem actually 2 down. Joey Blackout last alive.
They got him,
It looks like the Redeem train is finally coming to a halt. And they ran into Slepton, who I was talking about on their rotate. They got bumped into by Slepton in Landslide. Right. Slepton obviously chose not to contest Landslide. They'll be feeling confident they have won a fight in Landslide now, so there's a little bit of revenge for them there. They rotated in from that no-name, as I mentioned, and Redeem Joey Blackout is going to have to do some inspirational solo ratting here if he wants to keep their win streak going.
Yeah, and outside such a bevy of teams as well. I mean, there's no safe way in. You have to wait for everybody to stop paying attention to you, and a lot of that is just honestly luck dictating it. Sometimes you just have to hope that no one's looking at you, and sometimes they aren't, sometimes they are. Being said, with Redeem having that point cushion, it's okay if they die here early, just not necessarily optimal. Team Smiley, a team that has almost refused to get off the ground, has, all things considered, a really good spot right now in Countdown. Needs points to make it to this finals without having to go through the loser's bracket to do so. And they only have 3 games left to do it, currently in last place with 9 points. I don't even think they've made top 10 a single time yet. If they have, it hasn't been far in. I think their best game was that third one on Storm Point where they got to play with Gate, but their flyout went a little bit awry there, and they unfortunately couldn't win the fight after the fact. But trying to farm up some solid damage across Countdown. They have a lot of different targets, but it looks like they're setting their sights on LTC more than anyone else on the other side of Countdown here, as other teams like Diverge, Slept On, Drug Free also try and scope out the area, as Skyhook is not where this circle will drag, and it is, in fact, entirely encompassing Countdown. And there goes Blackout. Somebody spotted Redeem. It was Diverge's Sleepy Panda, and we will not have a three-peat winner this time.
Yeah, I think that Team Smiley, will be sat there with a bit of a smile on their faces, because this zone looks like it could be going right towards them. They have a really, really good composition for playing outside of that countdown room. They have Crypto. They can potentially reach a beacon if there is one in Lava Fisher. I can't see on the map if there is a beacon in Lava Fisher, but you can just about reach it from there. Then they have the Watson, so they have unlimited heals, a charge rifle, which is great for leveling up your Evo shields and improving your kit. And they're in a spot where they can't really get heavily pressured without other teams putting pressure on the team fighting. If you're inside the building and teams are pushing you from the platform, they're going to be getting peppered by scouts, repeaters, longbows, charge rifles. So they're in a really strong spot, and they need it. They really do need some points here, because you do not want to be leaving it to the last couple of games.
Now they're in the only building in Countdown that's going to be safe when this next circle comes along. It's close, but it is entirely manageable for them, as Deadass, making their way out of zone, has spotted SCS. And this is a fun skirmish between two teams that are absolutely goated when it comes to duking it out. We'll see if they actually take the bait. Both teams pretty secure right now, but Deadass has taken quite the fall after not a really great game the previous time on World's Edge. So just in the top 10, and again, with teams 1 or 2 points behind, basically for half of the bottom 10, there's a lot of guarding that Deadass has to do. So taking a fight against a team like SCS, very calculated, but also very risky if they decide to.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by SCS today so far.
Oh my God!
A lot of damage there. They're suddenly on the back foot. Slayer going to have to maybe back out of the zero. He's going to pop a bat. Senok's going to take to the floor there. And Slayer's getting swung. He's stunned by the Valkyrie. He's stuck in between 2 players. He can't choose which gun to shoot with. And SCS get cursed. I'm so sorry, boys. I was just about to praise you, and now you're on your way out. Deadass picking up some much-needed points. That's going to move them nicely up towards the top 10.
And that is 2 of the top 3 teams right now, being the first 2 teams out. A very different game than we've been seeing lately. First game on World's Edge, it was mainly the bottom of the pack that was going out first, and a lot of these higher teams vying for that way out. Redeem was the team that found it, but Bot's now the only one out of the top 3 that are currently still alive. And they are also currently in kind of a bad spot themselves, blocked out by Arisen Rose over near Trials and Skyhook, and Revival Games heading off the other end of that rotation. In fact, they're going to have to start a fight right about now with one of those two, and it looks like it's going to be Risen Rose that has to take the fall for it. Is Bots, if they get out right here, then Revival Games has an easy sightline on them as long as they're paying attention, but as this circle comes in and as more teams head over towards the other end of Countdown, that may not happen anyway.
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult position for Bots here.
They spot them.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling good because they're in second place. They've been playing well today. But they've got two really difficult pushes. You can either take a fight in Trials, a team inside, waiting. They have lots of cover. If they wanted to, they could zip up. I don't know if there's a team on top of Trials right now. I think there is. I think Riz and Rose are also on top. Yeah. So you've got a team that can drop down and immediately third-party you, has an immediate zip line to get back up, so it's not a complete commit if they choose to drop. You've then got the other side. You choose to leave. You choose not to fight. You've got teams looking
They're leaving.
at you. Yeah, they're going to have to go, and they're going to have to hurt. Oh, big Bangalore smokes, actually, covering that. It was like an overcast day in that building right now. They need to move, though. Those smokes are going to expire, but it looks like there's a team in the other building, so they're going to bide their time. Oh, it looks like they've gone, actually. Sorry, they've gone. Yeah, and it's randoms now looking and see if they can follow their way in.
Yeah, randoms are going to try and look for the next building, but now two of them have been taken instead of one. Bots actually being the first to strike, actually leading to some success here. They'll be able to hole up in Skyhook for the time being. Again, even so, the rotation won't exactly be amazing as long as the circle doesn't drag towards them, which it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. But look at teams like Blackhand and Karasuno taking this bet on the lower end of the circle. Blackhand has no intention to move until it absolutely requires it, and honestly, there's a good chance they won't have to move that far.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing the difference here in this game between our Stormpoint and World's Edge, because these teams are taking it very slow. We've still got 18 teams alive, 54 players up, and teams are having to work their way in. There's a lot of teams. That zone going to be pulling to the east of Trials.
Huh.
Sorry, not east, sorry, west. I don't know my compass, apparently. Never eat shredded wheat. I must have paid more attention in school. So pulling to the west of Trials into that open field. So Riz and Rose have a really good spot here. E8 have a potential decent pathing into zone if they can get past Cozy. Cozy have a good pathing into zone if they can hold out E8.
Smiley's chilling.
Yeah, Smiley's chilling. No Name also chilling there out in that building. They're going to have a decent rotate into zone if they can hold out both Cozy and E8. And TSS, a man down. They have a pretty difficult rotate here because they've got a number of teams in Skyhook to get past. They don't have a full complement of players right now, and they have to get past and through Trials if they want to get into the next zone.
Yeah, Deadass is waiting on him too, as are Bots and Revival Games. In fact, they're already going to collapse upon each other. Revival Games and Bots going to duke it out in the exact same building. Bots taking a whole lot of damage. Stomps hit by that Rolling Thunder, forced to bat out before the fight really starts, and so Bots has to slow themselves down. But Revival Games has one down already, and in comes the Black. Whole lot of damage done by Stunny, but it's traded out the other way. 3-on-2. They've almost gotten the job done. They're going to finish it off. Sauce will finally fall, as will the rest of Revival Games. Bots able to take it down, but now Deadass and Diverge waiting in the wings could potentially get this third party if they're quick enough, but no. Exhibit thrown down, Deadass too far out, Sleepy Panda too alone, and Bots are safe for now.
Yeah, Sleepy Panda there just showing why Wraith still has something to offer in these lobbies even before her big buff, because she, able to get in there, able to look. Are they fighting on the bottom floor? Can you maybe sneak a kill? Can you quickly clean up? No, nothing going. So I'm just going to phase back into my building and I'm going to reset.
Deadass now the greatest threat to Bots after the portal out from Diverge. They're going to head down towards Countdown, meeting Smiley there while Karasuno waits outside. As TSS will now make their way back into the part of Skyhook that is viable, at least for this circle. Still in some open space. Don't know which buildings are safe and which are not. They're going to try and get that established as quickly as possible. As Deadass taking solace in the part of Skyhook that is still in circle, which is now 2 buildings worth, as Bots has taken the other one, which includes that beacon, a powerful spot that Deadass no doubt wants to try and dethrone. They've already taken out one of the top 3. Can they take out 2? Or can TSS come from behind and grab something else in the meantime? Here's another team near the top. LTC, that is a bit stuck inside Countdown, as well as Dan Matic is going to be forced to run away, while Drug Free, as well as potentially Slept On, are going to pick up these pieces.
Yeah, and I think that a number of teams here have, once again, failed to predict the zone. There's barely any teams in zone. Teams like LTC do not want to be fighting on the edge of zone. That is not what they are built for. They want to be in that zone. They want to be set up with Loba. They want to get set, they want to get set nice and early. But this zone is just pulled in a way that, once again, I don't think people have predicted. We've even seen Team Diverge, you know, rotated into Countdown and are just chilling there, but the zone isn't pulling there. They're just about to find out that it's not a Countdown zone. It's pulling all the way up to Trials, and people really weren't expecting that.
Except Smiley. Look at that. They literally moved from the perfect spot in Countdown and then skyward dove up to the perfect crevice in this upcoming Northern Circle. Everybody's going to have to rotate outside of Trials anyway, but right now Smiley is just one cut ahead every step of the way so far. Really impressive stuff, and I'm excited to see if they can carry it into some extra points on top of just placement. In the meantime, Deadass finally pulling the trigger on the Bots' tower, but they have to come from the high ground, and Bots has a lot of natural cover on these other levels. A lot to work with as the Rolling Thunder comes through to clear the board. Bots looking pretty secure for the most part, all things considered, but in they head to the top level. Stomps, inting first, no support prior, and Bots getting burned to a crisp. Trades back and forth, but it is still Deadass that comes out on top, and that is 2 for 2 against the top 3.
Deadass just don't lose those. We've seen them all across the Challenger circuit. One of our best fighting teams. Are they going to get a reset here?
They will. Krasnu backs out.
Yeah, they are. They're going to go back. And I think one of the biggest advantages for Deadass there, who are going to get the opportunity to turn and burn as that team walks up the hill, was how many shots were being sent from all directions. Shots from Trials. I even saw shots from Countdown. It looked like someone was using like a Mastiff or something just to spray and pray across the map. By taking that fight in the open, they just expose themselves to so many pot shots, and that's why sometimes just holding your ground and playing defensive really can pay off in these lobbies.
As of now, the top 5 teams in the scoreboard are not in this lobby right now. It is all teams vying for that upper echelon spot as Diverge skyward dives. Intel moves into this next circle. It is the southwestern end that we shall pay the most attention to, as No Name has a lot of space, but is also, in doing so, taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, oh, check out this little standoff we have on that northern edge as Smiley finally has some competition in Diverge, and in they go. They're going to try and get something done. Sleepy Panda a little walled away, actually, here, getting fired on all cylinders, as Blackhand is the next to fall. Diverge still trying to find a way in against this team. It's Randoms who are on this other side, while Smiley just kind of grabs some popcorn and sees if they can grab a third-party kill, maybe, but they don't want to reveal their position too heavily beyond the Watson Fence standoff that they've already initiated. And remember, during this whole time, Risen Rose still also has to find a way out. In the meantime, though, Randoms is going to be able to stop the Diverge push and keep their corner.
Yeah, and E8 have managed to wrap their way around the zone, and they now have a completely clear choke and are going to have to work their way in. Team Smiley, one of our teams that predicted the zone slightly earlier and were able to Valkyrie into a really strong spot. They've made space. They'll feel much better now. Team Diverge aren't right behind them. There's still teams in Trials that they have to worry about. They have to get past. They have to get past them. Team Diverge been taken out. There's still teams in Trials though. Maybe they're going to try and play in the opposite spot that Team Diverge did. But we've just seen how quickly you can get naded out of one of those spots. But if they could get a Watson gen down, if Tempest does have another Watson gen ready, maybe he has an ult excel, or maybe that Watson gen's been down for a while, they might be able to live in that spot if they can make it.
And they have the EMP for when Randoms decide to exit. They don't have it ready for Risen Rose when they leave, though, which is why Risen Rose is looking for another way out as well, because they are getting blocked out by Randoms, and Randoms has no reason to move until Risen Rose moves. So both of them kind of stuck out against each other at the moment. No Name actually getting pressured by E8 across the way, while Cozy's Coast just coasts on by in the middle ground, unnoticed by either side so far, but that very well may change as Risen Rose's high ground is starting to get found out. They will get flushed away for the most part. But as of now, 2/3 of them safe in the circle for the time being. Fluxon gonna fall to Gyozi's pot shots, and No Name continuing to play for this distance. Randoms waiting for the right moment to strike outside of Trials. Again, no reason to move, and thus no reason for Smiley to move, so this north side is so silent until Randoms will get totally flushed out. Cozy's rat finally gone, and so now we are down to 5 full-fledged teams.
I'm going to go out on a whim here, and I'm going to say that I think that EA have what it takes to win this zone. They have a really, really strong spot. They have a great fighting comp. But also, when Diff used to play with the solo queue goats, they landed in Skyhook. He knows trial zones like the back of his hand. They used to have such a good success rate in the EMEA Pro League when it pulled to this area of the map. He knows the spots, he knows the strats. Can he use his experience to really pull through for E8 here? I think they have a great shout.
Randoms exiting Trials, now burning away at the fence set up by Team Smiley. No Name looking to maybe contest here, but third partying early would lead to everybody dispersing and then Randoms having a much safer way out. So everybody taking their sweet time here as Randoms try and get rid of this pylon. Actually, good amount of damage done to it. They might be able to get rid of it before the circle fully comes through.
It's gone, and now the Horizon are going to come immediately down. And the ALGS
dragged in, good amount of damage. The EMP, though, so much wasted away, and so Randoms still have to play kind of slow even after that first down. Mercy only a bit low, gonna put Thermite down to continue pressure on the downs. But still, Smiley has 2 to go, and still has this space outside the door with Randoms ever-increasing pressure, ever-decreasing time to get out of here.
Yeah, they have literally 15 seconds left, and now they're gonna make the swing. Enemy with the huge damage there. Major damage by the former Luminosity player, and he cleans up. Unbelievable. A nice little double wipe. They're going to reset. They have just enough time now to pop some heals.
And Smiley will only have to settle for the placements on top of those KP. Risen Rose still on this high ground and still actually quite a bit of time to play with it too. With less opportunities to peek up there, with less and less circle available. No Name can no longer get those pot shots up there. Intel's meds no longer can be wasted, and E8, recognizing that, are going to try and cede that position while No Name watches from afar, and Randoms still wait to exit out of Trials until that barely last second. No Name only too strong, waiting up against Randoms. That's an easy down for them. Even more KP going their way, and now Risen Rose trying to find the upper angle onto E8 and Randoms as this last circle comes through. A lot of space they'll have to move, so as long as Randoms and E8 stay safe, which they both are by staying under this cliffside rather than in the open, everyone's gonna have to move. But I have a sinking feeling that Risen Rose is going to get to be the last team that has to.
Risen Rose here, they have the Horizon who has that, gravity boots passive. That means she won't take a jump stone when she drops, but they don't have a Valk. So they are going to have to slide off, and if both of these teams, if Randoms and E8, just hug this cliff, just crawl in with zone, then Risen Rose are going to have to jump into the middle of them. So this really is a game of cat and mouse. Who is going to blink first? Are Randoms going to maybe push E8? Are E8 going to push Randoms? Are Risen Rose going to jump on somebody's head? Yes, they are! Here they come, E8 and Risen Rose. The Horizon all down. Diff with the PK, he's going to throw Arc Stars.
Big
Horizon
Q.
Q's everywhere. They're up into the air. He's going to get the butt off, I think. He's going to drop onto their head.
Random sees this as the opportunity too.
Risen Rose are out. Diff Q all alone. Presley, last standing for E8. But I think this is a Randoms win. Big cleanup. Risen Rose there, choosing who wins and who dies. They are fuming. I can just tell. E8 are fuming right there. Risen Rose really dictating fates. They took that position. They land at Trials. They played there the whole game. And they hand the win to Randoms. Fantastic discipline from Randoms to clear out their side, to take that fight, to destroy that Watson pylon with that tiny, tiny little angle, make room for their Horizon and their Cyril, clear it out, hug the cliff, and then just accept the victory. Yeah, great play by Randoms.
Pick of the litter by Risen Rose there, eh? Just trying to find the right time to drop where they wouldn't have the pressure exacted among them first, but like you said, both teams could hug that cliffside till the bitter end, and EA just praying it wasn't them. Randoms, how about their team fighting, though? Their ability to just pump out that damage, stake out Smiley, burn through all that util, and then still win that fight outside the door, then exit, play procedurally, get a care package to help to bolster your natural cover, and then still make your way through. Just absolutely so much instrumentation going behind all of those, that entire sequence of plays, but making it work, and that's going to give Randoms not only 10 KP, but a big boost in the standings. But I mean, this entire leaderboard has just been beyond shaken up. Again, the top 5 teams, 5 of the first teams to go, I don't think any of them got placement points this time around. The top 10 looking very different than what we're used to, and it's going to change everything in a second.
Yeah, this leaderboard was already so tight, but it's just been shaken up so much more. And I'm really excited to see who's in the top 10 as we head into our final 2 games. So tight, so competitive. This is everything you would want a Pro League qualifier to be. It's so hard to differentiate between these teams. They've been practicing, they've been scrimming, and we're just seeing how prepared these teams are. Anybody can be anybody here. We've had so many fun the way you wouldn't expect. Deadass, one of our best edge fighting teams, really just... They pulled a fast one in SCS there. They got a big entry. They wiped it out. And teams have just been fighting all day. And the fights have been so clean.
Really? Sure. Yeah, a couple really determined themselves to be absolute monsters when it comes to fighting things out. And yeah, here comes Deadass trying to hop in on bots after the SES fight. Unfortunately, I don't think that Stomps was expecting all 3 members of Deadass to just be waiting up there behind the steps. They expected them to maybe take a floor or 2, but yeah, that extra presence leading to the early advantage in the fight. And now, yeah, this corner taken on that northern circle as well. Absolutely insane.
This was a great moment. This was a great moment for randoms on their way to win, because they could have thought, oh my god, fighting, quick, let's push out. And they waited until all the other teams were short-handed, and they only committed slightly. Because at this point in the game, Risen Rose could have dropped down behind them, taken that zip, and pinched them if they'd have overcommitted. So this was great discipline. They bided their time, and as we said, this was a great clutch up by Enemy.
Yeah, amazing micro Enemy, amazing team fighting there for a second there, but the entirety of randoms really getting in on the action after a really chaotic final team fight down there. The black hole thrown down as Risen Rose dropped, immediately countered by the Horizon tax, spread everybody out, and then everybody relegated themselves to that lower ground to get that extra cover. It just led to an even more staggered team fight that led to even easier pickups for randoms to take the dub. 22 points in tow along with it, and honestly, it's not that close, all things considered, as Deadass only taking 10th with the KP will bring them to just 12 points outside of that. I mean, that is kind of nuts for how much work they did. But yeah, randoms really rising above the rest. Point spread really strange among a lot of these teams. Smiley finally having a good game. No Name having a really solid game. Cozy staying in the fray. But again, the scoreboard really shaken up now.
Yeah, and even teams like Bots, like Team Intel, like Team Smiley will be happy, because if you can average about 5.5 points a game, that's going to find you in the top 10 of most tournaments, most top 10 cut-off tournaments. All you need is about 5.5. So if you can keep having those consistent games, then you're going to find your way there. As we look at the overall leaderboard, it's still so tight. Look at that. 20, 23, 25, 26, 28, 28, 29, 30. It's like counting. It's so tight that honestly, I'm just having the time of my life. This is such a competitive lobby. It's so tense. And I mean, even teams like EA, who've just had a decent game, Randoms just had a really good game, they've made themselves some space, but they still can't feel comfortable because they're not even 20 points ahead of 17th. That's how tight this lobby is. One big game from TSS, one big game from Risen Rose, and they're straight back in there, straight into the top 10.
There is no one out of the question right now, but teams like Redeem, Bots, SES, and Revival certainly happy that they all fell at around the same time, so their gap is a little more maintained among each other. Redeem, despite falling in 20th, super happy to see SES fall directly after. Bots not grab too much KP, so they will stay in second place, albeit only 12 points behind now, but that top of the pack becoming much more muddied because of the rest of the teams coming through. Now, 4th and 5th place, tied, deadlocked, and the gap between 4th and 18th place just 20 points across, and that is absolutely doable in one game. We've seen it before. We get 2 more. We get games 7 and 8 on World's Edge for these teams to make an impact. 2 more opportunities to secure your spot in the finals, to secure those starting points, to potentially make it to the Pro League. More and more on the line as we go. But we do keep going. Game number 7 coming back after We are back once more with the ALGS PLQ for Split 2 here in North America. I'm Tenrek. With me is Tom. Tom, to put it gently, round 7! And we still haven't figured out who's gonna win this thing. It's absolutely ridiculous. So much traffic, and if anything, it's gotten closer as time goes on. 2 games in World's Edge to go. Somebody's gotta come out on top here, but I have no idea who it's gonna be.
That was so gently put. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
I'll
I'm
tell you
very
what,
poignant like that.
I will go out on a limb and I will say that I think that someone's going to win this. And I think that person who wins will get 10 seeding points. Yeah, that's my projection. I'm playing the lottery tonight and becoming a millionaire.
Well, we didn't have any contests in the previous game, and I don't think that's going to change yet. I think now that everybody's figured out, oh wait, I don't see Riz and Rose at Trials. I see them going down to Lava City.
Well, I think that one team has been landing Maud and Lava City together. Riz and Rose have clearly said... Riz and Rose have clearly said, look, we've had our trial zone. Maybe we should go and get some real loot now.
Lava Siphon's empty.
They're moving down, yeah. Wait, Lava Siphon is completely empty? Wait, what is going on? Hello? Okay, everybody's fighting at this no-name now, apparently? Is this real? Is this real life? Everybody has got the memo about Lava Siphon being literally the best POI in, like, Apex Legends history, right?
Karasuno and TSS are both now, like, getting the memo and heading down, maybe, but...
You could say
Slept
that
on!
Lava
Oh my
Siphon...
god!
Oh, wow!
Slept on! What is happening right now? They're fighting against no-name and they're winning! They've got some damage, they've got some good downs. Den Pride's gone, Gyozy is too. Slept on! Have a lot of space all of a sudden. Here in Frag.
CEOs are fighting for miserable POIs. I respect it. They are getting the KP here. Why everybody decided to drop the no-name of Frag, I don't know. Especially when Lava Siphon was free. If they're checking the VOD, you guys really missed a trick there. You could say that Lava Siphon was being slept on.
Hey-o! There it is.
Boom.
I've been waiting for that for 7 games now.
Yes,
oh my god.
We're back. We're here.
Yeah, you know it's Tenrek and Tom on the mic.
It sounds like the hottest mixtape of 2023 when you say that.
Climatizer and Epicenter circle here, Northeastern. That's, we haven't gotten to see Northeastern circles too often. It's mostly been on the Western end, so exciting to see a couple of these other rotations. Randoms will be forced to move, KSP will be forced to move, E8 forced to make an absolutely monumental rotation, and seething off of that previous game, I expect we may have a pretty mad griefing team on our hands at this stage, especially considering that E8 is really on the cusp of breaking through. They're in the top 10, but again, it is so unbearably close that you have to play the whole way through. You have to play really, really safe. You've got to play to survive. So I'm expecting, although a good amount of early rotations, as we're already seeing teams like LTC, teams like Intel, teams like Bots, teams like Slept On rotate towards that second circle. I don't know if we're going to see fighting for a while.
Yeah, I think that everybody's going to work their way in. We're obviously really getting to the business end now of our 8-game series. There are a couple of teams I could see slightly skirmishing. There was maybe a little bit of an inkling of a fight down at Dome, but apparently there is a line of what teams will fight for, and the line is the other side of Dome, because Blackhand just chose to back off there and will just craft at launch site and then make their way north. It's a long rotate for Redeem. They might, we can see that there's a lot of teams just working their way in, but people just aren't keen to take an engagement at this stage of the game. It really just doesn't benefit you. As we can see, that it looks like they're getting away, Redeem are getting away on that balloon. They're going to make their way north. E8 probably going to craft at staging. Bot's probably just going to craft in Skyhook. Everybody's just going to take their time. We're going to chill. We're going to fight our way in. And Climatizer zones can hold a lot of teams. We're going to see some crazy end circles.
Yeah, it's going to get chaotic, and it's going to get chaotic quick, but it's going to take a while before we get to that stage. Until then, it's all about staying alive. It's all about not getting caught out, and wow, what a catch by Icy. Hey, it may not come to anything, but that shot just spoke volumes for how to anticipate Intel going forward the rest of this game, as they're currently in the middle of this circle. SCS currently trying to escape a couple bits of fire from... I believe Diverge and Revival primarily, but bots are also on their tail. Yeah, it's Diverge hunting them down. Synox is going to dive down into the lava itself. Crust soon to follow, as they will try and hide away here, as Slayer must be abandoned. And SES not exactly in enjoyable spot either. For this to be a second game that they fall super early on, that would be catastrophic for the standings yet again. But here's Vizay for Cozy, a team that has been performing pretty well throughout, but hasn't been able to do too much going forward. LTC, the first to grab a down or two. That is a KP going their way, and Cozy down to just that one player in Vizay having to rat it out.
Yeah, it looks like Cozy were just trying to get into that blue cart there, but it looks like they got caught out as they Valcotted in, I think. That's what I'm assuming. So they've lost 2 players. Vizay going to have to work it out on his own. I don't know if he's going to be able to... look how many teams there are here. But I don't think Vizay's going to be able to get the res. There's so many teams nearby. And LTC know he's a solo, so it seems like he's on borrowed time here. SCS living down here. They're on the low ground. They moved out from their comfy little corner. They've tried to work their way into Climatizer, into a nice spot. And if they could lose aggro here and they could just settle down, this is a spot that can be viable for a very long time if they can survive this initial rush of attention that they're going to get.
Yeah, if they play the waiting game effectively enough, they may be able to make it work. But so many angles could be found. Vizay is down, so Cozy gone. They will have one more game to try and make their claim on the finals here before heading down to losers. Got to remember that none of these teams are immediately out of the running thanks to how well they either did in the Pro League or in those challenger circuits. The 10 teams that do not make the top 10 will be relegated down to the losers bracket, which again will be played right here, right after our 8th game on World's Edge. These teams, these players are all, other than the top 10 of course, gonna keep going, and 10 more teams vying for a spot in the finals just like them are gonna be taking that place and joining the lobby as well. Should be a fun time, but still a little more to play, a little more to eke out. Revival Games, another team that has had a bit of a quiet lull for a little while now, despite their consistency, is in 4th place, as SCS is also fully fallen. And so that is another big moment for them to get dragged down potentially in the standings. Their cushion should supply them well enough to keep them at least in the top 10, but it could be close depending on how some of these other teams may do. Teams like Revival Games, who are currently trying to rise up and find a better spot in the standings after having such a great beginning on Stormpoint.
So many teams here in Climatizer. Everybody's found their little room, their little spot. We've got teams in all the buildings nearby as well. Teams who weren't quite quick enough to make their way up to the north of the map. Redeem holding the bridge across between Epicenter and Climatizer. There's teams all across the whole POI. It looks like there's someone in that train cart because that train cart's getting sieged. Every single spot is taken. We have still like literally 18 teams all up. Maybe I think NM have got a couple of people missing, but otherwise we've got full teams. Everybody is gonna try their best here, and this is gonna be so much decided by where this zone pulls. If it pulls just slightly out into the field, or if it pulls just slightly south, or if it continues to hard pull all the way north, so many different teams are going to have to deal with it. One of the beneficiaries of a hard north pull would be Team Intel, who are here playing these back buildings, and they appear to be chasing Team Diverge. Team Diverge, who are a man down. GS Bird, yeah, they have the banner though, so maybe they can get out. But they don't have a Valk, because the Valkyrie's been knocked, so they don't have a Valkor. And that Wraith Portal, of course, still only 75 meters right now, hasn't yet been buffed. So not much distance able to be gained by that ability yet.
It's stuck, but so is every other team here. And the teams that are slow to rotate are very slow to rotate, recognizing the slight lack of Lobas, meaning that their looting paths can be a bit more fun on the way towards this Climatizer circle, which inevitably will be that dangerous. As E8 is going to spot Blackhand, but also Random, so this could be a little bit of a triple team showdown here. Now Blackhand gonna step away, back into Fragment, just take a better vantage point, while E8 attempts to disperse away, but Presley dislocating himself might prove bad for the squad. No, they'll be able to relocate as Randoms gonna grab this care package and potentially take some cover fire coming from E8, and now Karasuno, who have come in from the north. They're gonna meet them right here.
Yeah, this is not a good time to be on Team Randoms. You might have a good helmet, but you're about to get pinched if they can't quickly maneuver out of this situation. They've been CS scanned, so they're now aware that the third party's moving in. And E8 actually are going back through the tunnel towards Skyhook if I'm just looking at the map. So it's going to be a straight 3v3 if Randoms want to take it. But they might not know that E8 aren't still pressuring them. So they're probably going to choose to back away here. Looks like they are. They're going to head towards Epicenter. Although Crummy's pretty split right now, but he is on that Valk, he does have that jetpack, he does have a little bit more movement, so I think he's going to get away nice and safely.
Yeah, they should be fine. And E8 now ISO'd are going to be able to dive away. So everybody will get away basically unscathed. E8 going to head towards the northern end in order to rotate in and avoid this past action. Wait about that future. And Blackhand, after not having to deal with one team, have to deal with potentially another who is really starting to stand in the way of a lot of these top dogs. It's Deadass once again meeting them over in frag. So a dangerous position for them for sure, as double exhibits have been thrown down for them. E8, the dive has worked out fully. They'll head to that northern end. And that is Blackhand down to just Yazto after Deadass, it appears, has taken yet another fight against another team that has just been running it down in the points. Randoms now searching for that rat in Yasto. Gonna try and pick them off themselves, and Deadass gonna let him have it. Blackhand is once again eliminated.
Time really is running out for Blackhand here, as we see Randoms have a great high ground on Team Deadass, but they're not going to press it. They're going to keep rotating. They want to work their way into zone. But time really is running out for Blackhand now. They were in 15th when they died. Probably going to fall maybe down to 16th or 17th, maybe even 18th if results don't go their way in this 7th game. And they are going to need a banger in Game 8. And it's one thing in the Challenger circuit needing a big game. It's, you know, they've done it. We know Blackhand have pulled it out of the hat when they've needed it. But you're playing with a lot of good teams here. There is a lot of teams. So now Blackhand might be thinking maybe it's time to take a chill, get prepared for that loser's bracket, because they've got 8 more games to play today, and 16 games is a lot in one day. It's going to be a long day for Blackhand, and they're going to be ruining that they haven't quite made the opportunity work to pick up seeding points and get a few less games on their schedule this weekend.
The northeastern push for the circle continues, as a good amount of Climatizer teams will be forced to rotate, but not the whole shebang. And we could potentially have some sardines packed in over on that southern edge of the Climatizer.
I don't think they're safe here.
Backed away. Oh, Redeem in a bad spot here after the drop down. So much pressure from Diverge as well as Intel. And Redeem will fall in 16th once again. A little bit early at the top by a good amount of points, so still a cushion to bolster them. But bots, Revival, excuse me, Randoms, all seeding, trying to look for this way in. Redeem has 2 wins on them already. They have a great guarantee. But that guarantee has still got to last another game and a half here, as this circle will begin to come in. Randoms looking to meet Deadass at the respawn beacon, potentially, down here on the southern side, while LTC takes and lobs some nades and shots against Revival as well as Drug Free. They might try and make this push, but there's no pressure to, so neutrality tends to seed a lot of decision-making.
Yeah, and we can just see from the minimap here, LTC obviously getting a remote beacon scan using crypto there. There's a beacon on top of Climatizer, so they're able to get the zone. They know that they're not under much pressure. Their building is going to be in. It's probably going to pull back into the platform near where the crafter is. Another team absolutely, flossing right now is Team Intel. It's pulled all the way north. They're set up really nicely in those buildings. They just got a couple of KP when Team Redeem flew in between themselves and Team Diverge. So there's a lot of teams on the south who are thinking, well, we're going to have to work our way in. But actually, if they don't have a crypto, they probably don't realize the situation that they're about to find themselves in.
Oh, Risen Rose waiting literally just
so
outside,
tense.
And so is E8, and so are Randoms. Deadass caught in the middle of so many teams, but they're gonna go north to evade all of them, and they will get out nearly scot-free, at least to start. Risen Rose spots Randoms spot E8, E8 spots Deadass, but no one can pull the trigger yet, because this entire time people are still pushing through. Crummy, the rat from the Randoms, after looks like Enemigo has gone down, is heading over to that north side, and E8 may go for the chase, which leaves it open for Deadass to have some control back, and Risen Rose to have all the space in the world on that southern side.
Yeah, Deadass got so much control. They have a nice high ground. He's got the wingman with the Skull Piercer, so he can do big damage if he lands just one headshot. And E8 here also going to get involved here. Seer Exhibit goes down. No one detected inside it, but it just gives DiffQ the confidence to know that there's no one directly in front of him. Nice little throw of the Horizon Q there, and they're going to pick up that kill on the last member of Randoms, and he's going to drop back down and try and reset.
Karasuno now getting in there as well, as Deadass has gone back over to Risen Rose, and they're duking it out too. But E8 is under far more pressure, as Deadass has already taken care of Risen Rose like clockwork. These guys are so good at fighting. And now they have the entire southern edge of the circle to themselves as Ied and Karasuno still try and scope out each other, while Slepton takes a step back on the competition from a solid vantage as well. But it's all about this northern edge of the circle, Tom. There's still so many teams that are going to be so reluctant to move into this next circle, and the following one as well. A painful rush towards the northeastern side that, once again, Intel is in the safest spot for as of now, but we saw what that could turn into before.
Yeah, Game 7's final zone, Intel inside. Absolutely fantastic positioning from them. They're the only team in there right now, and I think they've been playing both buildings. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to hold both of those buildings, but if they put fences in both of the buildings, teams aren't going to know that that building is free. They can't get close enough to scan it with Seer. All they're going to see is fences. So it looks like Intel are definitely controlling both buildings. I'm sure that a team as experienced as Intel, competed in Series E for such a long time, one of the most experienced T2 teams in our lobby, has held both buildings down. Teams aren't going to know. All these teams in Climatizer will have no way of knowing that that is the situation. And they've made a fantastic zone call. They've done that all Challenger circuit. They've missed out on a couple today, but to be fair, so has everybody. We've had some really strange zones today, but they've predicted this one perfectly, and it's definitely pulling all the way north.
Teams, once again, still not quick to rotate forward, though. And there's not much that teams have to do yet. E8, gonna dive, split up here, scope out some good spots, recognize there really aren't that many, and instead they'll just take the high ground of Climatizer for the time being to get the best vantage of all among LTC, Revival, and Drug Free, as well as Diverge, who they're going to actually aggress.
Yeah, they're getting sieged in that car. The Bangalore smokes are down.
Wow, good eye by Diff.
I don't think that they knew there was a team in that car when they landed, when they hit the Valkyrie, when Stomps led that Valkyrie there, because they weren't a Watson team. There was no fences down, they were crouched, they were hidden, and they managed to take the fight, but I think they've been short-handed, and they've now started a little bit of a collapse here. It looks like they're probably going to get a reset. IFQ picking up a kill with these excellent R31 skills. And yeah, they're going to get the revive right now. They're going to be able to reset, but that was really sketchy. And when there isn't a Watson fence, people tend to assume nobody's in there.
Everybody on Climatizer. Oh, man.
Great spot to have a charge rifle. You couldn't ask for a better spot.
Yeah, they're in such a comfy spot right now. They can look at basically whoever they want across the entire zone right now, including Deadass, who is currently going blow for blow with Slepton outside this corner.
Huge
and
grenade.
with the help of that black
grenade.
hole, yeah, that's already Orioles down. Karma and Goat forced to bat up. No aggression from the other end this time, because they know that if any team extends to try and take this fight, then they will get pounced on. But it looks like E8 is going to take the bait and try and go for this fight. A lot of damage done by Deadass, though, but it's just down to Goat in the 1v3. Can he manage it? So many knockdown shields to Dosi, Do through, and Goat makes it work! Deadass will survive! E8 gets fully punished!
Was it a bird? Was it a plane? I'll tell you what, it definitely was. That was such a strange decision to leap off that high ground when you had that charge rifle to push. I guess they got a knock with the Oxstar. Did they realize it was a full 3-man? That was such a strange decision. But let's not take away from Goat. Unbelievable knockdown playing right there. He was, I mean, look, how do you even see what you're shooting in that situation? That is an unbelievable play. And they're going to get a full reset as well. Huge. They now have 9 Team KP. And Deadass are really pushing to catch up with Bots and Redeem and take those maximum seeding points as they rotate in now.
Immediately after the fact, though, they will be immediately stopped again. But Deadass is willing to take this fight after having that bevy of death boxes to work with. So many angles taken up. Goat losing all those shields, but so much damage done. Everybody on the Reds now going to try and take 1 or 2 more. And it's Smiley, the next victims of Deadass. Yet again, falling before they can make a true impact. That is more KP for the Goat and Co. They're still getting pressured, but it's down to the top 6, and every other team is too occupied with everybody else coming from Climatizer. Leads to LTC, Intel, Bots, and Deadass, and LTC will fall next. It is all of a sudden just 3 teams. Deadass is so worse for wear, though, after taking fight after fight after fight, and Stomps knows it. Intel knows it. Either one of them could converge and turn it into the final fight, but Intel was here before in the first game, and they have learned their lesson. Will they show that this time, or can bots take the victory? Deadass, still more shots, stomps closer and closer, inching more forward as the black hole will expire. Intel still scoping out this competition, slowly but surely pushing a little more forward to make sure that the third party is so quick and painless, like a band-aid getting ripped off. But bots also not chomping at the bit just yet, waiting for the bitter moment for them to have to attack. Stomps, non-committal damage done with the PK. Still no rotation coming through from Deadass just yet, after there's just one member of it left, but a purple knockdown shield that they have to burn through means that this is ever so tough. That's why they rotate outside, but Stunny will now get punished by Intel, who was rotated in, and we have a true three-man scuffle.
This is unbelievable. Intel have once again waited. We've seen it so many times today. Teams wait for the other two teams to commit, and then they swing in. Intel have held the back buildings the whole game. Both buildings. And Deadass gonna get taken out. And we now have a straight 3v3. Bots and Intel. Bots are 3 up. They have double gold and a red shield. Team Intel have been playing back there. What loot do they have? I'll tell you what they do have. The element of surprise. That's a really big swing. Stomps with the PK though. Stunny's gonna go down. Stomps. Not very healthy. But can he take it? He has a great angle here. It's just a 1v1. Gonna get swung. He's so unhealthy. And he's Team Intel. The perfect game. They rotate to the back of the zone. They hold down both buildings. Then they just bide their time. Unbelievable.
Great patience, great teamwork, great corner play, and great shots taken by Team Intel to finally get the victory that they had been bragging so heavily about in scrims before. They prove it in Game 7, and I do believe that'll take him to the top 10, but let's not forget how many other teams lit up the kill feed. Deadass, of course, the highlight of that entire matchup after E8 fed themselves to the dogs. Not only did Deadass pursue even more fights, but win one more against Smiley, and then still got some more damage across the way, ending in 3rd place, a massive amount of points coming their way.
Yeah, I just want to take a second to process exactly how Intel played that zone, because that was absolutely inch perfect. They called the zone correctly. We know they've been so good at doing that. Teams today, the zones have been slightly strange, but they called this one exactly right. And then they're so brave. With that Loba, they know there's not a lot of pressure. They can sit there. Even when they killed a team like Redeem, who Velclutted in, they don't have to overextend for the loot. You just put the black market down, you put what you need, and they were able to put fences and control both buildings at the back, meaning they had no neighbors. No one's going to take a chance, right? There's no windows in that building. You see fences when you're in the Valcourt, you're not going to get scans because they're inside. So just by putting a couple of fences down, you've bamboozled everybody into thinking there's teams back there. And Intel, they just cleaned it up. They delivered. They won their 3v3 when they had to. Because let's be fair, that wasn't a true third party. It was a full 3v3. They pulled it out with their fighting skills. And that was an absolutely inch-perfect game. And they really needed that.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But, talking about Deadass, talking about what happened aside from Deadass, their absolute run through the other corner of that map, we didn't really get a chance to see all the chaos that happened when everybody had to rotate out of Climatizer. E8 may have left, but 5 or 6 teams still hadn't. They still had to make their way into the western side, and by the time they got there, there were only 2 teams remaining, an absolute swarm, a frenzy of KP. But look at Goat, the follow that he took on that rotation through the knockdown shield play. Incredibly done. But yeah, when it came down to brass tacks, Intel and bots able to survive after the push from Climatizer, and then Deadass the rotation couldn't make it work after so much was lost along the way. And while bots were able to play really safely the whole way through, when it came down to the 3v3, Intel played even safer, and Stomps wasn't able to manage it in time. Intel taking that victory, giving themselves 18 points, but that's not even the most points that a team got this game. Deadass takes that birthright with a stunning 15 KP on top of their 3rd place to give them 22.
I mean, Deadass just went on an absolute rampage. I mean, I would have died when the Horizon came flying out of nowhere. That was an actual jump scare when E8 just descend from the heavens. Like, how do you even jump that far? I need some jumping lessons from E8 clearly, because that was a leap and a half. And then you saw just as they won that fight, they put the knockdown shield up just at the last second to block an Argstar. Deadass would have died. If he didn't dip behind that knockdown shield at the last second, that would have been game over. And instead, they were able to rotate in and take shots on everybody else rotating in. Goat was the definition of 1 HP for about 20 years on Flesh, but he still was able to rotate in, and they were just able to pick up kills because I don't think anybody knew they were there. Nobody was factoring them into their rotates, and Deadass just curved their way through the middle of all these teams. Shots left, shots right, and were able to pick up so many kills. And even though they only got 3rd, considering the situation they were in, they're going to be so happy with those 22 points.
Yeah, a precedent has really been set, I think, for the real top of the pack is bots were able to take a lot of points there thanks to their second place. So they are now at the top as Redeem has finally fallen thanks to the consequence. SCS the same, down to 7th place after LTC had a solid game. Revival Games had a solid game to remain alive. And of course, Intel and Deadass finally breaking through into that top 5. E8 also that survivability, able to keep them up there. Diverge, solid game to keep them up there. But there are some glaring names, Tom, that we need to pay attention to going into Game 8. Slept On and Team Smiley, 2 teams coming from the Pro League. The bottom 2 teams right now is 23 and Smiley, an unfortunate 17 points right now. And of course, the elephant in the room, friggin' Blackhand is 15th.
Yeah, I think that, obviously, okay, Asterix, they have been contesting on Stormpoint, but you'd honestly expect them to win their contests, and World's Edge just isn't going very well for them right now. They've not been able to find the games, but they are still capable of making it into that top 10. You can drop a big game, and if anybody is capable of it in this entire lobby, I would give it to Blackhand. We've seen them really pull it out, but there's so much pressure on them right now. How strong are their mentals? How are they feeling? Are they regretting some of their decisions in previous games? Or can they shake it off? And can they push through and deliver a huge game in Game 8?
One more chance to deliver and clinch a spot in that finals lobby in 2 days. We will be back with the 8th and final game in the winner's bracket after this short break. One final time, welcome back to the winner's bracket here in the ALGS NA Split 2 PLQ. I'm Tenrek, with me is Tom. It's been a wild ride these past 7 games, but it comes down to this. One more trip to World's Edge to determine which 10 teams are moving on to the finals and which 10 teams will have to play just a little bit longer in the loser's bracket later tonight. Tom, we got to talk about a couple of the outliers, but let's talk about some of those top dogs going into this. SCS, they've held on. Deadass, they've grappled their way up. Redeem, they've fallen to second, but they're doing okay. But it's bots who have surged above it all. By far the most consistent team so far today that currently sits on top of everyone.
Yeah, I think the theme across all of those teams that you've just mentioned is they've been able to deliver consistent results on both maps. They've found a way to win, even if it isn't the same strategy, even if they're not using the same legend compositions. They've clearly been preparing, they've been working in those scrims, they've been working across the Challenger circuit or the Pro League to work out exactly what's going to work for them, and then they've delivered. They've executed perfectly, and they're going to be feeling so good going into tomorrow. I've been particularly impressed by SCS as we drop in here, because, you know, they've been on a really difficult ride. You know, they won the Pro League in year 2, the split one, and then it's been a downward spiral. They just missed out on the ALGS LAN in Sweden, and then they missed out on Raleigh. Then they've been relegated out of the Pro League, and they've had to pick up Slayer at the very last second, and it seems to be working. Instant success, instant click. And they'll be feeling really confident about getting back to the Pro League, which is truly where they belong. So Risen Rose back to trials. Apparently that experiment is over. We are back to trials, and maybe if there's another trial zone, I'm calling cheats.
And Karasuno has also gotten to Siphon, so we're safe there too.
Thank you.
We're
Someone
good.
has gone to Siphon.
Exactly. No contests this time around, actually. Absolutely 0. Everyone has their own POI, which is, I think, the first time that's happened since, like Game 5 or Game 4?
Yeah, I think people are feeling the pressure. You know, you really don't want to lose your opportunity to qualify for the finals with seeding points on some RNG.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good decision.
You're talking about teams that are now, you know, their scores are now going to be locked once that game is done. I mean, there are 10 teams that literally cannot die right now. Otherwise, they're automatically losers, and it's that simple. So a lot riding on this last game for so many of these teams, even before they have to start really playing.
Yeah, there's bits of early poking here because Crummy had done 25 damage. I'm not sure who to, but fair play. I don't know if that was across the map or whether somebody was flying in late or they've been poking across Skyhook. But, you know, teams clearly not afraid to make their presence known. And Mercy with the Prowler R9 with a Digi. That is like a controller player's dream loadout. That is unbelievable. What a combination for close range fighting. And you've got the digital threat. Oh, there's the Golden Prowler as well. What a day for close range fighting.
Circle, a little more northern once again. So, Blackhand, E8, Karasuno, Deadass, TSS will all have to rotate, but it's going to be minimal rotations for just about everyone, at least this first time around, so not too much panicking will be done by everybody, unless you're looking for teams that really need that KP, which we're getting to a point where there are some of those teams that absolutely need them, and that's why Slepton is starting to prowl and may search for No Name over here on Fragment East.
Yeah, I think that this last game is going to be so interesting because you've got a whole group of teams in the middle of the pack that just want to have a safe game. They just want to put down those, 5.5 average points. You know, you're looking for a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-point game, which is very, very achievable to really, lock in their place in the top 10. Then you've got a group of teams that are really pushing for a win, so they can lock down those maximum seeding points. And then you have teams, sort of from Blackhand and below, that desperately need to put down a good wedge of points. And we might see them being quite aggressive. One of those teams is Slepton. They are going to need a big game. We've been talking about how easy it is to jump up, how it just takes one game. Well, this is the last game. You can't do it now. That's it. You're in the loser's bracket. You've got 8 more games. You're not getting an early night's sleep. You have to rip a coffee, maybe rip an energy drink of your choice, and then head straight into that loser's bracket. So they're going to want to avoid that, and they're going to need a big game.
Intel, one of those teams that does not necessarily have to worry about that, has a little bit of security if they lose here, currently in 4th place. And with one member of the team already down here, that might be dangerous. Karasuno looks to be chasing away a bit of drug-free. Good amount of damage, but doesn't seem to be any kills coming out of it just yet, but Karasuno going to be able to gain that space back. But look at how many teams have already come to Fragment, searching for maybe some kills, maybe a safe building for the next rotation, but nevertheless, this city is quite populated.
Yeah, and drug-free are in that list of teams that really will have expected better from themselves. They picked up Asura, who formerly went by the name of Pride, one of the most experienced players, been competing in Apex for such a long time, played for teams like Atlanta Premier, Charlotte Phoenix. He took a bit of a break, he's come back to comp, and this is not the re-entry he will have wanted. He will be expecting finals. He will be expecting Pro League as well as teammates, so they're going to want to find a big last game and move above 11th place, which is where they sit right now.
Fragment presence, a dangerous one for the lower teams in particular, as once again the volatility could have some collateral victims. And if you lose, if you die in this bottom 10, while in the bottom 10, then you are done. You are in the loser's bracket, guaranteed, and that is one more team that the remainder of the top 10 will not have to worry about going forward in the game. Every team having some semblance of a target on their back. The one outlier seems to be Team Smiley. Currently at 17 points, which is, all things considered, pretty behind a lot of the pack. Some unfortunate finishes in these early games have led to some unfortunate waiting games in World's Edge where they've gotten some good placement, but really nothing much outside of that. And it's led to some unfortunate interactions that have just not gone their way. Here's Blackhand and E8, two teams that are usually a cut above, but Blackhand needs KP and placement points in order to make it to this winners. They are currently in 15th. And E8 looking to be the first victims is Presley and Golden already taking a heap of damage, and Blackhand not letting up.
Yeah, Blackhand at Diff Q used to play with Blackhand, so these two teams will know each other well. Diff will know all about them, but they will know all about Diff, and they're on the back foot here. However, they might be able to put it. What a cheeky angle from the stairway. Blackhand were absolutely steamrolling, but are now being forced to back off and just take a little bit of a reset.
This is Risen Rose also potentially hopping in on the third party, and in the meanwhile, that means that E8 may have a little more time to retreat, and Blackhand has now missed their opportunity to fight one team, but now, as one door has closed, another has opened, and Plugged Cube and Fluxon may be the next two meals on Blackhand's plate if they can make it work, but already playing for the distance, playing for the option out, and Blackhand is going to take that as a sign, hand over the space, and let this game continue on.
Yeah,
and Redeem is falling. Redeem is down.
Oh. Wow, so that means that they're not going to be earning those maximum seeding points. They're pretty much locked into our top 10, so I don't think they're going to be sweating too hard.
Yeah.
But will they come to regret? They were in a great position to lock down all of those points. If they just miss out by a couple of points, this might come back to haunt them, but they'll still be pleased with their day's work. I don't want to be too harsh. They performed excellently today. Z Davis, one of the best zone RGLs, known as Zone Davis, according to Twitch chat. I think says everything about his game plan and his game style. They'll still be pleased with their day's work. They're in the top 10. They're in finals with some points. We don't know how many yet, but there will be some bonus points for them. And they're going to be really happy. So CE8 have also chosen to back off from that fight in Lava Siphon. Risen Rose able to revive here. Trev Stack says Rose again from the ashes. He's going to grab in one of those armors that spawns in the middle of Countdown. And they're going to craft up and they're going to take their time. And unless E8 choose to push them, which I think they're thinking about.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, look at my map. Here they come.
That's already one down. And E8 is working with fragmented shields. Risen Rose did not expect this early a contest, and honestly, I wouldn't have either. E8 had such an easy rotation, but instead they'll get the easiest kill of all on to Fluxon. And another extra bit of cushioning to make sure E8 cement a spot in this top 10. They are still vying, and they will continue to have to this whole game, as there are still so many competitors looking to dethrone anybody they can. Drug Free is down. They are locked, and I do believe that that means that they will be in this loser's bracket.
I mean, just look at this map. Risen Rose literally hitting the wildebeest strategy there. Separate, serpentine, hide. Are they is Trev going to go for the 1v3 pinch, or Plug Cube is just chilling? Is he maybe hitting a Valkyr? But we'll see if he starts to move at high speed across the map. But they have gone completely separate ways. They are completely split up, and I do not know how Risen Rose are going to get their second reset of the game. But looking more broadly at the map, what a zone this is for a final game. So many buildings in Fragment, so many teams able to take a position. This is so tense. I'm literally nervous and I'm not even playing.
Yeah, this is kind of nuts how many teams are able to get away with a lot. It's, much like a skyhook circle, there's going to be a lot of hesitation, but on the outskirts, it is going to be nothing but chaos. And Deadass,
CEO
as always,
being 1 HP.
In the center of it. Once again, Goat on 1 HP. Deadass waiting for the right time to strike once again against Revival, as they have let the double exhibit fly. But Deadass still doing the damage as they find the Horizon Q and going to continue to move this in. They just do not let up.
Here they come. Go popping his 98th Phoenix kit of the hour, moving in, trying to push that building. That guy is like, he's a liver. He's a cockroach of the Challenger circuit. But they're going to get shot from across. There's so many teams alive, and he's not 1 HP this time. He is 0 HP. And are they going to be able to get a revival here? There's so many teams around them right now.
This is TSS ratting back from the zone, and they invade on the Revival! No attention paid to the immediacy of Hambino, who will get lasered down by Revival. Still 2 members to fight, though. And TSS has the same. A clash that Deadass can't even be a part of right now. But TSS desperate to make it work. And they may have to duck out after losing that first member in Hambino. Especially considering that they are 18th. And Zura's still getting fired on. So much danger this team is in to not have to go to the loser's bracket. But they will survive for now.
And no name taken out. One of our teams that were on the bubble, they're not going to be playing. They're going to be able to get set up. They're going to be, popping some coffee, ready for 8 more games of our losers bracket. As we see, Hambino probably going to get revived there in the fragment no-name. So many teams.
Yeah, this is
unbelievable.
Nuts how many are packed in right now.
Everybody is playing like it's the last game of the winners bracket of the Pro League qualifier. There's so much at stake. Everybody's tense. Hambino going to try and get a reset here, and maybe they could just aim for that team again. Why not? Round 2.
It's going to be a fragment circle. As Zura takes down Goat, and TSS will re-engage. At least a little bit. And that'll let teams like Revival, teams like Slept On have a little more space, but Revival, still only 2 members strong, now getting pounced on by Slept On, but they laser him down! Slept On, relegated to losers!
Unbelievable Revival games showing that, 2 can sometimes be equal to 3, but they're going to get third in here, they're going to get pressured, they're going to play the roof of this diner. Oh no. No, they're just going to go back. Apparently they've managed to survive any pressure that other teams have put on them. They're going to grab that loot. They can't yet craft the banner of their fallen teammate. We're not yet in Season 16. But honestly, with all due respect to Shinny, they don't need him right now. They are frying as a duo.
They may not need to do any more of it anyway, as their one threat in Fragment East and Deadass is just Orioles strong. And so he will head back out to the lower end of Fragment East. Karasuno safe in a building. LTC safe in a building. Diverge. Randoms. Bots. Team Smiley still in. So many players, so many teams still vying for these spots, and nobody wanting to buckle first. But TSS has monopolized this open territory that they may have to rotate to. Smiley is going to be dropping in and potentially contesting KSB across the buildings in Fragment West.
I'm just going to take a pause here. We need to have a talk about this flatline skin. Could you not have found a slightly less obtrusive skin when you're aiming? Do you have to have the skin with the biggest cylinder sticking out? How can you see anything? If you would fry me in any 1v1, you could play blindfolded with one hand and you would absolutely roll me. But please change that flatline skin. Oh my lord.
This top 10 bridged by Team Diverge. 1 point ahead, while Randoms is 8 from Cozy. And right now, there are only 7 teams that can make it through. Deadass will not be one of them, as they will finally fall. Orioles has been found by Blackhand, who will finally make one of their moves, as they are now in this lower right corner, close to Fragment East. No contesting just yet, but there is still a lot of work that they have to do in order to make it into the top 10.
I'm just looking at that live leaderboard, and we can see, okay, there's a couple of teams in that bubble that have been eliminated, but it's so tight. 10th place, 36. 11th place, 35. 12th place, 35. Blackhand on 28. They really do have a shot here, Blackhand, if they can stay alive. So many teams here with a chance. So many teams staying alive. Team Smiley doing what they can. They need a big game here, and they've lost Tempest. This is not looking good, but even if they can't make it into the top 10, they could still impact who does.
Very true. As KSP is locked out regardless of who killed who. So Smiley, they have the potential to fully recover. It would just be a very long-winded process, and they'd have to do a lot of waiting for these other teams to move away from Frag West, which no team is going to be happy about doing anyway. As all of these buildings have been claimed, save for one, the exhibits will expire, and everybody is going to find a place they can call home, except SCS, who has disfavored the buildings in favor of this slightly higher ground closer to Epicenter. But that may be their downfall as the circle calls towards the south.
This is one of my favorite zones in the whole game.
Yeah.
This is going to be such an amazing ending. You've got teams that can play inside the tunnel. You've got teams that can play on streamer building. I mean, we all know streamer building, right? We've all landed there at least 100 times. We've all died there. We've all been one clip there. So this is going to be a really intense ending, but we've got intensity right now. E8, they're in that building. They're not comfortable right now. They've got a little bit of a cushion, but it doesn't take much to lose it. And still also, of course, going to want to fight for those seeding points, and they're just holding upstairs right now. We've got a couple of players below them. Diff going to use that focus of attention from Sia there to work out that it's a duo underneath them. It's Riz and Rose, and they're going to get pushed here, but it's a difficult push. Those railings will provide some protection.
Randoms is waiting outside too. They may be able to third party this before Riz and Rose can even be finished off. And that's taking time despite the knowledge of the duo. E8 still does not want to strike.
Dip on the Seer is going to know that there's teams nearby. So he's going to take his time. Horizon ult goes down. They're going to peek, but they're on scan. They're just going to wait. You can see they really want to force it. They know they need these kills.
KSP is coming in too.
Carefully, and there's a team above them now, and they're going to do surprise turn and push the height. Crummy gets taken down and thirsted, and then we're back to the middle floor. He misses a PK shot. He misses another PK shot. He's half health, and Gold are going to get taken out. But they're going to trade it. Presley able to recover. So many teams around. They need to reset here. He's been able to swap. Golden's still down. And E8 getting pushed by KSP. Kai with the huge shots at E8. They're going to be left to watch carefully. They should have enough to make it into the top 10. Reds gets cancelled. And KSP in 14th place. Can they find the big game they need?
Still getting pressured by Diverge and also randoms now. Risen Rose's plugged cube forced to vacate as KSP will be able to get the revive down on this other floor, but they're immediately going to get contested. Proficiency down once again. Kine forced to run after Sync has been dislocated, and now the storm is coming. KSP burned to a crisp. It's down to just Kine, and they cannot make it out. KSP has been eliminated by the storm of all things, and Diverge close behind as they will also fall.
Wow, that zone just picked up more kills than I will ever achieve in ALGS. That was absolutely brutal. You saw a little shake of the knockdown shield there. I think he knew that they weren't going to make it. And KSP, even with all their experience with, talented players like Kine, experienced Pro League players like Synced, they're going to be forced to compete in the losers bracket, and they're going to have to be getting ready for what is going to be 8 really high-pressure games.
Diverge is 10th with 40 points, and they have been eliminated. 11th place is currently 35 points. Still a big breakthrough that has to be made, but with the help of placement points, it could really shake up this leaderboard, and Diverge is not even close to safe. One team that is absolutely safe for the winner's bracket is Bots, as they have not only made the top 10, but still have all 3 of their members up. Good Arcstar!
Nice.
Does this dissuade a lot of Sunny's recovery, and Stomps and JQ are forced to play this long game with the knowledge of where they are. From Plugged Cube, from SCS, who has remained alive this whole time, from Cozy inside these other buildings too, and Stunny will fully fall. 2 members of Bots remaining to try and take on the world. Intel, as well as Karasuno, duking it out on this lower end, while Cozy tries to stifle themselves from taking on teams like Bots, like TSS, try to keep themselves alive for the placement points first, because they are just that close, now only 2 points away from tying up with Diverge and making that top 10 threshold.
Yeah, this is where Vize's experience and all of his knowledge that he's gained from competing for Lazarus in Pro League, from being around the scene for so long, from being a leader of the scene, organising all the scrims, he knows this game like the back of his hand. And playing a building is difficult. This is this nickname Broken Building, because you can see it's not in great shape, and there's certain angles and certain spots that you have to hold. And it's a difficult spot, and they're making it work, and that could just sneak them past Team Diverge. I tell you, I'll teach you a new phrase. In UK football, we call this squeaky bum time. We are absolutely in squeaky bum time right now.
I'm going to use that all the time. SES has made a huge slide down. They could pay dearly for that, but no, TSS instead going to dive over to the other end of the circle. Karasuno finally dipping their heads out to try and find some damage onto Intel first, as Risen Rose will fall next. They will also be relegated to losers. Bots is finally gone. SCS
should mean that they're
stuck where they should be. They will be.
Made it now.
Yeah, they should be good. As now it's TSS, Karasuno, and LTC all in the same building, but refusing to fight each other fully just yet, while Cozy waits around the other bend. But Intel already taking those pot shots, and SCS sitting pretty the whole way through, trying to stay hidden. But Crust just cannot help himself, and is going to find a little bit of damage along with some aggression from Cozy.
Yeah, SCS there got great shots onto Cozy, but they're under a lot of pressure themselves. We're really getting to a standoff. This is basically just a glorified Fragment pub game right now. Everybody's in the streamer building. There's so many teams around, and it's a real standoff now. But teams like Cozy, they actually don't have as far to move as it looks, because that zone is going to end right on the edge of the bridge. They're going to be on the slightly slower side, and this roof is not going to be in the whole game. So people are going to have to move. There's so many teams here. It's a look at that. There's so many people in that building. Everybody has to move. There's gaps in the building. There's gaps in the floor. Team Intel, I would say, probably have the best spot here, and they really do know their zones. And they have double god armor as well, so they can heal so quickly. They have the Loba, They don't even have to loot bats. They can just loot cells. 4 cells a time, 8 cells per low brawl. They're in a really good position.
Karasuno, a team still trying to break into that top 10. The placement points should get them there as well. But they are hungry for more. They want to make sure they're secure because they know that there are some other teams that are also as close as they are that they need to be ahead of to make sure that that threshold is fully crossed. TSS has been slowly but surely making their way up there as well.
I think they have no healing left. I think TSS is completely out of shields.
I think you may be right. They are completely dried out because they've had to play in Storm for so long. They haven't been able to take that many fights, and when they do, it's distance play too. And now streamer building has to be vacated. SES has to make their move. Cozy going to start slowly waltzing down, but SES in a bit of a bad corner. May have to move in on Cozy first, and indeed, they're going to try and bridge this high ground and actually make it all the way over. That's going to be Cozy, finished off, and SES stealing the spot back, but they are now being pressured as well from the Seer attacks, from Intel moving in on Karasuno, while the streamer building remains intact, technically, with LTC and TSS. SES EMP'd away, a lot of damage done. Intel takes it as well. They're stopped a little bit, but there's so much rubble as natural cover, all these teams still trying to stalemate.
Yeah, Intel here, they really have the best spot. Great swing out there to pick up that kill. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Get back in, get healed. Gold shields, you healed so quickly, but the zone is going to cut them off. They are on limited time here.
Oh my god.
They have to swing out. Everybody's fighting. I don't know what's going on. This
James
is so
Fearless?
tense.
James just blocked the knockdown shield for SES's rotation in order to make it longer, and Intel's just going to get handed the win. All the work was done for him.
Unbelievable. They just crashed in, that gold armor, healing up quick, swinging out. Everybody had to basically just mosh pit outside of that streamer building and fight. I don't think they knew who they were shooting. I certainly didn't know who they were shooting. But what I do know is that Intel, they know how to call their zones. They know how to rotate. They know what positions to take. And they have found another victory. And they are going to be looking so good going into our winner's bracket.
Well, based off of that, I really have no idea who made it through, because I think Karasuno may have had enough points by the end of that. But they may have been the only team to break through by the end of that. Because every other team, Intel, SES, E8, LTC, they were already up there. They were already in that top 10. They were already comfy. So it all comes down to how the rest of those points will break through. But Intel taking the win again. And a lot of that, again, I just think had to do with the patience that they had. Because SES did a lot of that early work, taking care of Cozy, getting into that bad position, and then taking on Karasuno after they re-entered, but then Karasuno stalling SCS so then LTC could have the better entryway, but it's still a fight that they have to take, and then Intel can just come pick up the pieces. They don't even have to worry about KP at that point. They're just like, okay, easy dub here on the frag circle, and they get it. They get it again, Tom. And that'll boost them to a really solid spot, far greater than they already were, which, as a reminder, was 3rd place. So we'll see if they're able to get even higher than that, but the gaps certainly maintained, certainly tough to bridge. I think bots may still be in 1st place through this, but it is all going to be so close.
Yeah, it depends how many KP Team Intel were able to pick up during the game. Did they get any poke? That building isn't really notoriously known for having great sightlines, lots of kills, because you're kind of just surrounded by buildings. And then the other side is lava, so you're really shooting quite far away. But I'm really interested to see who's made it into those last couple of places. You know, Team Cozy, I think. I don't want to curse them. I guess it's finished, so I can't. But it's so close on that edge. I think teams like E8 have probably just about managed to sneak in here. But, I mean, look, it's not just about getting in the top 10, because every placement means an extra point. It's so important, and even if there's a tie break between 7th and 8th, that could make all the difference come the end of the weekend. Nice throwback, by the way. What a 2v3 by Revival Games. Get absolutely one clip. I
mean, that was a single file line right there. That was an elementary school fire drill from for Revival Games to just pick up that easy W. That was absolutely nuts. But the Storm killing 2 squads in tandem directly after that as well. Diverge falling after the pressure from TSS forced them into Storm, and then they fell too. I mean, Fragment, what a chaotic last 3 circles that everybody had to endure. I almost feel, I feel more than honored to have been along for the ride for that. But yeah, checking out this final circle, SES first making that rotation on a Cozy, and then Intel trying to grab that better position. SES couldn't properly contest because Karasuno was already on the way there, and from then on, Intel was just like, I mean, whatever, if you guys want to fight this out, that's cool, we'll just wait. And they do, directly under them too, until the rotation has to come through, and then from then it's just an easy pickup on Oxy Ares. Intel, back-to-back champions.
They're so patient. To be able to see all that opportunity. 8 kills. That's a big game. That is a big game for his own team. You don't when you're getting guaranteed high placement points, you don't have to go so crazy. And they really trust themselves to find the kills at the end. They take the good spots. They just relax. They sit there. But let's have a look at some of our bubble teams. Team Diverge, 6 points. E8, 5 points. Blackhand, 2 points. Blackhand is straight into the losers bracket. They aren't going to make it. No Name, losers bracket. Slept On, losers bracket. Randoms, Risen Rose, 3 points. Probably still not. I don't think that's going to be enough.
No, they're not going to make that.
Let's see who made it. Let's throw it to the overall leaderboard. Here we go. Hold on to your hats.
Oh!
Cozy don't make it.
Cozy do not make it. Karasuno. Yeah, Karasuno had a nuts game there. I think that was 10 kills along with second place. So grabbing a solid, I think, 19 or 20 points there. Boost them up to 5th, is able to bridge that. Team Diverge will fall, and Cozy was not able to keep up. They didn't get enough kills in time. They were forced to rat too early on. And so Karasuno, the only team to enter the top 10 after that final game. All the other pieces in place, but some highlights. Intel up to second place. That is now 9 points instead of 8 going into that winner's bracket. Deadass up to 4th. That is now 7 points going into that finals bracket. LTC and Revival able to keep their spots along with SCS. That is 5th, 6th, and 7th for you. And like you said, E8 and Randoms barely able to hold on. And so those are your top 10. Those are your first 10 teams in the finals. But Tom, our work may be done, but these teams, they still have so much more to do. The bottom 10 teams will now be relegated to that losers bracket to fend off the other 10 teams that have been chomping at the bit all day.
Now, I have to say, Team Intel and Team Redeem, they both won 2 games each. They both play zone. They both know exactly how to win final circles. And they've already got a large advantage going into match point. I would be keeping my eye on both of those teams because our finals on Monday, they are match point format. Look at that. Average placement, 1st. Points, 2nd. Damage dealt, 2nd. Average time survived, 3rd. Average shots taken, not as high because they're playing chill. They're relaxing. They're not taking lots of risks. Team Intel and Team Redeem are both set up so well for match point. So they're going to be really excited to get into Monday. They now have some time to rest, some time to VOD review, some time to watch the losers bracket tonight. And I think both those teams are real big shouts because of that match point format that will change things up so much on Monday.
Well, we still have a little bit more Apex to play before Monday comes. We indeed have one more bracket to go through. Those bottom 10 teams, their action is not done yet, and we'll get to bring in the other bottom 10 teams from the Challenger Circuit qualifiers who have made it to the PLQ. 20 more teams, 8 more matches. Tom and I thank you for watching thus far. Dia and Mellowcrit are going to take you guys through the rest of your night, and we cannot wait to see you there. We'll be right back.
to the North American Pro League Qualifiers. My name is Dia, and I am joined by Mello. I will say, Mello, our names don't sound as cool together as Tenrek and Tom, so I'm going to go by Mia during this time, and we can be Mia and Mello.
Yeah, Mello,
because I feel like that sounds a little more fun. And I will say, we need to have some serious synergy, because the chaos, breaking down what's happening on World's Edge and Stormpoint, that's going to be the real tough part of this.
Oh, absolutely. Shout out to Tom and Tenrek, just an absolutely spectacular duo taking us through that winner's bracket, which if y'all weren't watching, man, you missed some amazing gameplay, which makes me very excited because we get to cover the follow-up to that. We get to cover the 10 teams that were not able to get a top 10 finish just before, and now have to fight through 10 other teams that are just as hungry, if not more hungry, to fight for those Pro League spots on Monday. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, as it were, for that winner's bracket, because there were some very, very close finishes, some very tight storylines. But yeah, anything that stands out to you here? Any big surprises? I know I've got at least 3 on my book, but what you got? What are you seeing?
I tell you what, I'll say what I said to you actually before we jumped on broadcast, and that's that the biggest surprise to me about this leaderboard is how much it changed after the first 2 games. Everything seemed sorted out, and it seemed like very strong teams were quite naturally on top. But by the time we got to the end of these 8 games, we had teams like Blackhand and Slept-On sitting in the bottom 10, Team Diverge up alongside them, and so many of those teams that started off the day really well suddenly sort of fell to the wayside and didn't even make it close when it comes to entering into those top 10.
Yeah, that's an absolutely good point. I think that there were a couple teams that went really big, and maybe it's that clutch factor. Maybe they just realized they needed those points and really started finding their way into better fights or better positions. I will say I did start to notice that some of those teams that knew they were a little bit better at fighting decided, hey, we're low on points. We know how to fight these teams. We've been respecting them a little bit too much. Let's see if we can find some more fights, some more points here. But I think the biggest shock for me is definitely what we see on the right side there. We're going to end up seeing Drug-Free, Slept-On, and Team Smiley. Teams that have been brought down from Pro League are also running into the losers brackets now. So they are well out of time, Dia, to try and prove that they belong back up there with some of the best teams in North America.
And these are those teams that they're going to be competing against in the lower bracket. We've got plenty of squads that lined up, and we're waiting here. And I tell you what, Mello, what we saw in EMEA just this morning was that teams that were waiting in the lower bracket weren't necessarily meant to finish in the lower bracket. You got a lot of talent down here that is ready to go and has taken the time, these 8 games that have happened previously today, to warm up in their own right and aren't suffering from the fatigue that a lot of our squads coming from the winner's bracket are.
And it's a beautiful thing to see so many teams that, if anyone's here a regular to the Challenger circuit, a lot of teams here that we know can perform and perform incredibly well. One that I have to shout out, of course, is the newly signed Rise roster that was actually one of the winners of our Challenger circuit. I believe it might have been the very first one. Yeah, so they're here in the losers bracket. You know that team has the talent. You know that team has the capability to go nuclear in these lobbies, but they're definitely not the only ones. So the pedigree of this lobby definitely cannot be understated. And as you said, there's a lot of nuance to the fact that they're in the losers bracket, right? They got to watch what happened in the winners bracket. They're a little bit better rested. They had more time to study up those teams, see what mistakes they were making just a couple of hours ago, and maybe see if they can find some of the exploits that are going to put them a step above.
And it has to be brought up when we're talking about Rise. They're terrifying from their Challenger Circuit performance alone. They've also changed up their third, and normally when a team changes up their third, you go, well, that's going to be really difficult for them. They're going to have some big growing pains. We already know that Detox and A1s work really well together. Now they're paired with Retzi. They didn't pull some random from out of nowhere. Retzi has been at the top of competitive Apex for a very long time, and while recent history perhaps hasn't been as kind to Retzi, I am hesitant to take away anything from this player. If anything, Retzi's adding a lot to Rise right now.
Yeah, that's definitely a dangerous squad. And shouting out some of the other squads that have made some big roster changes, you have to shout out Sausage Sorcerers there. We see Euban and Funk, who also had a huge performance in our Challenger circuits, now paired with Tech formerly coaching for Sentinels as well. So a lot of pieces of different Sentinels iterations have been spread throughout, and we see that they continue to perform on their respective squads. So is Tech going to bring the heat? Is he going to be that last, IQ bump that Sausage Sorcerers needs to end up on top? Well, we're about to find out, and we're going to start off World's Edge. Dia, I got to ask, you got to check out EMEA. How did the maps compare in terms of how different teams were succeeding? Was there a play style that you saw a little bit stronger on World's Edge? We know some teams tend to really go big on those World's Edge games, but what are your thoughts generally around these two maps? I got to know.
So I do go back and forth. Given the competition this morning, which of course very different from what we have here in North America, I'd start off by saying that Edge wasn't necessarily favored on Stormpoint because we had so many people trying to do it and covering these vast distances. It tended to be what I'll call higher variability there, which is something we typically associate with Stormpoint. Whereas World's Edge, with a lot more teams feeling comfortable playing zone, Edge teams also, by that same quality, had more space to take up and felt a lot more confident on that map. So I'm glad that we're starting off on World's Edge because it lets everybody play in their comfort zone before we get a little bit wild and wacky.
Yeah, and the Stormpoint can definitely feel like the Wild West. I mean, I love it. That's where we've seen some of the teams that really just go crazy and have those huge kill games. That ends up being over on Stormpoint, but we are here, y'all. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We are kicking off game number 1 of the losers bracket for the Pro League qualifier for split number 2. And we had a couple of contests in our winners bracket here on World's Edge. We'll see if they end up shaping out a little bit differently. We saw some flex dropping towards the end as well, which was a little bit strange to see. Definitely what I would err on the side of questionable. It worked out for some teams, but not so much for most of them.
If there's one thing that I really appreciate about the losers bracket, though, Mello, it's that the stakes go so high when we get into these last 8 games. And you've got, as we already talked about, so many teams that are suffering from fatigue, that are working their way through what has already been an 8-game day, working through their second set of it. And the 10 teams that end up at the bottom, they don't just go to losers bracket, they go home. They don't get a shot at Pro League anymore. And with the dream being so close right now, just 2 days away for at least 8 of these squads, I'm really looking forward to finding out which teams have the stuff to make it through these 8 games and the unlimited amount of games that we have at match point tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And as excited as I am to be joined here by you, Dia, on the desk, and we get to crown, or not even quite crown, but send off 10 more teams to go fight it out for Pro League. It is a little bit bittersweet that we have to say goodbye to 10 squads, a lot of which we've just been seeing throughout the entirety of this first split. But like you said, the stakes are higher, and honestly, from the little bit that I've gotten to observe, the level of play is also quite a bit higher. I have to say that a lot of the teams seem to have more of a concise game plan, a team identity, just more things that are kind of the hallmarks of the characteristics that we see from teams that are already in Pro League, some of the more dominant squads that we see throughout the different regions. So I think that's important. I think it's critical to notice which teams already are starting to show, the diamond in the rough quality that it takes to be a professional team in Apex Legends.
And especially when you do get to a tournament like this, you're coming out of Challenger Circuit where you might not have known exactly where you'd end up relative to everyone else, and you're making them for fun. People try out Challenger Circuits with their friends, but by the time you get to Pro League Quals, it becomes a reality that this could become your career. You could very well be playing Apex Legends at the highest level, and people dial it in, people take less risks, and in some ways, that does impact teams negatively because teams that we've seen be really confident in the past can all of a sudden start to take a step back, doubt themselves, and sometimes fall short of qualification.
And this is something I definitely don't want to see in this lobby, right? I think we mentioned it a little bit ago, or I was letting you know that I kind of noticed how some of the Edge teams that we know can really 3v3, they were being way too respectful, man. There was a little bit too much respect, a little bit too many missed opportunities that otherwise I think they would have taken and if they weren't in such a high stakes lobby. But I guess we'll have to see if those 3v3s come through for the more aggressive teams. Team Psycho might be one of the first ones to pull the trigger on one of those for sure.
Really nice shots by Dig, as their shields may not be all there, but for a zone-oriented team, at least in this game, it's not how I'd normally classify Team Psycho, but I guess they're going with it now. It's going to be working out really well for them to have that Crypto and Loba for the sustain. However, I am noticing they lack a little bit of staying power in, say, the Watson fence department, where No Name, with both Loba and Watson underneath Big Mod, should have a sincere edge. You've got so much sustain with just those two legends.
And it looks like the fighting is indeed already breaking out very early here. I think these squads realizing that having priority positions on Big Mod is going to be very critical here. So LTC Void is going to go down, and actually Song going down in the process elsewhere on Team Smiley. And it's already so crowded. Yeah, I mean, wow. Gotta shout out all these teams for being willing to rotate so early. But again, that just means that oftentimes a lot of early fights break out.
Missing one from Team Smiley, though, as you pointed out, comes with the big question mark of what they've done with their Pro League experience, finishing off in the last place to move into the losers bracket, and then also being one of our first teams to lose a member here. Their impact is going to be severely hampered in this game, and they may just lose another last one shot on that Valkyrie, and Gambit's going to go down as well, making Team Smiley a rat squad in game number 1 of the losers bracket.
The only smiles here are on the side of Blackhand, who had a really rough winners bracket, to be completely honest. I think for a team that's just been such a staple of the Challenger circuit, right, winning the very last one, but absolutely dominating in so many of them, often in top 3. I believe they had 3 out of 4 Challenger circuits where they finished in the top 3 for the Challenger circuit finals lobbies, which is incredibly impressive. So to see them in the losers bracket at all is a bit of a shocker, and they have, I think, a lot of things to prove here, not just for themselves, but of course for anyone that has been watching these Challenger circuits and is really expecting a lot from that squad.
Yeah, we're looking forward to see what they can do, as Blackhand have gone back and forth as they've developed throughout this season. I was actually talking to Korigami about this yesterday, but just seeing their growth and the way in which Blackhand has shifted from a take-every-fight squad to, with the competitive experience that Cody has brought to the roster, a little bit more of a calculated, we need to take this fight at this time. You're already seeing it with the way they play out this game, is instead of being the team that sits in the center of Big Mod, they've opted into predicting where the zone will pull and sitting behind Big Mod, letting everyone else fight it out for a part of this building. I think it's a really grown-up answer to when you know people are going to be coming to your POI, is sort of let them have it and take the position in the back that might age well, and it's already worked because Blackhand isn't being focused. They're not having to chain fights together, and they aren't putting themselves in that position where there is no room for error anymore.
And even though we saw Team Smiley being the early victims here to Blackhand, it's actually Sausage Sorcerers that is the first team to drop in a game number 1. I did not think I would be saying that, both in that particular team name, but also that placement, 20th place to start. Not the way I expected this one to go. However, there are a couple of names here. We've already mentioned Team Diverge. No Name, definitely another team that I have my eyes on. The Colombian there, Dem Pride, had some success in South America and is now showing up in a big way for a lot of these NA lobbies. Team Diverge had kind of a hot and cold performance. They were, I think, unfortunately the victims of that leaderboard flip that you'd mentioned earlier, right? They seemed to be doing really well. They had some really strong games, some very decent rotates, and suddenly a lot of their game plans started collapsing before them.
So much star power on Team Diverge, though, and the comp experience cannot be underestimated. These players have been around Apex for a very long time, so much so that Team Diverge are one of our only squads to be running a Wraith. Sleepy Panda so comfortable on this legend that this is their pick, even in a meta that largely has not favored Wraith. Even when you are going a little bit off meta, you're going Lifeline in 2023. So the fact that we've got a Wraith here, and they're playing it with confidence, Team Diverge aren't shifting this up a whole lot, does say quite a bit about their way that they're approaching the game, and what we can expect from them in terms of commitments to fights later on. Looking down at the low ground, Team Psycho might be in a fight themselves, and it's with Team Diverge.
Team Diverge finding a spot, an angle to swing in, and they are just protecting themselves behind the white drop shield. Definitely not going to be enough. Team Diverge really only suffering a crack and maybe 50 damage on AJ before Team Psycho is just deleted from the map. And I was just about to comment on their composition, right? Because with that Loba Crypto, I'm not going to lie to you, Dia. If I see a Crypto Loba sitting in a truck early, that team is getting sent immediately, because other than that Crypto ultimate, right, you have very little staying power. Slotting out the Watson means you don't have the fences, you don't have that generator. It really is just so difficult to defend, because all you really have is that Loba loot that you might get from that black market, but really no tacticals, no strong ultimates that are going to help protect you from pushes like the ones we just saw from Team Diverge.
Yeah, we said it was the first thing that we observed about the roster when we had moved ourselves over and saw them holding down that cart, compared them to a lot of teams that were in Big Mod, and I'm really happy to see that Team Diverge have that confidence with them, especially given the way that things have already started for them today. I'm sure they didn't plan on being down in losers bracket, but they've taken that confidence that has gotten them all the way here and run with it. KSP, though, perhaps taking a little bit of overconfidence as they get full sent on the low ground. They are one member away from being taken out completely, and as I say it, there they go. Team Rise claim their first kills of the day.
Yeah, bit off way more than they could chew. Rise is definitely one of those teams I would put in that category of very dangerous 3v3 fighters, and with a decently defensible position, really not a defensive comp, but the way they stacked those arc stars, I mean, the way they held their stairs, it was just the beginning of the end there when TKS started to lose members. So great start for Rise, and they're pretty comfortably sitting right near the edge of ring as well, so not too much pressuring them for the time being, and they'll be sitting pretty with 3 KP to start.
Vengeance up top here. I'm going to be witnesses as two more teams leave us slept on one of them. Unfortunate to say goodbye to them. A very up and down roster throughout this season, but right now they've got to be peaking at the right time, and unfortunately being eliminated just as placement points start to roll in, not going to be doing it for them. Branch on Spaghetti, not going to be doing it for them either. Team Diverge are again taking another fight in these cards, and completely uncontested. Sleepy Panda is eviscerating people. This is what I know Team Diverge for.
That is lovely to see. Team Diverge with the confidence to punish and disrespect the compositions that they know that they can dismantle. Even when this other team slotted in that Watson, it is still not enough. That truck is not enough defense. There are too many different angles for that team to engage. So I love the aggression here from Team Diverge. They've kind of in the past been known as very kind of sit near close to zone and maybe bully teams. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes they get caught out or third partied. But here, where so many teams are trying to hold a defensive line in the middle of Big Mod, they say, hey, paintball is perfectly good for us. We're just going to kill you as soon as you walk up.
TSS take out drug-free meanwhile, and well, we keep whittling down the amount of teams left, which is really concerning when we consider that it's not that far into the game. The pace of this lobby already accelerated, and it does tend to happen at the Challenger Circuit level when teams don't know each other that well. People play very fast and loose, looking for weaknesses where perhaps there are none. But Risen Rose lay in sharp contrast to the rest of the lobby, sitting outside of the ring right now, playing this conservatively and needing to move into Lava City, which, lest we forget, is not going to be inside the following ring either. Risen Rose have a minute, then the next zone close, and then they've got to book it even further up towards Big Mod.
And we actually got a peek there at where that next ring was pulling in Dia. It is not even Big Mod. It's pulling up towards the North Choke. So all of the teams that are hauled up in Big Mod are going to have to move. Risen Rose has been doing this even in the winners bracket, where they're just sitting very deep in zone and they're just crafting up as much as they can, finding as many good materials and tools to use for those edge team fights. But they often just end up losing on those fights, and we might get to see them turn the narrative around a little bit against TSS, who is looking to get aggressive, slight shield advantage for that Risen Rose squad, but TSS with a decent disengage here, just going to wait out that ultimate from the Seer.
I'm surprised to see 2 ults used there. That's Bangalore ult and Seer ult, both traded. TSS waiting for their moment to strike. They've already taken out another squad, and Al-Azur is ready to go, even Rampage in the hands of Hambino, but they also know they've got a really powerful spot, so playing on the more defensive side of things and keeping your eyes out towards the big mod area, and as you talked about, the zone that it's pulling to just a little bit further off into the western side of the ring is going to be really important, as TSS need to look for their chances to impact the rest of the map. The fight here is nice. Clearing your back is nice. Controlling what squads get power positions in the next ring is what will win you the game.
And another reason to once again bring up Team Diverge, right? Because that pull is actually so great for them, right? They were already kind of controlling all of that space over towards paintball. And now that that ring is actually pulling back towards them means that they just kind of get free shots and free reign. As long as they clear their back over towards the Geyser side, I mean, they can just dismantle teams as they walk in, as well as all of the teams that are sitting big mod right now, hoping that it pulls their way.
This is big, though. Team Diverge are trying to take a fight in the RV that used to be theirs. It's a big sandwich with Vengeance in the middle and Rise and Team Diverge on either side. It is not a position that I envy for Vengeance, and it's not a position they'll be in for very long if either of these squads have anything to say about it. GS Bird takes that last shot, and Vengeance go down, but Team Diverge still have to face off against one of the most terrifying squads in the lobby to take their RV back.
Yeah, and this was kind of an inevitability here. Rise on the outside of the ring looking in. Team Diverge using that Wraith, by the way, to, I think, one of the most optimal situations, right? You don't have to commit to a fight at all. You just kind of have to walk up. You notice that there are shots coming from snipers all around the map, knocking that team right in front of you. You can just walk up, do the damage you need to get a free knock, and Wraith Q right back to where the rest of your team is. It's really great to see. Again, say what you will about that character pick, but when you get the max use out of all of the characters in your composition, there's very little you can knock.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the way that Team Diverge has been playing right now. Even off of the last Challenger Circuit, this is a team that has grown by leaps and bounds, but Rise are not giving them an inch right now. Playing along the edge of the ring, they're going to know how much further they got to move in the next couple minutes. We're pulling from here all the way over into what I'll call the courtyard of Big Mod, that large open area where we've already seen Team Diverge take out 2 different squads in their respective cards. Rise have got to get there, and it's a very tall order, especially when we consider that despite the fact they have Valkyrie, they're likely not Valculting over anyone to try and 50-50 a landing. This team doesn't play like that.
Absolutely not. They know that this is a power position, and if they can fight off this team in front of them, it'll be huge for Rise, their opportunities to win the game. And of course, already sitting on 4 KP, why not tack on 3 more to that list? A1's already dealing some damage with the Prowler, taking down that Seer ultimate as well, and not really getting tons of value out of that singularity, that black hole, but A1's takes to the skies to try and find some of the opening damage.
Really interesting, though, that Arcstar didn't connect, and the lack of damage that came through on that Ordnance may just give Rise a false sense of security. They're even shifting their focus away right now. A team has encroached a little too close to them, and you will not get away with it. Retzi eviscerates Team Smiley, and it's right back to business as usual for Rise.
Oh, I love the game plan here, Dia. Oh, Team 1 did not die to our push. Let's just kill the other team. Easy money, easy profit here for Rise, but they are still not in ring, and they are still contending with this Team Diverge in front of them, though it looks like they might have found just enough damage to open up some space here. Now they've taken control of the truck, and they find a knock for their troubles.
Not going to have the ability to pick up their fallen comrade. Team Diverge are going to have to play this out as a duo, if not a solo. GS Bird goes down, and A1's is just unhinged with this Prowler.
That man is shooting that Prowler so unbelievably straight and direct towards the Team Diverge squad. AJ is now down as well, and it seems dang near inevitable that Rise will ultimately pick up the rest of these kills. There is a Wraith port there, but again, still pre-buff, excuse me. 75 meters doesn't get you very far. And honestly, there's barely 75 meters of room to work with on this ring that's about to close here.
I think the fortunate thing, if you are Team Diverge, if you're any squad, is that Rise kind of have their pick of the litter right now. There are so many teams that they can be focusing. They might not pick yours, and that's the one thing that is keeping so many of these squads alive, is that Rise simply don't know where to commit yet. But when that decision comes, it is going to be a deadly one. It will ruin teams' games, and AMV as a duo are just praying that it isn't them.
And even though the zone bounced back and forth like a tennis ball, actually the front, basically just the nose of Big Mod is still left in. So that means Blackhand as well as No Name still have just a touch of space to play, and they have that verticality to work with as well, so they can continue to lay out damage on all of the squads that are sitting, trying to hold onto a fragment of whether it might be a truck over here towards paintball or just a blue wall, a blue fence. Really, all these teams have left to work with right now.
Patience has been kind to Blackhand as they eliminate AMV from the very top of their own POI. Blackhand have reclaimed all of the territory that they once ceded to teams that were going to try and pop in and play zone. They've outplayed them all. They've taken it slow and methodical, and Blackhand are large and in charge over by Big Mod. This is a new roster. This isn't the Blackhand you saw 6 months ago. They have taken their new form, and it may be very close to their final one. Blackhand still have a while to go, though. This next ring will pull them off of this height, and once you drop down on a Big Mod, there are not a lot of places to hide.
5 squads left here in this final ring close. This is a lot more crowded than I expected. I'm not going to lie to you, Dia, but this is very exciting. Blackhand getting a zone gifted to them in a way, but also maximizing that value, which is so critical and it's such an underrated necessity for when these rings go your way. They have 6 kills to their name, a top 5 finish, and are looking for more right now. Rise trying to plan out what the next course of action is going to be. They are going to be forced to walk up, and I think they're already licking their lips looking for that next bit of KP.
I mean, you'll remember when earlier we saw the sandwich between Team Diverge and Team Rise. Well, now it's just between Rise and Blackhand, and Team Diverge are no longer a part of the equation. Taken out right then, Rise now have the opportunity to play on this northern side of the Big Mod buildings. With just a little bit of room left, Blackhand unfortunately have chosen not to scout out their way down and instead try and outlast on this height, something that is not going to work out for them. 25 HP maybe collectively on that squad, and Rise are going to have to shift their focus elsewhere because Blackhand, their story is done for game 1.
Your kill leader right in front of y'all, Detox, Awans, and Retzi, with Awan sitting on 7 kills and a huge ultimate here going down for the Horizon. Detox just destroying this squad in front of him with a Prowler. There's another knock onto Coke as well. It seems Cozy is also catching stray shots on the other side of this fight. The last 2 make that one. Rise, your Challenger Circuit #1 winners, are your Game 1 winners in the losers bracket.
They are back with a vengeance. The fact that they're in the losers bracket is a disgusting disservice to the quality of roster that we've got here. Rise just eviscerated that lobby, and it didn't even look close, Mello.
Oh, that was absolutely foul, and credit to that team taking the fights that they needed, albeit very difficult ones, but that Prowler just looked illegal. For real, that was just an unprecedented amount of damage coming out of Awans, but that whole squad really all together just a perfect unit package to demolish teams in front of them.
Yeah, the way in which they even played that end game fight was second to none. By the time that Retzi had finished with his Tarzan maneuver to take out a whole squad, Detox was already ready for the next one, and you saw it take out Cozy in a matter of seconds. They round that corner, and Prowler's already in your face. You're gone before you know it, before you can calm it. It's just, Rise are on this totally different level, and we talked to them in week 1 about their communication. It's working so well right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, right? It's sometimes a little bit weird to slot in a new third, right? You lose a member, you put in someone new, you hope that they mesh well with the team, that y'all are on the same page, and man, they were on the same page. They're going to be on the same page throughout this whole book, it looks like. That was an incredibly impressive performance, and this is just game one, Dia. Remember, there's just 10 squads that make it out of here onto our finals on Monday, so that's all it's going to take. And right now, I mean, in one game, they might have pseudo-cemented themselves for Monday.
You know, you want to be around that 40-point cutoff mark to make sure that you're going to be in the top 10. That's where it's been on average between NA and EMEA, is around that 43 point mark that makes sure that you're inside the top 10 after 8 games. And right now, like you say, pseudo-cemented yourself. You could easily have walked away with a 30-point game given the way that we saw Team Rise performing right now. Now, they do still have, as we talked about, 7 games to go. We saw the standings flip on their head just in the winner's bracket, but something tells me that we won't be seeing such a crazy swap up as to take Rise out of the running.
Yeah, that would be a monumental feat, to say the least, at this point, because I expect this team to continue up. It's a terrifying prospect to think that this is just them getting started, Dia. This isn't even Storm Point, where we expect teams to be taking fights all over the map. That is crazy.
I want to see if we have this. I want to see the Tarzan move again. Watch Retzi. He takes the zip line over and into the zone. He forces an entire team to turn around simply to deal with him. And what costs Retzi his life, it gets Rise a 29-point game. It is a juicer of a game.
That is huge. And I want to give credit to second and third finishes there, but gotta shout out Team Diverge, who it kind of felt like Team Diverge walked so that Rise could sprint. They held that spot, that power spot that was so critical, but in one turn of the seesaw, it suddenly was Rise's game to win in a moment, really. You could have said Team Diverge had that position, and I think they knew it as well, so it's tough to see them go out, but 12 points, not too shabby for a single game. Blackhand also had a great experience there, having the ring pull right their way, and No Name in third, and Cozy rounding out second place, who, again, I'm not sure how exactly they ended up just doing it up and basically getting 1v2'd in that 3v2 scenario. It's pretty crazy to say Rise just owned that game.
10 points, though, is going to be a nice way to round things out for Cozy with the single kill that they got and playing it out as a duo in the end game. It's a lot more than most squads had access to, with a lot of teams dropping a goose egg in the first game of the day. You've got 7 more to make it up, however, and I extend that to a lot of teams as their opportunity to take a deep breath and jump back in. It is real tough on the mental right now, especially for those squads that have come up from the winner's bracket, but you've got to outlast, and we'll be talking about it throughout the course of these next 7 games.
Yeah, speaking of those next 7 games, we will be bringing you game number 2 in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We will be taking a short break, and when we come back, game 2 on World's Edge.
Guys, we have been so excited backstage that Mello and I haven't stopped talking. We haven't gotten water. We haven't gotten up to get food. It has just been us talking about last game, and that bodes really well because with game number 2 coming up, Mello, we've got a lot to look forward to. Rise have set the bar high. Can they meet it yet again?
Yeah, and a couple of wake-up calls that seems to have finally come through. Black Hand there, pretty big performance that they definitely needed as, I think, a booster from what was a very difficult winners bracket. So the storylines, they're starting to really simmer. We've got the pot of history and Challenger Circuit and Tier 2 Apex just brewing, waiting to burst with so many fantastic storylines. I can't wait to cover them, but we've got 7 more games. That's insane to say here. 7 more games to enjoy these players playing their absolute hearts out, trying to fight for a spot in the finals and hopefully a spot onto Split 2 Pro League, which would be huge.
And jumping into our second game of World's Edge, I can't help but do the thing that every caster does and start wishing for zones that give teams another opportunity to play things out in a little bit of a different way. I'm thinking specifically of Team Psycho that actually, well, they were funneled into playing zone, got taken down very quickly as a result of it. And even for squads like Black Hand, who I also want to see have that chance to play a more edge-centric play style. They have done really well in game number 1. We lauded them for being able to take over Big Mod Part 2. And yet, I can't help but remember Black Hand really fondly as a squad that was running over teams on the edge, and it was contesting at Big Mod and just fighting all game. Well, this isn't the same squad. While they've got a very different play style now, I'd like to see that element of their previous self still be a strength that they can give us in lobbies like this.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned Black Hand because I think they're a team that sort of transitioned from let's just fight, let's just run over every team. We know we can beat them in a straight-up 3v3, and this is, of course, also true, especially in the preseason qualifiers where they were, again, under a different roster, but still with a lot of those same elements, that same juice. And it seems now they've transitioned a little more towards more static game plans, a little bit more rotation focus, and I think they do sometimes miss out on some of those opportunities to take those fights that I think they know they can win. And even though they might find themselves closer to the end game, they're getting there with slightly less KP or just getting out-rotated or fought on their rotates outright, which is definitely not where we want to see them.
It's where we now have to focus, given the opportunity to shine. Give me a skyhook zone and let's talk Black Hand, baby. That's where we'll give them a chance to shine. But all we can do is cross our fingers and hope, and the teams are doing much the same thing. You've heard people talk about it quite a bit, I'm sure, being around the competitive Apex scene, but everybody landing in very different spots means that you're also preying on the RNG of that particular zone, whether it be good loot, whether it be the crafters, and so often the beacon that gives you a really big edge in the early game. Whether you be a zone or an edge team, knowing exactly where people are going to be rotating through is going to be super helpful, and beacons determine so much of the coming gameplay.
Yeah, if your POI doesn't have a great rotational beacon, hint, hint, everything in the middle of the map, but landslide in particular, where you don't have any loot and your rotational beacons are a little bit more weak, you have even less opportunity to really find your way into those deep zones. Of course, a lot of people will flex the crypto on that POI where they lose a little bit out on that fighting power in exchange for that added information. But taking a look once again, this is going to be your overall leaderboard here, and yeah, just head and shoulders above right now. Rise looking so fantastic. Such a great sprinting out of the gate type start for them. And I expect that this is probably going to continue, which is bad news for a lot of the teams on the bottom of the leaderboard.
As we said during game 1, didn't even do them the decency of making sure it looked close. Rise dominating, but Black Hand and Team Diverge, they were the centerpieces of our conversation until Rise entered the chat. It was these two teams that were running the area around Big Mod. Team Diverge standing out in a big way. We talked about their usage of the Wraith in this meta, and I was speaking to you backstage about how much nostalgia it gives me to see Team Diverge and Sleepy Panda specifically abusing that legend, because when I saw Sleepy Panda for the first time picked up by RCO in what I think was a Nerd Street tournament. It was him with the Kraber 1v3ing in the RV right outside Lava Siphon. I'll remember it till the day I stopped casting Apex Legends, and it was incredible. Now that he's back, now that I'm seeing that same Sleepy Panda show up, and when his team needs it the most, when they gotta get back to Pro League, I'm getting actual shivers thinking about it, Mello.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up. That's such a great just story for so many of these players have that sort of history with the game at this point, and they've just been missing out just a little bit short of the mark on getting their shot at Pro League. So to see that, right, to see this team start to excel and really excel in a way that is very much their own, having that team identity is so critical to the success of these players. You see it on display there, and I hope we continue to see that from Team Diverge, as well as a lot of the other squads that have sort of developed their identity throughout the Challenger circuit. Again, Blackhand might be the biggest example. We definitely talk about them a whole lot, but so many names in here that I love to see them succeeding, doing well. So the potential here, definitely not short on that, but whether the execution can come through, that's really what matters here.
Yeah, I was really surprised by the way that, say, teams like Ranch on Spaghetti ended up playing out that game as well. Quite unlucky, one of the squads that got caught in a cart over by Big Mod and unfortunately eviscerated. But the fact is that when we talk about these big brand names like Blackhand, Team Diverge, like Rise, we've also got Ranch on Spaghetti in the lobby. We've got Slept On in the lobby, Riz and Rose as well, and while they may not have been each individual team as consistent as those three, they've also got their own brands of gameplay that we've gotten the chance to see throughout Challenger Circuit, and whether we get to see that again is a really fascinating proposition to me, because while consistency may not be the name of the game for these teams, they can put out big numbers with a single good game.
Yeah, we already saw it there from Rise, 29 points, and that's not even the ceiling here in what is going to be the second game of the Split 2 Pro League qualifier losers bracket. Dropping out of the ship here. I don't believe we saw any big contests in game one, so expect that to continue on out here. But let's see, Dia. Let's see if the Ring Gods will gift you a Skyhook zone. We'll find out here shortly. There is a very heavy presence on the northwest side of the map, though I do have to note. We have Risen Rose that's actually taking up trials. We have Team Diverge, the team that we've talked about so much at this point. And I believe that's going to be Team Vengeance that is also sharing Skyhook with this stack. And that's definitely a lot of squads to be sharing not a whole lot of loot, especially if the Ring did pull their way, though we get to see there from the preview in the top left that will unfortunately, Dia, not be the case.
And a little bit further off to the south, I noticed something interesting about the way Team Psycho were dropping quite early on. Having split their crypto off from the team completely, landing instead by Fragment, Crypto's first move is to throw out a drone and try and get the scan over by Streamer Building. It is an extremely risky move to separate somebody by so far with no loot and try and get that little bit of information. But if anything, it should further emphasize how crucial this knowledge is to teams in the mid-game. Being able to know where the game is headed, what your power positions are going to be, already changed the way that Psycho played game number one. It's going to change the way they play game number two, since they've gone so far on their way to have access to that information.
And don't think that these teams are averse to cheese by any means. I'm definitely looking at that Cascade team once we switch over to Stormpoint, because they also often have to extend very far up north to grab that beacon. And at least in scrims, I've seen more than one occasion where teams are not afraid to send a player there to take the 1v1. If not for the loot, definitely for the pride. Taking a look at the overhead here, in the middle of the map, we have a very interesting zone. Seems to be pulling pretty dang hard over on top directly of Siphon, actually encompassing both the bunker side as well as the open area with the 3 gondola buildings. So this is why you're seeing on your screen right now Buff Pathfinder as well as a multitude of other squads making their way here quickly.
Well, Buff Pathfinder are making good use of this crypto to scout out the center of Lava Siphon, and I'd love to see them hold it down. They also, much like Team Psycho last game, don't have defensive options. When it comes to things like Caustic and Watson that are super valuable inside buildings, they are just out of luck, and should they be pushed by a team, I'd be hesitant to actually hold center of Lava Siphon for that very reason. No Name with a Watson of their own, Watson Loba, as so many teams are favoring actually going into these games. Have their own sustain, but have picked a position that's a little bit more out of the way, if perhaps more likely to receive a zone pull that goes in its direction.
Yeah, and I think a large contributor to that is that I think some of these teams realize that, at least on World's Edge, grenades are king. Grenades are such a dangerous resource, and you can pick a lot of them on your way there, but once they're expended, unless you're lucky enough to find some on the ground or in a death box, you're really not going to be picking up a whole lot of grenades, especially in those really tight scenarios in the end game. So having that Loba there to just keep pulling things like nades, not even just nades, ammo, extra shield swaps. There is some merit, of course, to having the extra resources just at your fingertips. That is, of course, if your team doesn't get pushed in when they realize you have a Loba, though. Certainly helped there by the Watson. The staying power is definitely there. So those teams that are in that zone deep early, they're going to be soaking up resources as much as they can as teams die around them.
Move down into the south over by Tree is a good one, as it saves your team a lot of trouble trying to fight out at Thermal Station, where it is way too late to be for a lot of squads. Asuras must be opting into an edge playstyle, but needed to get that little bit further ahead. Now that they've got a move over Tree, I'd like to see them prioritize the high ground outside of Lava Siphon, perhaps control even a little bit of the low ground if they're feeling really antsy, but at this point, holding over by Tree isn't giving you anything, especially when even positions like those in launch site are available.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of power positions, and that's a very important piece of information that, especially teams that have coaches right now, they have a lot of time spent figuring out where you can bully teams, where you can find those kills just on positioning alone. Even if you're out looted and out rotated, sometimes those spots can kind of play themselves. So if you're well studied, if you know what you're looking for, those situations could definitely be a huge boon and just a KP printing factory for some of these squads.
Team Diverge start to walk up on this. You gotta be worried for the squads in front of them. Sleepy Panda claims another. There is a finish on a kill that was already started by No Name. They're also making their rotation in and should be able to, with this portal, make it pretty smoothly. One of those really nice things about Wraith is that you just avoid so many little bits of damage that you would otherwise take on these rotations. A team noticing you and taking a few pot shots all of a sudden isn't happening so much anymore, and it's going to save Team Diverge a lot of trouble later.
And it's not necessarily trouble that Team Diverge is always avoiding either, right? They're that strange kind of play style that plays somewhere between edge and zone. You see them actually rotating that Wraith portal outward towards the edge of that next zone, and that's because they love to hold those chokes. They love to wait for teams that are too late on the rotate, might not have the best resources. Maybe they just took a fight on their way to walk in the ring, and they can pick up those pieces, pick up that loot that way, and as well as find just favorable fights for them. Here, a little bit downhill relative to where some of these teams are rotating from, Slepton being one of them. And yeah, we're going to see here that the macro knowledge is going to come into play in a massive way here, because look at all of the chokes that are surrounding access to this ring, Dia. I mean, you have north over towards Big Red, you have northeast by Geyser, you have this south launch site side where Tree is completely open and has tons of low ground relative to everything right in front of it to the east. It is definitely not an easy ring to access by any means.
And then you've got Risen Rose, who again are sat outside of ring, this time spotted and effectively gate-kept by Landslide. They don't have that much time to take a different path and are going to have to brute force it through here. We have the privilege of knowing that Drug Free ahead of them have already rotated through, but are absolutely going to camp the ever-living something out of this just to keep one more team out of the end game. We are still at 20 squads. We have lost one player, and that is it, Mello. Teams are playing this slow and steady.
Yeah, and Drug Free here using much of the same macro strategy that they utilized to win that Pro League qualifier earlier in Split 1 that got them into Pro League, and that's to play right between the pinch, right? We see they're really close to where Zone 1 and Zone 2, or sorry, Zone 2 and Zone 3 meet, because they know teams are going to end up rotating here from the outside of Ring, and here we see Drug Free starting to lay down the resources to take out this squad.
Nice jump out by Saucer. It's a surprising thing in Apex Legends. It is a horror game, especially with that wingman in it. Plugged Q bites the dust and Flux right next to him, leaving Risen Rose as a solo in the face of Drug Free, who, if I can be completely honest, are playing like absolute animals right now.
Huge start for them here, finding the damage, and the height here is Impulse, and that wingman from both the members is just disgusting. Risen Rose wiped off the face of World's Edge. Drug Free now sitting on 3 KP, and they've cleared out this side for the most part, so that means that they actually get another walk up. Of course, we can see that other teams cannot, but they get to walk in here over towards the next spot where they're eventually going to have to continue fighting, continue picking up KP. It's not easy, but someone's got to do it.
It's a difficult life, I'm sure. Speaking of KP, we saw Slept On a little bit earlier, and I wanted to shout them out for their own performances. We called out Rise in game number 1 for being the winners of the Challenger Circuit number 1, but preseason quals were what put Slept On the map for a lot of people, and in the very first one, they had some incredible games to the tune of 30, 40 kills over the course of the day. Some unhinged stuff, and they have since struggled quite a bit to stay on top. Their highs extraordinarily high. They slay out, leaving no room for doubt. And yet, on the days where they're not fully dialed in, Slept On so often just sort of pass out in the mid-game. You don't get to see them ever really show up for those late games, and it's the curse of Slept On that's haunted them throughout this entire season.
Yeah, maybe a touch of overcorrection, too. I think they had their stint in Pro League, right, where they kind of ran into that high-level macro that it really requires to play at that level, and trying to learn that, as well as trying to come back to some of these lobbies where teams are more willing to give up good spots to fight. It's being stuck between a rock and a hard place here for Slept On, and I think to some degree they've kind of lost that identity that, as you said, made them look so fantastic in that preseason qualifier. So a couple games left for them to maybe revitalize, rekindle that spirit that got them into Pro League in the first place. We'll see if they can make it happen here.
AMV stuck underneath on the low ground. It's Ranch on Spaghetti that are throwing in the damage but aren't committing just yet. Playing real slow and safe is a nice move, especially when you've got a zone gifted to you like this. And Ranch on Spaghetti getting to play this at a little bit of a slower pace is going to let Black Hand slide in underneath and clean up the rest of AMV.
This fight needs to be clean. Black Hand cannot lose members or they will risk the third party. Voltic going down very low, but the hip fire from Kodagami is plenty for AMV to get wiped, and they are almost reset here. It looks like they're not going to stick around for the loot, instead fully disengaging from the spot. Great execution there by Black Hand.
Arcstar just to go fishing. I appreciated that. Everybody saw that fight was happening. No knocks like you called out, and they went, well, will one Arcstar do it? And it didn't. Everybody backs off, and we're all fine. A nice handshake between 3 squads that were all looking at some way of entering that engagement. We get a look at the next ring, though. Continuing to go deep, Lava Siphon, and it looks like Rise are going to be making it there, denying other teams access along the way. Detox around this corner with the Prowler once again, and from above sends down even more hurt. Gonna back off for the moment as Gravity Lift does zone him out, and Rise step onto the back foot for the first time in the loser's bracket.
And look at the way Retsy's anchoring for them right now with that sniper, just trying to hold down that space while his teammates walk up and try and pick up the kills. a little bit risky there. I'm not sure who we saw there in the corner, just randomly getting a big spray onto a member of Rise. So they back off, they disengage. I believe they picked up some value for their troubles there as well. And speaking of teams that I think we needed to see adapt to where the ring was pulling, Rise, we know they like to fight. We know they are very comfortable near the edge. Having this ring pull their way, they're being just proactive enough, just aggressive enough to make sure they're getting value out of that ring, and that is critical if they're going to stay on top.
And while we're on board with them, I've got to call out Cozy for what is now the second game where they've had to play as a squad not completely whole. The mid-game seems to be this team's nightmare, and despite their experience, you're seeing that not being on the same page as 3 individual members, perhaps having different reads on the game, is really coming back to hurt them. TSS, having sat on this bridge for the past 5-10 minutes, now we're going to have to think of a way to disengage from it. Their spots are getting encroached upon, and this is on both sides. PKS thinking about the push here, got some serious low health bars, and out they go. They do find 2 knocks, and ooh, nope, just the one, soon to be 2 knocks, as there it comes, and TKS find themselves very happy, albeit Turns is out.
Yeah, that is a price to be paid here, and they might continue to pay even more as the squad swings in. But great job here from Kikix trying to fight them out, and actually just going to slide right into that respawn immediately. There's plenty of death boxes on top too, so if Turns can hit the ground, he can hit it running, and he can hit it with some loot. Shout out to Satiability, by the way. That was a huge scan there from the Seer, just a raw Q to find that opening, to find the information that they needed to win that fight.
Void committing down onto the low ground. Great Horizon ult to keep everyone in play, and Asuras are erased. It's like the cotton candy with the raccoon. You put it in the water and all of a sudden it's gone. Same thing happened to Asuras. I'm left here wondering where they went. Void, not nearly so confused, get to retake their height with absolutely no problems.
Yeah, and Void, another sort of sleeper pick here, just sneaking in to these Pro League qualifiers by the hair on their chinny chin chins, to be truthful. And now they have a great opportunity to show what they can do. They've had the successes that I think you'd expect from a great team. And of course, Dia, you've seen plenty of this squad over on Series E. I'm sure you have a lot of things to say, a lot of thoughts on that squad. But all in all, I think that they have that potential. Right? I'm gonna say that word till everyone blocks me on Twitter for it, I'm sure. But it's another team that has that sort of secret sauce that I think just needs the right combination of events to have go crazy.
Yeah, and I think that the best part of commentating in Challenger Circuit and in Pro League qualifiers is that we see teams with so much of that, with just wanting to get the right combination, needing the stars to align just that little bit. And as teams go on, as they play more against squads that are trying to do the same thing, we see those win conditions broaden. Maybe instead of 10 things needing to go right for a team to go off, it's 9, it's 8. The next week, it's 7. And that is the thing that is the most impressive about Challenger Circuit and the teams that it then produces, is how adaptable these squads become as they figure out how to overcome a lot of challenges that teams throw at them. Challenges like the ones that Slept On are receiving right now as they are besieged.
And they actually have some playing on the Caustic, which is, I think, perhaps the only Caustic we have on the lobby, and maybe not something this team that's trying to siege them was expecting. They have some nades to work with. Nice gas setup here as well. They continue to hold the corner of this building and just are not getting sieged by any means. They continue to hold, and they're doing a great job here, and this is causing a lot of distraction for the squad above them. They're burning through resources oh so quickly, and if they can't capitalize on Slept On being here on the low ground, that's going to be a lot of time wasted and a lot of potential for a late game wasted as well.
Now, Sung's traps are coming back off cooldown. The EMP did hurt their economy, so waiting for those next couple seconds may just give you the opportunity as a squad up top to stabilize before the traps become available again, and you see that there's an opportunity to take space. When the KSP, for example, desperately need. Down here on the low ground, they are at the mercy of squads on both sides of this bridge and need to find their way onto the height. In the air, they're not going to be spotted by any sort of seer ult, but they see a Wraith coming out of here, and we know what that means.
This is actually a third-party situation. Yazto finding the early knock onto Team Diverge, and now Sync and the rest of KSP swinging in. Massive aggression here, but it does pay off. Can they reset, though? That is really the question here. They're going to clean up the kills. Sleepy Panda fully having to disengage. Team Diverge will be eliminated, and now Buff Pathfinder gets to capitalize on a potential third-party opportunity of their own, and it looks like KSP might have used that portal to get out themselves.
And of course, looking at this, seeing Team Diverge be eliminated, it's Rise again that come in and take them out. Ultimately, just the bane of Sleepy Panda's existence is this squad that keeps running into them. They have similar reads on how to play these end games, and it is crushing this squad. Team Diverge having a real difficult time, and Rise continuing to farm up as they take out Team Smiley, and Psycho going down as well. 6 squads left.
And makes me think back to that interview you did when they won that Challenger Circuit, Dia, where they just straight up said, we're not here to win the game. We're here to take out the squads that we know need to go down for us to be victorious. So maybe TD is that sort of Achilles heel that they know they can just eliminate to have a great game.
As long as you get rid of that, as long as you wear big boots, you're going to be okay. KSP, unfortunately, are not. Neither are Buff Pathfinder. You talked about Rise focusing them down. They take your advice. We're into the top 3 squads, and Slept On have a great angle into this fight, coming up right behind 2 squads. They've got control over the bridge. They've got a Horizon ult, and they are not wasting a second. That's a stick out there. Slept On are going crazy on this high ground, and Zerbo takes no prisoners. Trying to jump down onto the low ground, does get pushed back by the gravity lift, but bodies are flying. Void is down. That means that Rise are on the hunt. Rise, who have already killed 14 people this game, they're taking it straight to Slept On, and 1 member is down. It could be the beginning of the end. A1s ends up finding a lot of damage, and Rise finish off the kills for their 2nd win in as many games, Mello.
That is just absolutely ridiculous, Dia. They are here taking games, taking names. If I were to try and track all of the squads that this team seems to be targeting and wiping out, I think I'd run out of paper in my notebook. That's just crazy. And the KP seems to be inflating even more somehow. Is there a team that can stop Rise right now? That's, I think, going to be the question for the next 6 games.
After 2 games, I don't think that there's an answer I will give that can satisfy the audience. So I'm just going to say that I'll find out with the rest of you. Rise are performing on another level, and it wasn't just a happenstance game. They didn't walk into that win. They took it by force. We saw the same thing over by Big Mod, but they are large and in charge in these zones, and it does make me wonder. We've been looking at the quality of these games and going, it's improving.
Yeah, there's a lot of squads where we like to see them in like that mid game. Again, there's teams that suffer there every now and then, but yeah, I think teams are playing to their strengths, playing well when they need to, and sometimes you run into Rise and your game's over. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's quite scary because, like we've touched on, and it's been every once in a while here, but we're sending some of these teams on to Pro League. That's the end result of this tournament. Well, for these 8 games, we're looking at who's going to get to the finals on day. We're thinking long-term about what these guys are going to do on the professional stage. And I look at Rise, and I have no idea what they are going to do to professional Apex, because the question is no longer in my mind as to whether they'll get there.
Yeah, and I think there were some teams in that winners bracket side that are probably thinking about this team, right, and how dominant they were in their Challenger Circuit win, and just hoping, all right, which teams are we cheering to take out Rise? And right now, none of those teams are doing their job for them. So that top 10 from the winners bracket is going to have to perform against this squad. And like you said, this might be a preview for some of the Pro League teams to say, how are we going to perform against such a strong squad?
I'm sweating right now, and it's not just because I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt and a beanie. This does not look fun to deal with, and somebody has got to do it. Even Slept on their entry looked really good, and quickly did their game plan fall apart in the face of Rise, who, if I'm reading it correctly, don't even lose a single member in this endgame fight.
That is absurd. 32 points, Dia. I think the only thing that's rising is how many kills this team can get in one game, man. That's insane. That is one game. They almost put themselves, this is, right, let's put this into perspective. That is almost, that is 3/4 of the way to the threshold that you had mentioned for sneaking into top 10, right? The bottom, the cutoff for top 10. They did that in one game. The next closest, not even half the points from Slept On.
I mean, if we keep playing like this, the cutoff for top 10 is going to be like, what, 5 points, just like it is now. Black Hand sitting right there because there are no kills left for anyone else to pick up. We are seeing a ridiculous, if you'll pardon the pun, rise of a terrifying squad. 61 points, more than halfway to 100 after 2 games. This team is built different.
Absolutely. To take from one of the previous casters that we saw in the winners bracket, Tenrek, a meteoric rise is, I think, what we're experiencing here. 61 points. This team, if we were on to the finals, if this was the finals, if we were on Monday, they're already on match point, Dia. They basically have the world is their oyster. They can find any zone, any game to steal away a match point finals. That is absurd.
Yeah, they are, well, they're terrifying. And while we've touched on plenty of teams coming up on them now, Slept On and Black Hand still trailing by quite a bit. The question really becomes, of all these 19 teams, who's going to end up taking second? Who's going to take third? Because right now, Rise could leave.
Yeah, I think at this point, really, the podium just has a big old statue of A1s at the top, and everyone else is just going to try and follow suit. We'll see. Again, we saw a big turnaround on the leaderboard, like you mentioned, in the winners bracket. Are we going to see something even close to that? Well, we're going to find out, but before we get there, another break here, but we roll into game number 3, the third game on World's Edge. Stick around, don't go anywhere.
Horizon, and Mello and I's mentals are decimated moving into game number 3. Yes, mental boom. As Rise have taken 2 games, and we're experiencing on the desk, I can't imagine what the players are experiencing in the games themselves. I want to take another look at that leaderboard to really send home what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's really just a spectacle here that we're experiencing. 2 games in 61 points for Rise. And that really isn't the only thing. I think one of the biggest surprises here is that some of the squads that I think had some of the highest expectations are also just kind of getting the short end of the stick and running into that squad consistently, being the ones that end up turned into KP. So to say this leaderboard is top heavy is an understatement of the greatest magnitude at this point.
This team's a goddamn truffulatry is what this leaderboard is. That is ridiculous. Now KSP are the cutoff at a measly 6 points right now for making it into top 10, and we take that, multiply it by 4, which is how many more times we're going to do this, and well, it's not looking like the cutoff's going to be too high. 24, and Slept On and Black Hand, even Team Diverge, very close to pushing up into that area. I'm looking at squads like Cozy and Smiley, though, and it's really standing out to me exactly what you're saying, that there are teams that are getting unlucky consistently, and I would classify Cozy and Smiley as some of them, but they've been blessed not to run into our more dominant squads like Team Diverge, Slept On, Black Hand, and Rise. They've been going out on their own in totally different fashion, but it's at least to let them accumulate some points to put themselves in top 10.
Yeah, Team Diverge has been, I think, that squad that sort of gets the ball rolling for the unstoppable Rise freight train oftentimes. It's because they understand, I think, what that game style ends up looking like. Team Diverge likes to take power spots. They like to hold those chokes. They like to find places where they can get a lot of those kills and bully teams. And sometimes Rise decides, all right, that's not yours anymore. I'm taking it. And Team Diverge hasn't really gotten close to defending that quite yet. We saw it look all right in that very first game. But since then, I mean, if we've said it before, but if former GOW, now Rise Nation, is picking up steam, where does the ceiling go?
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping that it stops, and that's a very weird thing to say as a commentator, but looking at it after 2 games, after the dominant finishes that we've seen going into game 3, I'm hoping they get 50-50. I'm hoping they get unlucky just so that you see somebody else take that step forward and actually have some space on World's Edge. It's suffocating. You can feel it everywhere, almost like caustic smoke. And while we're popping into this next game, we're again going to have a pretty calm early game. The 3-team split like you talked about before. I will say Psycho not having to land so far apart since they've got the beacon right in No Name, but it's all a matter of time, and my breath is held until that endgame circle.
Yeah, not to say we're preying on your downfall, Rise. We're just saying, like, leave some KP for the rest of us. Like, Go craft outside zone for, like, 3 rings or something. I don't know. Something to give them an opportunity, another team an opportunity, rather, to pick up some much-needed points for, the top 9, since the top 10 isn't really a factor at this point. But in any case, we're going over to the bottom left quadrant from the looks of it here, towards Thermal Station, Tree, and Harvester. So again, not a bad zone for Rise, which was definitely the case with that Lava Siphon ending. So depending on where this pulls, they might have more incentive to keep squads out on the southeast, where you see, unfortunately, Black Hand, who has had a decent start, but could definitely have their opportunities trumped by a team like Rise.
Certainly could. And I will say, we'll mention it quite a bit towards the end game. I'm going to try and take a breather and look at what other teams can be doing. Risen Rose, a very strong team coming out of the Challenger circuit, and I'd expected them to have a little bit better of a start in these lobbies. However, given the fact that they're going over by Trials and have a long rotation down, they get the opportunity to play around the outside. There's plenty of areas as you move down through even Lava Fissure if you want to play things a little bit safer as they have, to rotate in without tanking a whole lot of zone damage as they have, because that zone damage has really been biting them.
Yeah, and I think we saw a glimpse of their potential fighting power in Challenger Circuit number 4, where I think Poirier and I really gave them a lot of credit, as well as Asura as another team that was doing something similar. But yeah, if you're crafting outside a zone, you have the loot from Trials. It might just be a bit of a symptom of over-looting, right? They don't feel like they have the right loot. They don't feel like they're prepared enough to walk into that zone, even with the breadth of gold items that you're picking up from Trials. And as you said, it's starting to bite them. They're starting to get punished. Those rotates are getting increasingly more difficult, especially with the squads that we have in this field, right? We have teams like Team Diverge. We have teams like Drug Free that love to hold those chokes. They love to hold those pinches between zones. The places where you don't want to see teams where you're rotating late, that's where those teams are.
No, Drug Free pushed into a little bit of a different play style this time around. They've opted into Harvester and a little bit more zone-centric, shall we say, than last time where they were camping around the edge. It's all about that flexibility, and that's something that Drug Free have in spades. You talk about competitive experience. A lot of these players have been around Apex for so long that people are wondering when their retirement is coming around. They play really well, but after being put into the Pro League qualifiers, can they make it back to that stage?
Yeah, and I mean, there's possibilities here for all of these teams to prove themselves, but on the stakes, like when the stakes are set up like this, when you have sort of that top heaviness that we've talked about already, the pressure can get to you, and these are teams that are battle tested. I mean, they've fought through long multi-day gauntlets of 100+ teams to get here. So, or maybe less, maybe somewhere. I think it's close to over 100 on some of the challenger circuits. So they know how to fight out against the long, tough, and passionate field. So they just have to show it here. They have to put it on full display. They have 8 games, 2 extra games on top of the standard 6 that we usually get to see to prove that they belong in Pro League.
Team Psycho. We've been watching their setup for a while here, but you can tell the nerves are really present. Even just the longbow shots to try and zone out squads that are on the low ground. Squads like the Sausage Sorcerers that have just taken, again, no prisoners here. They're looking for a little bit more with this crypto scan and should be able to perhaps push onto that height. But Team Diverge, unfortunately, have lost a whole lot of ground in this early game, and it's got, for the first time, nothing to do with Rise. Their rotation in just a little bit cursed from the beginning, and they've got nowhere to run now.
Yeah, absolutely running out of space, running out of opportunity to recover here. They're going to go ahead and try it once again, but unfortunately, the one thing Sleepy Panda is trying to accomplish is also going to drop his only cover against all of the squads that are looking their way over towards this corner at the juicy KP here. So maybe just going to find a Wraith Q here, maybe just going to try and rat it out for a moment longer. But for the time being, we are just one squad light as ring 1 is about a minute from closing.
Risen Rose, again, late rotate, but this time at least inside the next zone. They've taken that faster move, perhaps gotten their confidence under them, and this could be a really nice game 3 if they can open up that potential that we've already seen from Challenger Circuit and make it something real different here. Slept On, meanwhile, camping around the edge, doing much the same thing, but with perhaps a different intention than Risen Rose. This time looking for kills, as Slept On love to do.
Yeah, and they have the squad to do it, too. They've gone Valkless here, which means that they really don't seem interested at all in finding long-winded rotations, clean rotations. They're looking for a fight. I think this might be the correction that they have to make for a lobby such as this, where they're opting for a little bit more fighting power. You have the sort of flex staying power with the Caustic, of course. If you are able to win a clean fight, it is one of those legends that can definitely help you out defending against a third party, but you need to win the fight first, and I think that's been one of the biggest struggles for that team so far.
Oh god, Sleepy Panda's still in
here.
Oh, he got a Medi. I don't know where he got the Medi, but That's pretty nice. 19 teams left. Plenty to go till you may get into even placement points right now. And Team Diverge holding on to 4th place convincingly, maybe dropping a few spots this game. It's more than likely. Team Psycho still hold up in this corner of Harvester. We'll have a good way to get down from here as the zone will continue pulling us further towards the south. But now I start to look at squads that are sitting on the bridge over by Lava Siphon that have taken an alternate route in from the south to this zone because the pull out of Harvester is going to be very rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely. That bridge can definitely be a power spot that can be abused right now as teams start to find their way in. And that could also be just a huge zone call at this point, knowing that it could potentially end right underneath that bridge. There might be a team that's already taking that RV just underneath it as well. So lots of possibilities here for teams to take up early spots. But teams like No Name may be looking for early fights and early kills that they are going to be on the losing side of from the looks of it. Dem Pride already getting fully thirsted, and the banner has not been recovered.
Really appreciate the wall bounce from Gyozy there. At least we still got the mechanics as we're moving later into the day. The confidence may be shaken, but the hands are steady. No Name are going to have to slow approach this, not even trying for that recovery. There are too many crypto drones, too many scouts. We take a look at the map now, and it's given us what we talked about earlier, the teams from the south. Cozy sitting up on the bridge, Rise approaching Lava Siphon from the high ground, and it's Vengeance that are sieging the center of Lava Siphon right now, with Paps taking a big peek on the inside and looking for a little more. They've got the wide swing from Effiel. Dalt goes low, Paps loses all their shields, but the res is instant, and Vengeance wastes no time taking out Black Hand.
It seemed like that PK shot just blew up the whole team. A big 99 pump and maybe a bit of an overcommit by Efil there, but I mean, the timing there was impeccable. The 3v3 was just going great Vengeance's way. They managed to clean it up, and they're far enough away from that center of the ring that we saw just a little bit ago that they won't really have to deal with a third party at all. So great pickup here for Vengeance. Vengeance, one of those teams that has definitely had to make big adjustments coming into the Pro League qualifier. They were kind of that team that was playing really kind of an edge style and not loving it, and eventually ended up finding a coach that's helping them play a little bit more flexibly, which is critical in lobbies like these.
Especially now when Asura's rocking up on you, take out Satiability and look for just that bit more. Instant deletion of the Seer ultimate. Horizon ult doesn't last too much longer, and Asura's unstoppable on the edge. May just be reaching their peak, but look behind them. It's KSP who take to the skies, and Kind drops down from above, finding Pubsky with the help of eye proficiency, and hopefully finishing off the squad. As KSP lose one, though, perhaps this game has gotten a little bit out of their control. Proficiency and Synced going to run, not even going to try and pick Kind up.
Yeah, that's tough. TKS fending off that squad completely right now. Turns already sitting on a kill. His teammates most likely also sitting on just a couple more. We see there that counter up on the top right. That's 4 KP for TKS already. And this is an interesting spot for them to hold as well, because we talk about teams holding out, clearing their edges. This is definitely an edge that you want to clear if the possibility of a bridge ending is kind of served up on your plate. They're going to be able to pick up Satiability here. They have decent loot. They have the Rampage as well on turns, which is not too shabby to have here. So great play from them, but whether they can transition it into the late game, that's going to be the question that they need to answer.
That certainly is. TKS trying their best to play slow out here, are tanking some zone to make sure they're not the focus, but looking a little further into zone, I see Slept On, who's sitting in second, are the one squad that still have that really solid chance to advance their standing, their points, separate themselves from the pack. We've already lost Black Hand. We've basically lost Team Diverge. There's just one member left. Sleepy Panda out here ratting somewhere. But focus for me right now on Slept On, how far they can push themselves, and whether we see them get all the closer. Rise eviscerating, Detox just committing actual real-life criminal acts on World's Edge.
And look at where A1's is. They don't even need to be stacked as 3. They have 2 members. Retzi and Detox are just sitting on the bottom there. We saw that fight just a little bit earlier, or rather just a hunt for Alzura. They're just vibing. They're going to pick up loot and they're going to come right back. That is... this is bordering on absolute disrespect for the entire lobby here. They're just doing kind of whatever they want. This is Rise's world and everyone else is just living in it.
Yeah, call it what it is, Mello. This is abuse. They're just making this so far from reasonable that teams, honestly, probably struggling for what to do. Ranch on Spaghetti, they've got a target in their sights, though. A nice scout with the crypto drone will give them access to perhaps one more KP if they can find a way to climb up. They've claimed a really nice corner of what will be not just this circle, but the subsequent one. So I'd be hesitant to move too far. But Ranch on Spaghetti do have the opportunity to pick up kills before ultimately they're put to the test.
And it's all but confirmed at this point that this is ending right on top of that bridge. I love these spots that really you can only get away with a Watson, and it's that sort of macro knowledge that really puts teams above a lot of others, is understanding how you can play to your strengths, understanding how to maximize your composition. And sometimes you don't have a great power spot to pick up a lot of kills, but in the case of the Sorcerers they're sitting low ground, they're going to be chilling, they're going to wait for teams to inevitably start falling from the skies at their feet, and hopefully get some kills along the way as well.
Yeah, Cozy looking real nice right now, as their pickups of kills during this transitory stage of the game is really going to be the deciding factor for them. They've got some picked up already. 2, a care package dropping literally right next door to them. You can't write a better game for Cozy, a team that has been struggling in the mid game, to now finally be able to convert. RE45 picked up. That's a real nice boon.
And now the fights are going to finally start breaking out. We see Vengeance stuck in the middle of just the absolute meat grinder that is the eastern edge of the zone. And it includes Rise, which is easily the sharpest blade in that meat grinder right now. Or rather, I think it uses burrs. In any case, Rise doing damage. Rise being an absolute menace. And I think these teams know at this point what team that they're facing up against, and really just praying that something goes their way here. Rise looking to make a push.
A1's, that's disrespect. Just pushing much too far, but it still takes down 2. We should never have gotten to this point, and even now, Retzi's not even popping a bat, just fully believing that he can take it as a 2-person squad. Detox and he do disgusting things to Vengeance, but now Void may be punishing them. We may see the first time in today's games that Rise get punished. But Void are playing it so slow, and Retzi's taking this flank in the RB that's making it difficult to approach.
Just goes to show how impossible this team is to kill. Even when they're not on the front foot, they're holding the right angles to continue to press the teams that are trying to find their way forward, trying to find their way to the right angles that they can utilize to kill them. I think all but one member is still left alive on Rise.
That is, at least from my understanding, absolutely correct. We've got very little left, and Retzi, the guy who's holding down the fort right now, that last one alive, but slept on, not looking for the punish on this as they play the bridge and have attracted a lot of attention from Void as well. I am not counting Rise out until I see the notification in the kill feed.
It looks like Void might have drank a big swig of Titan Slayer juice, because, whoa, Rise falls. Let's go. Hate to cheer on a team falling, but we're going to have a new winner, Dia. A brand new winner in game number 3.
And will it be slept on? Will it be Cozy, who are climbing up the rankings slowly but surely? That is an incredible beam out of Zainu. And it might just be what Sausage Sorcerers need to put themselves in this game. They rocket up those leaderboards from 20th to 13th in mere seconds. They jump up again to 10th, and it's one fight that's put them here.
7 kills for Zainu and co. And this is what we'd mentioned earlier, right? Biding their time, waiting for that correct opportunity, the precise timing to take the fight. They had the high ground there. They have a composition that probably helped out, maybe a bit of an EMP there to break those fences, and they dismantled the squad in front of them.
Slept on low health bars, are playing in a real edge fight. That's a great ultimate, but Sung's got to survive it. Caustic Gas is only going to get them so much. Slept on, don't have a whole lot of entry angles into this fight, and they're relegated to slow heals at this point. Sung unable to get that health back, and with the zone right next door to you, that's not something that you can risk. Syringes have got to be popped now, and Slept on are struggling as 2 different squads focus entirely on them. On the inside, it's going to be a res as Drug Free get 1 member back into the game. Impulse has returned. Can Drug Free turn things around, push themselves out of 12th place, and take down the squad currently in 2nd?
Risen Rose seems to have swung from outside zone. Finally, we're going to get to see them maybe thrive here, find some kills, take the right fight. Drug Free doing a great job of defending, though, for the time being. They managed to pick up their member. They continue to hold strong in this last bastion of buildings before what is going to be our final zone. 8 squads left alive, Dia. Who is going to break here? I can probably tell you there's going to be at least 1 squad going, but which one's it going to be?
This should be Cozy's game. We've seen them up on the bridge so often. We know they have the RE45 to help them out in these situations. But Drug Free playing just at the edge of this rock, have a single squad in front of them before they get to access that fight. Elsewhere on the map, Sleepy Panda's gone down, but you'll notice we've still got the squad in the game. It's Team Diverge are still around, and Slept on are no more. Our 2nd place team out. Risen Rose playing just on the low ground. Team Diverge go down. It's 6 squads left. Cozy still on top, still in charge, but Risen Rose maybe having the game of their tournament.
Tech and the rest of the Sausage Sorcerers swing down to pick up yet another set of KP, this time on a Team Psycho. They are eliminated as well. Cozy holding this height, and it looks like Tech's team has given it up in exchange for that KP. So now Cozy holding strong, but this is actually pulling further out north. This isn't even grounds for anything even close to a heal off. This is going to be potentially Cozy's game to lose. As you said, they have great positioning. They have the pressure. They have the Bings. Plug Cube goes down to the hand of Viz.
Risen Rose down bad with the Arc Star and the 301 doing enough work. You'll notice that neither of those were full thirsts, though, and Cozy still have a job to do. Sose looking for this side angle, doesn't get it for the moment. The interrupt on the heal going to come through and at least deny that res. You're playing slow as this next zone is sure to force the team under you to apply pressure as well. Sausage Sorcerers going to be the determining factor in whether Cozy make it out of here alive. Just to their left is where we're expecting Cozy to drop down, and Zainu is covering that angle like nobody else.
They don't really have a crypto setup here either to try and make a big EMP play. It looks like they're just going to play it slow for the time being, dropping down that mobile res beacon to try and build just a smidge of extra cover so they can walk out a moment later, just enough for them to eliminate yet another squad or avoid being eliminated. Risen Rose, the next one to go, and now Sausage Sorcerer is capitalizing on the drop down. They get a swing from behind. Look at the positioning from Tech.
Just an animal going into the zone, making sure it's a no-win situation. We've got Sausage Sorcerers from this low ground battling it out up onto the height. Drug Free go down, and we are into the top 2. Sausage Sorcerers, no. Cozy are above them. And I'm wondering what we do here. Do we try and heal up with Vize down on the low ground? That might be Cozy's best bet.
And it looks like Cozy's just opting to swing down. They have this team pinched underneath the rock, even with a member down. That's actually going to end up being a huge boon as an extra bit of cover for them to play. Oi Senpai is going to get off one more shield battery. So's actually going to be doing the same. So it's going to be a 2v2 situation, I believe. I don't know if Sausage Sorcerers has all 3, and it looks like they do. That swing from behind is going to be massive for them. Zainu is down, but Tech and Yuyin are plenty healthy, and there is the hip fire finishing off with the Eva. Sausage Sorcerers take down game 3.
That was not what I expected. Sausage Sorcerers have been so quiet. They have shut up and played their game in the third one of the day. Just before we exit World's Edge, they get their chance to shine, and they push themselves up from 20th. Mello, I think they're in like 5th? Something now. They were real close to the top 3, to the top 5, if not the top 3.
Yeah, that is exactly, I think, what they needed to get that train rolling a little bit, because I think before then it was 2 big goose egg games back to back. So for them to bring it back and add a big 2 in front of that 0, huge work from them. And keep in mind, we saw them around Ring 3. They were the bridge trolls of the game. They were just kind of waiting around, hoping something would give, but then they got aggressive at the exact right moment. They capitalized on all of the right opportunities. The way that they navigated into that end game was also just a masterclass on how to take something and make it even better. So well deserved from Sausage Sorcerers, and they fly up the leaderboards with that game.
And our teams that were doing quite well going in here, the top 3, all got taken down in the mid game. Well, it's opened things up for pushing yourself back up into that conversation. It has not affected notably one squad. Rise still totally comfortable in their first position. It's still a race for that second place, but we saw chinks in the armor where we didn't before. Rise overextend. They get too confident after their first 2 games, and it costs them a chance at taking game 3. Pushing up, they get capitalized on by Void and slept on. Everyone knows now that when you see Rise showing up, it's time to get aggressive.
It took 2 teams, a concerted effort basically from 2 teams, one of which was effectively third party off of a very ego push, that like uncharacteristically disrespectful attack on a squad. And that's what it took to finally take that team down. Is it the experience of, you know, Retzi added to that roster, just bringing a little bit of cohesion? Is it just the raw fragging power that A1's as well as his teammate in Detox bring to the table? It's hard to tell at this point, because even in the most dire situations, they find a way to bounce back.
In the end game, Sausage Sorcerers separate themselves from everyone else with the way that they navigate that end game, climbing up onto the height, even in the 2 versus 3, a 27-point banger for Sausage Sorcerers. And Cozy, who did rocket themselves up some serious placements in the meanwhile, end with just 15 points, almost half of what Sausage Sorcerers have.
It seems I wasn't familiar with Sausage Sorcerer's game and just how absolutely massive that game was. I did not expect to see 27 points up there, but 15 kills on their way to that dub. They weren't just taking opportunities. They were just taking all of the not even scraps, all of the free KP that seemed to just fall at their feet that they just walked over. It's really crazy to say, especially with the composition that they're running that is characteristically very defensive.
Yeah, it's odd to see how those kills can really impact squads in different ways, because Sausage Sorcerers aren't taking them in the same style as a lot of teams. They're opting into punishing squads that are already in weak positions, so we never look at it and go, oh, that was super stylish, Sausage Sorcerers just destroyed them. It happened only in the end game of our third one of the day, and now we're starting to recognize exactly how they're picking up kills, what their win condition is. It's putting themselves in good positions so that they can walk through squads that are already fighting, that are already weak, that already are in bad positions. And Sausage Sorcerers take that game plan to its maximum in this third game of the day, putting themselves on the radar, and we'll see where they're at in the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, I can't wait to look at these, because there's a couple other teams that started to wake up a little bit. Drug Free was on my radar for sure with that finish that they had in game number 3. They do continue to scrap, but the middle of the field is still pretty congested just in terms of how slim the gap is. In the meanwhile, up at the top of the leaderboard, even getting knocked out early is not even in the top 10. Rise still a full double up on second place Cozy, with Sausage Sorcerers actually just in that game bringing up the rear in third place.
That's from 20th to 3rd, by the way, guys. 20th to 3rd. That's the feat that Sausage Sorcerers were just able to accomplish, and it is amazing. It is just in the nick of time, as we've got one game left on World's Edge.
Yeah, we got one more, and we will be bringing that to you momentarily because it's got to be the spiciest one, right? I think this is the last opportunity for squads to show what they got on what is likely the most comfortable map for a lot of these squads, easily the most studied map in the game of Apex Legends in terms of competitive at this point. And the transition to Stormpoint can certainly be a very rocky one for a lot of these squads. Even teams that are able to fight very well, they don't manage to execute as well on that Stormpoint maps depending on the change in POI and the change in dynamics. But in any case, we'll find out here shortly. One more game of World's Edge. Stick around, don't go anywhere, and we'll catch you after a short break.
Fires, they simply don't quit, Mello, and we are just about to rock up on the fourth and final game of World's Edge before we swap over for an additional 4 on Stormpoint. Let's take a look at those leaderboards one more time as we prepare for our last chance for these teams to run the strats that they've practiced on, as you called out, one of the most studied maps in Apex Legends.
And some of the most studious teams, to be truthful. I mean, I know a lot of squads like Void, Team Diverge, even the teams with coaches like Vengeance, they spend a lot of time away from the game just thinking about how to navigate the game, thinking about how their team can interact with their POI and with the map that they're on to the best of their ability to maximize points and maximize wins. Though, of course, some seem to do it a little bit better and a little bit more freely than others. We cannot ignore the elephant in the room that is probably going to remain there. Rise still on top, at least for World's Edge. And I got a hankering idea that I don't think we're necessarily going to see them fall out of grace as hard as some other teams when we swap over to Stormpoint.
I want to do some math, so I'm whipping out my phone. Don't tell anyone. 15K divided by 3 games, divided by 3 players. I'm going to do that again just to make sure that I have the right result. 15K divided by 3 games, divided by 3 players, is 1,700 damage.
Each teammate. That is insane.
Per game.
That is an unprecedented amount of damage, I will say. Even for these lobbies where, say what you will, right, about Challenger Circuit, about preseason qualifiers, they do tend to be a little more on the fighty, crazy side. But I gotta say, yeah, I've been very impressed with these lobbies throughout scrims. The winners bracket was extremely competitive. Bring it over here to the losers bracket. We're seeing very hotly contested, close matches. And I think you saw something similar in EMEA as well. So to see that sort of shape out and to still see a team dominate to this degree is just short of unbelievable.
Now, I was looking at the bottom couple squads as well because we've still got plenty of room near that top 10 to jump in. While you and I have been talking about the number 1 squad all day, it's going to become increasingly more important as these games go on. The thin margins by which the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th squads are making it or not. And as we go into this next game, you've got to be paying attention to teams like Psycho, TKS, Buff Pathfinder, and No Name, who are so close to each other. No Name's got 10 points, Team Psycho's got 13 points. The difference there is 1 squad and making top 15.
And really, the difference is 1 game. Sausage Sorcerers could have potentially been in that conversation to what you just mentioned a game ago, but suddenly game 3 was like their golden egg, right? They find all of the right combination of events. They navigate the map fantastically. They take their fights cleanly, concisely. They win the game, and suddenly they're up on that podium where they're dang near close to solidifying their place on Monday if they can follow that up with 1 more just like that. And it looks like that possibility might not be too far-fetched, as taking a look at a quick peek at the ring, it's not too far from where we saw the ring end last time.
No, it isn't, and honestly, I like central rings like this. It gives teams the opportunity to play their best game, because most squads that are landing around the edge would like to play on the edge. You're not landing Skyhook because you want to play center zone. So the fact that we are getting this sort of RNG with us on World's Edge makes me really happy, because it means that most teams are getting to execute the game plans that they were looking for at the start of the day. A squad like No Name, who desperately needs that to push themselves into those top 10 squads, is going to be especially grateful for a chance like this. And Sausage Sorcerers, the men, the myths, the legends coming out of last game, are going to look for the repeat with the same sort of execution coming out of Fragment East, or Fragment West.
And this 3-stack, just very formidable opponents, to say the least. I think if it weren't for the fact that we have a couple teams that are really showing up and dominating, at least in the last couple of games, I would have most certainly put Sausage Sorcerers up in that conversation. History with Pro League, pedigree in general, game knowledge, the ability to study away from the game and understand it to such a high degree. For them to be able to perform and show and put it on display is just an inkling, just a taste for us to find out where the actual skill cap of some of these teams really lies.
Ooh, looking at that second zone, deep thermal. That's the move. I like this early roto from AMV, but a lot of squads who are getting beacons are going to have to recognize that this is a relatively common zone ending, and while it isn't central in the same way that I had hoped for, it is still, I would say, a basic tenet of Apex Legends. If you want to play at the professional level, you have to know how to play a deep thermal zone, because when it happens, it can change your day entirely. A lot of these teams, having shown up early, are ones filled with veterans, like Drug Free, who have already, despite their low shields, prioritized the position over everything, because they've been in lobbies like this before.
Yeah, definitely a squad that is not... this isn't a foreign concept to them, formerly with Pittsburgh Knights, picking up a great third here to round out that roster. So definitely experience that is here, and you're seeing how they're prioritizing that. Again, you might look at that zone and think, all right, we're going to hit the top of thermal station, we're going to get that god height. But in reality, when you know it's pulling further back, those Dorito buildings become so much more valuable early on, because they're definitely very difficult to take, and oftentimes very difficult to even get there if you don't have high prio on that zone.
Sausage Sorcerers are biding their time, perhaps playing a bit of an edge game with Sentinel picked up and not very many shields. You've got to imagine that their game plan is one that will have them juiced up by the time they reach that deep thermal, and hopefully able to take away a powerful position from one of the teams like Drug Free that have moved there before they get better shields, before they get better weaponry, and are instead relying on positioning as the thing to change their game.
Yeah, and that dichotomy of edge versus zone really starts to kind of fall apart in a lot of these zones that are, as you said, pretty well known. and definitely well studied in terms of where you might win the game from, where you might pick up a lot of kills from. No Name, I mentioned this spot, right, that maybe you don't take right away, but No Name does not have prio on those southernmost buildings, so they're going to take the next best thing, and they're going to take it with a 2-4 charge rifle, Dia. So they're going to be farming up Evos all frickin' day.
Yeah, not a bad gun to have, especially when you're bullying people from Central Thermal. We do know that this squad is going to have to move, though, and so those Evos are going to be all the more important. Ranch on Spaghetti, what are we doing here? Taking down Team Smiley could be their next step. Gobble gonna rocket on forward with this Volt and draw some attention. Never mind, just take out a member. Gambit goes down, and Team Smiley, with just one person left in the mix of all of these knockdown shields, will be taken out. Ranch on Spaghetti, 3 points the richer.
Big opening there. That's all it takes is one knock, and it is early enough and definitely in a location that's covered up enough where they can fully capitalize on that without really risking too much of a third party. But we're going to roll over to the north side of the map where Vengeance is currently on the hunt for the last member of Risen Rose. That's 3 big whiffs on the PK, but the fourth one finds its mark. Finally, Risen Rose is eliminated. Vengeance takes out 3 KP, and they are, I think, the very last zone, or the very last team on this side of the zone by a long shot.
Yeah, Vengeance are going to have to book it in, but eliminating Risen Rose is nice for them. It's the squad just above them in the standings, and technically tied right now, having eliminated them. Vengeance, with 3 squads left to go down before placement points start accumulating, should be able to alley-oop and move themselves closer into the top 10. Meanwhile, Slept On, playing their slow game, but around this height that is all-powerful. One of the things that I've definitely noticed in Challenger Circuit and Pro League Qual games is that not everybody likes to play that high. Not everybody's comfortable with it. Slept On opt into this really nice position, and they do so confidently, taking out Team Diverge and putting them in the hole once again.
Blackhand might also be joining them in the hole once again by the hands of Rise, our first place team in the leaderboards currently. The owners of World's Edge at the moment. I think teams might just have to add a big old skull and crossbones on their rotation plans for wherever they hear or see this squad. Rise almost taking out yet another squad.
Yeah, this is even still a deadly blow to Blackhand. Having lost 2, we saw the same story happen for Team Diverge just last game, and things do not get easier for you as you try and survive as a rat approaching deep thermal. There's so much open ground you've got to run through, so many teams that are looking at you, and the chances that you make it into the top 10 in terms of placement are infinitesimally small. Now, we do have the next zone starting to close soon, and plenty of teams like Rise still around the outside, but the big crowding is happening in 2 centralized positions. It's center of thermal and deep southwestern edge of thermal.
And it looks like we just got a preview, and Dia, it bounced away. We've seen the zones get crazy since the last couple of updates, and more than 3 teams, I think 4 teams put all of their eggs on this southwestern basket, and that basket just got lit on fire and thrown in the dumpster.
I am shook right now. I'm so scared seeing this next ring pull, and what terrifies me even more is that not everybody's going to know it. Drug Free have no idea that the zone is pulling away from them, as they're one of our squads not running the crypto. They're going to have to wait for everyone else to start moving, and being a squad that rotated in early, that doesn't have a whole lot of attachments, that just got their shields evoed up to even be close to on par with other teams, they're going to be having to rotate in late, and it could be the end of Drug Free in Game 4.
And on the other side of the coin, TSS probably doesn't even know what a massive gift World's Edge has just granted them. They are sitting pretty in this building right in front of where we see Ranch on Spaghetti. Ranch Spaghetti has that information. They have the crypto to scan that up, and they're also in a decent defensible position to make magic happen once these zones start to close. But we're back on over to the Grim Reapers of this lobby of the losers bracket for the Pro League qualifier for Split 2. And they are still on the hunt. They are still finding just heaps of damage. They are on the prowl. A1's and that Prowler. Can't you name a better duo? I don't think I could.
God, this is good. Rise jumping down, find yet another knock, yet another theoretical squad wipe. I don't know if they'll complete the trifecta here, but it's plenty for Rise to move into the next zone confidently. Haven't picked up those 3 kills already, and there's the thirst on the second one. Their move in is going to be rushed a little bit by this zone, but they've got plenty of heals off of the 2 squads that they have already jumped on top of. And Rise, their approach into Thermal is going to be the stuff of legend, whether it be in their favor or not, whether they be the Dragons or the Slain. Rise, they're the team to keep your eyes on, because they are approaching exactly where the zone is pulling, and if they can kill some teams in Godspot, they can run away with this game.
And if you're a Psycho fan, now is when you got to be cheering your heart out, because I believe, looking at our mini-map, they are the team who is going to be tasked with keeping out Rise from the rest of the lobby and potentially from yet another game win to just put a bow on top of what has been a meteoric performance here on World's Edge for Team Rise. However, there's still 17 squads left, Dia, and a lot of those squads don't have the information for this next ring, so I think that there is a lot of death yet to come for a lot of the teams that are just going to be completely obliterated on their way to zone.
I really appreciate this early move from Vengeance to mitigate that, though. They're not trying to go through the center and siege out on teams from the bottom. Instead, they're taking that position we saw Slept on in earlier and utilizing it to make a clean rotate over towards the Sausage Sorcerers. Now, Cozy, they are going to have a much more difficult time. Yes, they've got a Valkyrie, but needing to move your way through the center of Thermal and either mirroring Vengeance, who we just saw rotate, or go straight through at least 8 teams that are all trying to do exactly the same thing. Neither of those are particularly good options.
But the bad options are definitely not looking... the bad options are definitely worse, so they'll take what they can get for the time being. Ranch on Spaghetti playing the back of Jungle Jimmy here. There's not really a whole lot of LOS quite yet from the looks of it, so they're going to own this. They have a literal pipe dream, Dia.
KSP, opposite end of the scaffolding, the normal side of it to play, by the way, guys, are going to be pretty comfortable right now. Yeah, if you're taking notes, take notes on this. Don't do the other thing. It's not bad in this situation, but I feel a lot more comfortable seeing KSP play things out, and that's even after they eat the Crypto EMP. Drug-free, as we had predicted earlier, weren't able to extract properly from that westernmost side. They're gone now. We're into the top 15, and placement points have started to be accumulated. Nice retaliation from KSP. Keeps them in the conversation, as opposed to being run over by a competent team on the outside. They've still got plenty more to go, though, as Ranch on Spaghetti keep setting up these fences, keep their territory and this pipe dream alive.
All I can think about is how one fuse would just get 3 KP just gifted from literally nowhere, just 3 arc stars there. I don't think they even have the gen up anymore, so they really don't have much protection other than, as we've been hampering on, a couple of pipes is all they got, and protection from relatively clever LOS blockage. But on the other side of the map, we have Black Hand finally getting fully wiped out. It looks like they were able to stick the reses on a couple of their members that had gone down just a little bit earlier, but Rise comes back to finish the job. And now, as we mentioned previously, Team Psycho on that high ground, potentially going to try and play spoiler on Rise, finding yet another endgame zone. But Detox and the rest of this crew are not going to make it easy.
No, they're not, and yet they are the simplest path forward. You want access to this high ground through the angles that Psycho will be able to walk in, right by that crafter, moving in on a straight line towards Zainu, and the easiest way to do that is going to be by taking the high ground away from Psycho. Can Rise do it? We've seen them now respawn farm Black Hand, one of the strongest Challenger Circuit teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just imagine that they can
colossal.
take a fight on height. It's not crazy. It's not the craziest thing we've seen today.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be the first time either. And I think it might have just been made a little bit more difficult seeing as Vengeance has also taken residence inside the tunnel right underneath that team. So it's effectively a 6v3, and I somehow worry that may not be enough. We'll check on that later as we start to see the kill feed popping. There we go. Detox has taken up a little bit of cover on this rock. They did find a knock, but Retzi does go down in the process. A1's going down very low, down to about 50 HP, is going to peel back and try and stick this battery. The Q from the enemy seer is not going to land either. So they have a little bit of a reprieve here, an opportunity to reset. They have the Valk ult, they have the go button. Should they decide to use it instead of trying to fight through this, leaving Retzi behind? But Retzi's actually on the backside, and they get the recovery anyway.
They don't have time for this. It's going to have to be res into immediate skyward dive. Thank God that goes off the interrupt. Not going to happen. But a team pushing this would sentence themselves to death, and Rise have that going for them. Here comes the climb, and it's going to have to be right now as the zone is at your backs, and a tick could kill Rise. They've got no shields on Retzi. They are living on a prayer as they drop down. And where will they end up landing? What's a safe place for Rise, who are so often in charge, to actually play this game out from?
Yeah, this seems to be, I think, the most dire situation we've seen them in. But look at the map knowledge.
Nice call.
They find a beautiful corner here. Seldom played and certainly not the most optimal. But Rise stays alive. It almost looked close. It almost looked like you were going to kill one member of Rise. But all three make it deep into the zone with no problems whatsoever.
Gears of War gamers, by the way. Gears of War, guys, is where they've come from, but Apex is where they are to stay. Ranch on Spaghetti, unfortunately, don't have that same power, and neither do Void, as Sausage Sorcerers rip around him with the RE45. Now looking up at height, we've got what I can only assume to be Psycho up there, and Sausage Sorcerers lose one in the battle up against this siege. Yuban gonna be able to cover. Nice damage comes down onto a member of Psycho to full thirst them, and the res is going off. So this low ground, not all that bad, as Sausage Sorcerers could have once feared. Team Psycho do go out TSS right next door, and 8 squads left as we approach this next ring. Is a good position for the Sausage Sorcerers to be in.
And you would not believe it, TSS, we mentioned them earlier. They were gifted a very great spot in zone, and they die to none other than the Rise Nation, who now continues to just clobber teams left and right. A1's finally going down, and that could potentially be a sharp enough nail in this coffin, but they're starting to get the res. They are starting to open up these angles even better for Detox to continue to deal damage. Zainu going down, and another bat going to be hit now for Rise. This team is just unstoppable.
My brothers in Christ, how are they getting the res on the wrong side of the fence? It doesn't make sense. Slept on get eliminated. Sausage Sorcerers are out. And Rise, despite all odds, in 2 separate situations, managed to recover as a full 3-man squad. They got a gold knockdown shield, by the way, which is helping a whole lot. And they keep going. They keep running this lobby.
The tempo of their fighting is an art. It's something to be written about. And there we go. Finally, TK. That's actually not Ranch on Spaghetti. It looks like Ranch on Spaghetti gave up their very game theory optimal spot there in the corner to the last member of TKS. Checking back in with Rise. How many kills can they pick up here? Look at the beams. That's from Retzi as well. Not even the Gears of War gamer, our Apex veteran, doing just as much work for his team.
No Name are gone. 17 kills for Rise, and they are in the top 2. This is going to be another banger of a game as firing down into the low ground. They've got nothing to worry about. Retzi, of course he commits down onto the low ground to finish off these kills. It's another Rise victory. It's a 3-peat in the Pro League qualifier.
I'm at a loss for words, thoughts. I think that Do we have to play the rest of the games? Does that have to happen?
They're done. They can retire right now, and honestly, they'd be doing some Pro League squads a favor by not going up against them. Rise are ridiculous, and the fact that they weren't even in the winners bracket is equally as ludicrous.
Losers bracket, by the way. Losers bracket, by the way. Oh man, I mean, I almost feel like we need to get the highlight reels on all the other fights, but there aren't any, because somehow Rise is involved in every fight on the map. They wipe half the lobby. I think at closest to dying, they lost one member. They got one member knocked, and they had what was seemingly a rough position that they played out of for a win. I don't even know how you can... There's really just not much to say here. We'll take a look at some of the replays, or I guess the A1's highlight reel, if you will.
Yeah, that's what this is. We'll call it by its true name. It's not what we expected, that's for sure. And that's after 2 games now. Having won 3, not quite 50%, but 75% of the games we've played so far, and with one more, half the games that we're going to play in the losers bracket. Rise still uncontestable, and yet we gotta look further down again. The Sausage Sorcerers had another really good game, and we're looking at teams, as we said going into that game, like No Name, like TKS and Buff Pathfinder, to see whether they can access that top of the top and make it into top 10 so that they have a chance of moving on to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, now we got to be talking about the middle of the pack, right? And how that transition to Stormpoint is maybe an opportunity here, a slightly bigger map, slightly less space that is owned by Rise, just in terms of raw surface area or surface mileage, really, on the map. And whether teams can capitalize on the mistakes of some of the other squads that aren't dying to Rise. And there's a lot of mistakes to be made in that map transition. So whether enough teams are able to pick up on those hints, realize that they need to adjust their strategy just a little bit more aggressively to have that success. There's still 4 games to be played and 9 slots to be given for that finals on Monday.
A 32-point game, yet another record-breaking finish for Rise. Cozy right up behind them. I have to give them credit as well. Cozy, despite their trials and tribulations in the first 2 games, are really crushing it.
Yeah, it's just... There really is not much more for me to say about that last game. I'm a little bit surprised to see Sausage Sorcerers there finishing in 7th place. I think they had a decent game plan, a decent approach, but it's hot and cold, right? Sometimes these zones, especially with those crazy pulls, again, we were expecting it to go even further towards the southwest, so the teams that were able to adapt and sort of finagle their game plans to fit what was ultimately a very, very hard pull away, those are the teams that you're seeing have slightly more success there in the top 5.
Yeah. Looking at Psycho, who... 5 points now, barely make top 10 in this game, and in the overall leaderboards may very well be suffering right alongside Team Diverge and Black Hand, who started the day off strong, and now have been kind of lost the past 2 games. It's been really rough, taken down to just 1 member before we hit top 15, if not fully eliminated. These 2 historically dominant rosters in the Challenger circuit are now starting to falter a little bit, and that's before they even hit the finals.
And it's tough to see because, at least in the case of Team Diverge, right, they're playing to their game plan. It's what they want to do. Specifically thinking about that spot over just north of what was that end zone, right? That little fence line above the tracks. That is a very, very Team Diverge-esque spot, right? They like to hold multiple chokes. They like to pressure teams that come in late. However, as we noted, that spot is not one that's a favorite of many teams, and it's because it's very difficult to execute on, both in the timing when you get there and as well as your team composition. They actually weren't rocking the Wraith. I didn't get to note that, but they actually swapped over to the Bangalore on that last game, so I'm wondering if that maybe was what started them off on the wrong path there that ended in a very disappointing game number 4.
Certainly could be. Overall leaderboards, 98 points for Rise. That's 2 away from the 100 mark that we get to see teams very rarely break in 6 games. Down towards the bottom of the standings, we've still got, I will say, Team Diverge sitting pretty comfortably, surprisingly comfortably. Black Hand, not nearly so much. At 18 points, they're tied with No Name and Team Psycho, who all are competing for that 10th place cutoff. Void are not far behind, and this fight in between 8th and 12th could not be closer right now. We've got just a couple games left, but the thing is, Mello, they're all going to change now because we're going on over to Stormpoint.
We are going over to Stormpoint. We're going to take a quick break before we hop on over there, so stick around. We're swapping maps. We're hopefully swapping storylines here. Rise, absolutely dominant. Stormpoint, will it be what changes it all? We'll find out shortly.
Another game coming up, but we're changing something big, Melvin. We're changing it specifically with the intention of nerfing Rise. Let's see how they deal as we move on to Storm Point for the latter half of the day. We've got 4 games left in the losers bracket, and may I remind the audience that by the end of this, you've got to be in top 10 if you want to make the finals tomorrow. Our bottom 10 teams, their season ends here.
Yeah, and that's really sad to say, but of course, a very tough battle for all of these squads, and we can't keep them all. We've already said hello to 10 of the teams, or rather sent them off to the finals in the winners bracket earlier, and we have here what is shaping up to be a very top-heavy top 10 right now. Rise Nation showing up in a big way, fresh off of their signing a return home for one of the players. In fact, they are just they're firmly putting their stamp on the ALGS with this performance, almost 100 points, and not even, or just about halfway through the games.
Yeah, already. We've illustrated this before. No Name quite close on the cutoff here. They've actually been sitting right next door this entire time. Blackhand have taken a severe step down, and against all odds, Team Smiley keep themselves in the conversation. I have not once looked at Team Smiley today and gone, wow, Team Smiley are crushing it. And yet, they stay in the top 10. They're managing to do that bare minimum to push themselves into the finals, and that's going to be enough. Whether it be off the back of incredible performances or just barely squeaking into the top 10, everyone in those top 10 at the end of the day is entering on an even playing field on Monday.
I will say, though, it is at that point, Dia, these last 4 games are that opportunity where these half efforts, or rather these half successes, are not going to be enough. Looking from 7th place and even 6th place down to 12th, which is easily the most contentious part of our leaderboard, right, where these are the squads that are really, really fighting to try to get that step up, that open up that gap just far enough that they're safely into the finals on Monday. They're separated by 3 points.
Yeah, it is not far at all. And what we had talked about earlier on in the day, we've brought this up several times, but the 40-point break point that was so common in EMEA, both winners and losers bracket, has now been shifted. In NA, again, it was 40 points for the winners, which is where you wanted to be to make top 10. Now, we got to be aiming for like 30, maybe. And that means that this opens up for the bottom half of the lobby. The fact that Rise is dominating so hard, is taking so many of these points, is a good thing for our teams that are struggling right now, because it means that a single game can do so much more for them than it otherwise would.
And not to be the bearer of bad news by any means here, but this was the map where Rise actually took down that challenger circuit that they won a couple of months ago. And this is where we found out that the cold, hard facts of the matter are they are here to take out teams that they need to take out in order to have a successful game, in order to move through the challenger circuit and onto what is shaping up to be a very impressive start to a potential pro league run. But of course, 4 more matches stand in the way of them and officially getting their spot into the finals on Monday. It would take nothing short of a miracle to stop that from happening at this point. But we'll see if any teams have some something in the bag, something that they can pull out to make some magic happen for themselves.
I'm going to ask a very silly question, and I don't know if you know the answer, and it's okay. It's okay if you don't. Can Crypto use drone while riding as a passenger?
I believe so. I believe you can drive by Crypto.
That is wild, and this is even crazier. We don't see a whole lot of teams die via Trident, but it's fast and furious time as we had some car warfare going on there. I would have loved to see the shot of both the cars, and honestly, we'll probably get to see it another time as Team Psycho alley-oop and move on forward as if nothing happened on this Trident. We are going hard at South.
That was I feel like I'm in a fever dream at this point. The stuff that we're seeing on our screen, 98 points in 4 games, just the team getting absolutely one-clipped out of a Trident, basically getting Grand Theft Auto'd off of their the biggest chunk of their macro rotate is certainly not what I expected to see in Game 5 of the Pro League Qualifier Losers Bracket. But here we are, Dia. Here's what we have to work with, and honestly, it's kind of awesome, but also kind of ridiculous.
So another learning moment for me, actually. Does Fast and Furious have guns in it? Because I felt like that was appropriate. You went with what's the other one, Grand Theft Auto, and I feel like Grand Theft Auto is appropriate too. Was Fast and Furious even close, or was I trying too hard?
I think so, but usually it's car against car, gun against car, a little bit less. But I think we've seen it at least once. I'm sure Vin Diesel shot out a car at some point.
Yeah, it's got to have happened, right? And hey, Rise will get the opportunity too. They're moving down here, and well, this is one of the more niche zones, at least from what we're predicting. They've got that IGL that should be calling out exactly how to play a position like this. When you go down far to the south, you need to be one of those teams that commits early on and grabs a building, because if you're trying to rotate in late, you're going to be left out of luck.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like I don't see the zone all that often, so some of these teams are really going to have to pull their deep-seated comp knowledge out of the bag to make this one work. In the meantime, though, Rise, they're just sprinting straight through the middle of zone. I don't think they're really interested in playing Apex Legends at this point. I think they are just turning every POI into an arena fighter and picking up a dub here and there, you know, trying to keep themselves entertained. It's definitely a sight to behold. It looks like they might actually be making the decision to take up that top tower in Barometer, which is definitely a very strong power position. I don't know if they necessarily have the weapons to maximize that value, but they're certainly there, and there's certainly plenty of teams that could fall victim to that squad.
Yeah, it'll fit really well into their close range game plan. If anybody does try and siege them up there, take away that height and perhaps use it for evil with the charged rifles from above. Defending good will be the story that we're going with over in Barometer, but in the meanwhile, Rise are taking their sweet time getting up to the tower, having popped down. They're like, you know what? We see that we can clean up the rest of this area as well, and with AMV down, Rise have cracked that 100-point mark in a mere 5 games.
Man, I was talking to production a couple months back about how many numbers we would need in some of these standing values, and I hope they estimated high enough they can fit 101 here. But the cap, the ceiling, or rather the unreachable floor of that first place spot is really just continuing to fly on upward. And it's crazy to think, right? There's definitely teams here that can 3v3. There's teams that can fight. These people aren't slouches. They didn't just pick up Apex on a whim and decide that they're going to make it to Pro League Qualifier losers, right? Like, there's got to be someone that's just going to win a 3v3 at some point, right?
Yeah, that's the dream. But I don't know if that dream will become reality. This isn't Labyrinth, and we are not as blessed to have David Bowie in these games. Vengeance, however, looking pretty darn blessed with the damage, at least initially. They'll be able to rejoin their squad on the height and should be able to clean the rest of this squad up, given the opening damage. There it is. Asuras go down, and out in the middle of nowhere in fish farms that nobody wants to rotate through, Vengeance do find themselves moving on up in the world, and it's a game that they desperately need as they approach the last couple of times for them to accumulate points.
Great execution there on that camp, and now they get to rack up so much loot for their troubles. So definitely, I wouldn't even say high risk. It's a definitely low risk, high reward scenario where at worst that team gets away. Rarely do you see a big turnaround from the IMC team that ends up wiping the team above them, even with that Bangalore at your disposal. So it is what it is. Team Vengeance looking pretty good here. They have the zone pretty clear as well, so they'll have plenty of room to walk in.
That they will. Cozy, playing things slow, and honestly, their trademark game. They've separated themselves from every other squad in the PLQs so far by being the team that plays zone, that stays quiet the entire time. That's their game plan, and they are sticking to it. Cozy show no signs of wavering, even as they reach that as they get that harassment from the Mad Maggie drills. We've got crypto ults traded out, and this is the reality of playing zone at this point, is that you are going to be trading quite a bit of this damage poke back and forth, but the benefit is that now that we have the zone pull like this, you don't have to worry about crossing this massive open area between Barometer and the islands off to the south.
And you got to wonder, what's a bigger obstacle, Rise or the open water that is up to the northeast of that zone? It's definitely a little difficult picking and choosing where you want to run. I know what my pick would be. No Name, pretty deep out here in zone. Probably going to rip a Valcold here sooner than later. I actually didn't realize we still had teams this far out, but there are 17 squads left alive, Dia, so for the time being, Rise has not been able to claim that many victims. It looks like No Name hunting for victims of their own.
It's a risky proposition. No Name don't really have that many points to work with, so risking it all right now as they're sitting just outside of the top 10 could make their lives that much more difficult later on, but they're going to go for it with full confidence, waiting on the scans to come through from this seer. You've got a little while left on the cooldown of that focus of attention, but once you get one scan, it is balls to the wall on the inside, and Risen Rose are the ones that could be suffering, could be dealing back that damage simultaneously. There comes the slide, and a nice bit of damage, no crack just yet, and they lose Flux for it.
Nice opening damage, and this has been just Risen Rose's story, unfortunately, so far in this qualifier losers bracket. They're deep in zone, they find a fight, they have decent loot to fight it out as well, at least in terms of shields, bats. It seems like their weapons are pretty well equipped as well, but unfortunately, it's just other more aggressive, more capable teams find early knocks, but No Name maybe getting punished for their hubris a little bit.
So close to zone that this res alone should get you there. But like you talked about, I think it's a good recognition of a little bit too late that they needed to get out in order to stay alive. Den Pride actually may go down one more time. The res going to have to come through and just barely makes it in. Not a whole lot of heals for this guy, though, and they are in trouble as from the side, the fight's not over, and Void rock up, not finding the knock, surprisingly, but still controlling this height, and the difference between this squad and a successful antenna rotation. There goes the Valcolt, not going to be found in the sky, no capitalization just yet, but Void, they are running to play catch.
They're hunting for this one. The timing just a little bit off for them to get the kills for free, but now they're going to get to fight for them, and they're more capable of doing exactly that. They still have plenty of ultimates in their back pocket as well to utilize the focus of attention, as well as that black hole on Borton. Starting to close the gap, but the gap between them and the zone is also quickly closing. About a minute left for this next ring close, and they have quite the walk to manage here, so this might be the moment where they do a little bit of triage, understand this might not be worth the chase, and they're actually going to take their rotate all the way over towards the north side of the choke.
Not a favorite move of mine, either of these, having to go either through the hill and face up against this literal uphill battle, or through Jurassic, where you can quite easily be gatekept on the south side. No Name are down so bad for meds, for health, and for surviving this zone that they've got to trade off syringes and the gold shield, and even that doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They simply haven't got the health pools to work with, and in round 2, no less, Vengeance are going to push up onto an already weakened squad.
And to think this all started with Risen Rose and a big push here, Ethel finding that big entry damage, 108 with the Volt, but Paps does end up going down early as well. They get to clean up onto Chickus. Paps still recoverable, I believe. They're going to back up and disengage a little bit here while Vengeance ends up picking their own member up once again. Big damage coming out from Dalton, though, and they continue to close this gap. They are still hunting for it. Yeah, they want this KP.
Going to be able to find it as well. Rez has gone off onto Paps, a gold knockdown, looking real spicy right now, and Dalt has already weakened the ever-diminishing health pools in front of him. 5 kills so far, one of Vengeance's best games today, and they've still got to make their way into zone, running up onto this ridge. The path through Shipfall is still available if you're wanting to try and access the south side of the zone that way.
It is getting a little bit late, and they need to make that decision sooner rather than later. And they aren't even the only squad on that side. Riz and Rose, through trials and tribulations, is actually still left alive.
What? That's not how I thought this was going to go. It's not how I thought Rise was going to go either. Retzi does almost get taken down. They are playing, as is their trademark, super spread out, way too confident, and yet still making it work. Team Diverge showing up again as well. A Sleepy Panda has re-entered his prime. That's where we need Sleepy Panda. At all times, being that Wraith, being whatever it is that goes forward and is willing to take these engagements.
Rise managing to recover as they oh so often do. Never punished. And they're going to continue to farm up damage and maybe even farm up kills. There's a team just sitting in front of them, just chilling in the rocks. There's going to be some smoke going down, but I reckon that might not even be enough, as Rise might be licking their lips thinking this is another little bit of KP that they can pick up on their way up. Void also in engagement. All of these potential third parties for Rise to capitalize on.
Looks like they'd be correct. Both Void and Drug Free are going to be going real low right now. Well, we don't have drops yet. That is a nice Horizon ultimate to pull everybody in. Punish on that is just as swift, however, and it doesn't get the pulls they were looking for. Good Sky Nade, but being shot in the back, Burton doesn't have the opportunity to keep pushing with that small advantage. Instead, it's Retzi that draws first blood in this engagement, taking down that first member of Drug Free.
And it's like a Ferris wheel right now. The verticality fights, the verticality of these fights, excuse me, is so interesting with how many horizons there are on the map as well. They're able to just take height, give up height, cycle through. The tempo of the fights is so fascinating, and through all of that, no squad has gone down quite yet, at least from that engagement we got to see a little bit earlier, though. This might be another opportunity for Rise to hunt for even more kills. Void still on the edge, doesn't have a spot in zone either. These are all about to crash as Ring 3 closes.
Zerbo showing up against Riz and Rose in the kill feed, and Rise continuing to farm. They get that full confirm and push up even further towards this bridge. They're playing as north in the zone as they possibly can, and they're making it work for them, catching all these teams that are rotating in late. Void go down, and onto the low ground. TKS fall as well. Rise aren't even done with you, taking down the gen that is in the middle of the open water, and continuing to push on forward. 7 kills so far, and it's just round 3, Mello.
And they're not even done yet. I mean, they're so far from done. There's 13 squads left for them to kill. Team Smiley, the next victim. Risen Rose finally following, this time to Vengeance, who ends up getting eliminated as well. What a bloodbath here in ring number 4. 11 squads down from 17.
In the meanwhile, we've got no mercy being given on the other side. TSS know that every point counts right here, and they're looking to clean up Slept On. That squad getting eliminated now is going to be in a much tougher position, as they were actually doing rather well today, but towards the latter half, you've got to keep it up. The barrier to top 10 is so low that it's easy to slip out of it if you have a few bad games. TSS quite happily are going to take those kills, move themselves on forward, and unfortunately for them, move on over to the west, where there is not a whole lot of safe ways to access the few buildings that remain.
And another team that's quietly slipped their way into this top 10 that definitely needs that bounce back is Black Hand, who is sitting currently, as it stands, in 9th place. All 3 members up outside of zone. In fact, most teams are chilling pretty far outside of zone, save for the 3 that have been holding these buildings since effectively the start of the game. So they will be pretty dang safe and hoping that they can capitalize on these late rotates. But we still have Rise on the northern edge. Ranch on Spaghetti, recognizing that they really don't have the time or the walk-up Oh, that was close. Just getting that Valkyrie off, but are they even going to find a place to play with it? That's the question here.
Got some roofs available to you if you want to try and get real funky. Fence line around the outside, and they're going to opt into the low ground, trying to play underneath a team. Taking a little bit of damage from the fences shouldn't be deadly, but Ranch on Spaghetti do have to watch out for the swing, and great fences go out defensively from Clankbot to make sure that that doesn't happen. They don't have the Jenny for another 13%, but the little bit amount of time that will take should be enough for them to stabilize and maybe even apply pressure to teams like Team Psycho.
Down to 9 squads here. Big damage coming out from Dig. Doesn't quite find a knock or a wipe. But the team that does get wiped, man, maybe I just cursed this team to death. Black Hand gets wiped out by Team Diverge. Team Diverge falling swiftly after to Ranch on Spaghetti. And the amount of squads left in the zone is looking pretty slim, Dia. This is not good news for anyone who wants Rise to not get first place again, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing myself. As Drug Free go down, we're into the top 6, and the very spread out Rise is going to have to group up if they want to take this as a 3 versus 3. Instead, the Rolling Thunder pushes them all back, and even still, we could see Rise taking a fair bit of damage. Just that 25 chunk, but the screen shake and flashbang that comes in afterwards keeps them on the back foot, sitting around the edge of this palm tree, and knowing that they have to clear out a squad right in front of them that's sitting on this gravity cannon.
They're starting to make their walk up. This is, of course, a necessary team wipe here to get into ring. They're doing a pretty quick job of it here. A1's big sprays coming out of the Prowler. That's another KP added to the list. Double-digit kills. And they're not done yet. Retzi does end up going down, though. They push this team on the low ground that was pretty well set up with the fences. The hit fire from the Detox wasn't enough to knock down one, but it wasn't enough to knock down the last member. And they are eliminated outside of the top 3.
Rise go down, and it is crucial for one of these teams to be able to pick up a win. TSS and Ranch on Spaghetti still alive and needing to access those top 10. Well, TSS are the ones that managed to push themselves forward. A win would cement them. Ranch on Spaghetti now gone, with TSS looking for their next kills. They're landing crazy headshots through these small openings on the roof.
You are never safe underneath TSS. Alazura, Hambino, and Blurs might be their game here, Dia. Might be what they needed to jump up the standings. 6 kills, not too shabby either. And only 4 squads left. Decent ring position as well. Maybe not as central as the team just to their south, but definitely very playable. Though they do have a team underneath them to worry about, and that could certainly spell spoiler if they don't play this properly.
Yeah, and at this point, you're looking at where that next zone is closing, and we've got the insider information that it's going right in between all of these houses. No one is going to be safe, and it's a matter of who has to give up height last. In that scenario, I think I like TSS's chances, but we'll have to see how it plays out on the day, because staying in control of these games is the real test of any squad that wants to make it through the finals and perhaps even to the Pro League. In comes the cover, and TSS, they've got that good read. Psycho right underneath them. Won't really be able to challenge for the height, you have to imagine, but the Sausage Sorcerers might just be able to.
Definitely a team with the ability to do it, but look at how quickly Zainu just gets dropped, and there might not be a very great opportunity to pick them up. Yuban eating so much damage, and I think that was actually right through the fence line. Like we said earlier, no one is safe, and this cover is extremely unreliable, as we're seeing here on full display. I think picking up Zainu is going to be something short of improbable. And the Gen actually swallows up the one grenade, so they do hold for the time being. The res comes through, and they will be walking forward as a 3.
Those are looking for this, though. They know that they won't have the opportunity to pick up a whole lot of other squad wipes as soon as they're forced to leave this building. They're right in the sidelines of TSS and immediately jump on over to those fences, but not before Vize goes down the risk. It was too great for Cozy, and even Oisenpai popping out to try and save his Watson. Won't be able to do it. Thermite chewing away at them. No gen to save Cozy, and trapped in a corner, they are sent on and taken down. That is a clean play as TSS from the top keep laying in that damage. They've still got ultimate height. 3 squads left. Psycho right underneath them. The fight has to kick off now as the Sausage Sorcerers in front of them draw too much intent from TSS. They're getting shot in the back. They're taken out by Team Psycho, and it's Psycho's game to win.
TSS from the top rope, but it's Team Psycho from underneath them that takes the opportunity. The timing there was brilliant, and I think maybe a little bit of nervousness, impatience ends up paying off massively, and Psycho takes down the first game on Storm Point.
Not what I would have expected coming into today, but we knew that we were looking for at least one Psycho pop-off. They are a very swingy team, and when they are on, firing on all cylinders in that end game. They do a really good job of absorbing the mistake from TSS and finishing things off on Sausage Sorcerers. You have to applaud their game plan, as all of the teams in that end game. TSS, Sausage Sorcerers, Cozy, and Psycho all doing a premier job of putting themselves in good positions in order to get further KP as zone teams.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful performance there. And we have to shout out Cozy because I think they were close to having a very different end game there, but that one knock is all it takes. Your opportunities run out quickly. We almost saw the same thing from that knock on the Team Sausage Sorcerers, but they were able to really just play every pick of cover to perfection to be able to get that res that they needed to play it out. So they unfortunately don't end up winning it out, but they also gain a ton of value from being able to recover in a very dire situation.
They certainly do. We had a lot of squads making their impacts felt throughout this, though Vengeance really standing out as they collected a few KP, and you can tell that it's not just our top 10 squads making plays. They haven't separated themselves enough yet. Everyone knows that a few points could mean that they get to move on to the finals, and right now, as we enter the second half of the day, I was already worried about it coming in. Now I'm super worried in these last 3 games about what the fatigue is doing to teams that are coming from that winner's bracket.
Yeah, thinking about teams like Team Diverge, Team Blackhand, who are already starting to potentially lose steam here on a map where you kind of need all cylinders on full blast. There really isn't an option. There's more teams than before willing to take those early to mid-game fights, and you're not going to get away from it. You have to take that 3v3. Even some of the teams that, to some degree, ended up not having a great game because they overcommitted to some of those fights, we see that on display as well. So it is not an easy feat for any of these teams to rack up points at this point. Team Psycho, 19 points and 7 kills to round out that first place.
This means a lot to Team Psycho, though, as coming from the losers bracket, they didn't get the chance to play in winners. These are their first 8 games of the day, and now they get to cement themselves inside the top 10. It's a really low barrier to entry, but Psycho have gone above and beyond now and really pushed themselves into contention for those top 5 through 7 places that are much more difficult to unseat. Looking down further, though, you called out Diverge and Black Hand, and they are still suffering. Diverge likely dropping another place, as Black Hand is going to drop at least 2 or 3 more, and they need a game. Both these teams do, like Sausage Sorcerers did in game number 3, one to bring them back into the conversation.
And it's interesting because you talk to some of these Challenger Circuit players, and a lot of them say, yeah, you really only need one big game to kind of blast your way and secure that next lobby. But here, it's looking a little bit closer because the distribution of points isn't as heavy when, of course, caveat, when Rise isn't winning them. They still racked up 13 points in 6th place, but that's 10 kills that every other squad on the map ends up missing out on. And that is critical information. That is just a critical fault in the way that some of these teams are sort of approaching it, right? They can't just have that one big game. Team Diverge had a couple decent games, but even that might not be enough if they can't keep it up for the next 3.
Cozy's still the epitome of this play style. When I'm looking at them, second place, it hasn't been big, it hasn't been fancy, but Cozy sit there and accumulate points. It's got them at 51, which should be a really high score if we weren't also looking at a more than double that from Rise, but it's the highest within reason, I'll say.
Yeah, I don't think Cozy will be doubling their points anytime soon, but there are a couple squads here who, again, Sausage Sorcerers definitely being one of them. I think those two squads we got to see in the end game, actually all 3, but especially Cozy and Sausage Sorcerers, with that second game that they had a very strong performance on, they are starting to open that gap a little bit, but it's still a little too close to call. I'd say Cozy is closest to being on that, the safe side of the fence, but a lot can happen in 3 games.
Yeah, and with 3 games left all on Storm Point, no one is safe. Mistakes are punished quickly, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll be taking a short break, but when we come back, we will be on to the second map of Storm Point and the 6th map of the loser side of the Pro League qualifiers for Split 2. Don't go anywhere.
The losers bracket of the Pro League qualifiers continues right here, right now, and with game 6 about to kick off, we are going to be 75% of the way through these games. Let me just remind you all, yes, we've broken the 100-point mark. Yes, this is one of the most wild series of Division 2 Apex Legends to have ever existed, and it gets to go on for 3 more unhinged games.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm going to follow you up. I'm also going to cheat, right? Pull out my phone calculator. That's 23,000, nearly 24,000 damage, 6 games, 3 players. We're still, even after not finding a top 5 finish, 1,300. Oh, actually, got my math wrong. It's even higher because it's 5 games. We're just rolling into the 60th. So honestly, calculators can't even put into perspective how absolutely monumental this series has been for Rise.
I am going to take one thing there. Yes, I want to give our producer a kiss on the mouth right now. They've pulled up Cozy,
They know.
who are the only team to be beating Rise in any capacity. Their average placement and, by extension, time survived is the only squad that is higher than Rise, and that is a very impressive feat. We talked about this squad earlier. They have been silent. They haven't even been that deadly, but they have been ever present in these end games, and they're doing so to the tune of the most, again, within reason, dominant squad that we've got in the losers bracket.
It's really impressive when you think about the fact that Rise won 3/4 of their games on World's Edge, and yet the resident sleepers of the lobbies who have continued to scrap every bit of placement point that they can find up to and including enough for 51 points, I believe, right? Second place. That is just the hallmark of a great team, and I think at the very least, very well deserved that we're likely to see them in finals. But of course, as I've said before, a lot can happen in 3 games, rolling into game number 6. Dia, what are you expecting out of some of the squads that have been a little bit absent from our commentary? I actually want to bring up one that we really haven't given a lot of thought about, and that's actually Asura's, because Asura's did actually have they struck me in Challenger number 4. I think that they were playing that style that I think we see drug-free play, where they can take sort of that pinched edge between Zone 2 and Zone 3 and rack up a lot of kills on their way to a decent position in Zone. But I feel like we just see them drop out of the blue to random and, to be quite frank, sloppy rotates.
Yeah, it's one of the more difficult things about being in the Challenger Circuit Div 2 level of Apex is needing to figure out what kind of lobby you're in and what you can get away with, because it does vary wildly from day to day, from week to week, and from game to game even. And it's something that Asuras haven't figured out yet, that most teams haven't figured out yet. Even Risen Rose can't quite seem to dial it in to what they need to do, and they are a squad that we've been talking about quite a bit, a team that we'd expected so much from. Squads like AMV and Vengeance, while they've had their time, simply haven't been able to calibrate to exactly the level they need to feel confident in approaching these end games. Is much like Asura's, they're kind of going out in the middle. There's not a whole lot happening when these teams do leave the lobbies.
Yeah, it's tough, and it gets even tougher when we consider how much of the points are going towards Rise's checkbook. Like it's kind of, or bank account rather. It's kind of crazy to really consider. I'd love to throw that one in a calculator. What percentage of points total across all of these maps have been soaked up by Rise? Those are points that aren't being found by the Asuras, by the TSSs, the Risen Roses. A lot to be desired here for a lot of these squads.
We'll do the calculations after the 8 games, because I likewise am very curious. No Name, they're also curious about what's going on down there. Not curious enough to drop into nothing, but in the meanwhile, you've got plenty of rotates around the outside as well. It looks like everyone's No Name. Everyone is No Name. I got to go back to my measly old ways of checking player names to know what team we're talking about.
Oh, I feel that. Sometimes they don't make it easy. Void is rocking 3 tags that are not, in fact, the team that they're playing under. So they don't make it easy on us, but we're doing our best, y'all. So we're gonna.
The one up on height is the real No Name, guys. So don't worry.
Yeah. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. We're gonna pop on over to the far edge of Zone, where we get to see Black Hand, of course, dropping on the mill. And interesting decision here. It looks like they're going to try and punish the crafting from Team Diverge. And I will say Team Diverge doesn't really get to play that same style that they play on World's Edge here on Stormpoint. They have a POI that's pretty on the edge. They rely on, a pretty slow looting pattern. They have a car that they can use to rotate. But as we saw in the first game of Stormpoint, that can be both a blessing and a curse. So maybe Black Hand recognizing that Team Diverge is a very big crux to their game plan, and that it needs to be taken out early.
Very well could be. Black Hand are pretty confident in their rotations around Downed Beast, but we know that the movement out into the east is going to be Well, a long one, as passing by Cascade Falls, you'll have to contend with a lot of other squads. Those coming from the south will have to walk through the swamps simultaneously, where we've already got teams set up and ready to capitalize. Cozy, absolutely one of them, set up with a Revenant, the first Revenant we've seen today, and, well, depending on how this game goes, it might just be the last.
Oh, is this the Zone Revenant? Oh my god. That team is now my favorite team in the game. We've talked enough about the notably absent character so far in these qualifiers, Newcastle, and my disdain for seeing it in the lobbies, but quite the opposite for Revenant. I think that's actually a really interesting flex pick because it seeds chaos. That is truly what it does. It forces mistakes. That silence is absolutely insane on paper and in use as well. So they have a lot of tools at their disposal to protect their spot, whether that be by silencing teams that are trying to push up or by pushing out themselves with that Revenant ultimate. I think it's a really interesting pick, and I'm really excited to see if it works out for them here.
The potential for punish is high, and as we've already got revealed to us by our cryptos who have gotten these scans, they'll be able to hole up in this zone for a while, as it seems to be where the ring is continuing to pull. Not a whole lot of end games happen in this sort of in-between Launchpad, Antenna, and Stormcatcher area that aren't directly on these swamps. But you can go a little bit further up to the north, and that might be what Ranch on Spaghetti are pulling out right now, because their rotation into swamps proper, it's a little too late, and yet we're hitting the roof right now. This is risky.
And they're actually pulling all the way through. I actually really like that play. They go all the way through. Very decent, very strong spot with Watson. In fact, teams don't really have the agency to drop down and punish that team. It's far too risky. Checking on over with Sausage Sorcerers, though, they're taking a big risk here as well. They're not all that far from the center of zone, and yet they're taking this fight where they've already dropped Kine.
It's looking good, but I will say a little bit disjointed. Sausage Sorcerers do get lost in the sauce a bit, but they held on to their place. If not picking up all the kills, they at least get themselves the single one as well as an uncontested area of the map to sit in. This being on low ground, it doesn't come without risk, however. Sausage Sorcerers can easily feel pressure from those squads that will be coming from above them. And in this case, this early on into the ring, there are going to be several that approach from the north that Sorcerers will then have to defend against.
Yeah, and it's not just teams over towards Stormcatcher. We also have teams over to the east. There's teams that might be coming in from Launchpad, depending on how this zone ends up pulling, which seems to most likely be continuing to pull in their general direction. And they have the tools to hold it, but as you said, it's never a safe thing when you have so much high ground surrounding you. You're kind of in a little funnel, and definitely a funnel of attention, as well as the team that's sitting Lake House can also take pot shots at you all freaking game.
We've done it, Mello. We've made it through the first round. Not a single squad has dropped so far. KSP, the ones closest to having fallen, but still managing to keep themselves in the game. We've got that answer from production as well, so I'm going to bring up the stat when we've got time. 111 points that Rise have gotten going into this game are 20% of all total points available to the lobby. That's a big stat for you, Mello.
Wow. That is crazy. And by extension, we can actually probably extrapolate a little bit. That means that Cozy's actually close to 10% of all the points, which is really impressive for, again, a 20-team lobby. Having a 10th of all the points on the map is definitely a sight to behold, though. The true the craziest sight I think we'll see today definitely still remains with Team Rise. Team Rise has been notably silent this game. They don't have the best spot to play either. I feel like this zone in particular draws them to some unfortunate forced options. They might have to Valkyrie over that mountain, or they might have to walk over towards their east, where teams have plenty of sightlines to punish them. Team Slept On being one of them, but getting punished themselves.
I hope that charge rifle shot was worth it, Sung, because if I do 199 damage to you. I know I'm dropping, and Paps certainly is. Out comes the Peacekeeper as Paps rounds the corner, helping take down Zerbo alongside Dalton, and it's 2 members that fall. Not a whole lot to do about it, as unfortunately, Vengeance, well, they live up to their name in this particular case.
They take what is rightfully theirs. They take that KP. They take all of those meds, all of those attachments that they definitely need here. Looking a little bit light on that department. Efil still sitting on a blue as well. But that, just to say this, still 20 squads up. Even that was not enough to fully eliminate a squad, though. Rise might be looking to change that narrative here. Sitting on this ultimate height. They have the capability to punish a bad rotation here, a big mistake. You know Rise is jumping on it.
Rise moved really quickly to get here as well. With our first team eliminated, Ranch on Spaghetti, we do finally break that seal on game number 6. And it looks like we do have Slept on recovering some banners as well. Rise might be able to jump on this, but nope, there we go, already taken away. The fight going to extend itself rather towards swamps than anything else, as Rise don't look keen to take the 3v3 despite how close they are, and they're looking more at the rest of the map for how the game is playing out and what sorts of macro moves they can take advantage of or rely on later on in the game.
And this pull is actually great for Sausage Sorcerers, because even though it seems like a lot of attention might be drawn their way, they have a decent spot to hold it.
Whoa.
The push onto Rise just going awry almost immediately. No members going down quite yet. Detox the first to fall, and Awan's going down to half flesh health, but Vengeance getting just dominated there. It was, I'd say, a greedy push to begin with, trying to take on this squad up on that high ground, but wow, Rise just great defense here, and I feel like this is just the start of the snowball every time, Dia. Every time they find that first squad, it's like they see, it's like the shark in Nemo that just goes freaking crazy.
Yeah, the fact that Rise were able to pick up those kills on a push that they were hesitant to take, I think Vengeance, quite rightly, against 99% of squads, could have made that work, but against Rise, it's a different beast that you're fighting, and up on that height, they've got plenty of time, space, and communication in Apex Legends to be able to take you down despite the variety of angles that Vengeance were creative enough to approach from. While Cozy are still sat in zone, farming up those placement points. You know how they do. It's honest work. They're going to be the first ones to see Rise make their entrance into this swamp, a swamp that, taking a look at the minimap, isn't even going to be in further zones. This is another one of those zone pulls where we and everyone else are going, well, I suppose that this patch, zones just got a little crazy.
Yeah, bouncing around a little bit more than we're used to for sure, which does lead to some interesting dynamics that I would say I don't hate all that much, though. Of course, I am not a player. I am not competing. I am not absolutely mauling every time my zone call just goes absolutely the opposite direction. That's going to be the case for 3 of these squads right here who have been sitting on this, or 2 of these squads, excuse me, that have been sitting in this house. They're going to have to move. And quite honestly, a lot of the Stormcatcher teams are probably feeling pretty good about their spot, but they're also not easy spots. And I feel like we say that really often when we look at where Team Diverge is sitting. Very good potential spot, but can they hold it for the long term?
They are the crux of this game. A position like that, very difficult to manage. And I will say, I could see Team Diverge making it work, but with squads that are going to be coming in from both the west and the north, Team Diverge having to hold on to a very small amount of high ground with very little cover is going to be a big challenge for them. The nice thing is that Blackhand are also approaching this hesitantly and will be rather weak having come into the zone. They've had to expend a lot of meds in order to survive this, low on medkits, low on syringes, and Blackhand still have the choice ahead of them. 25 seconds left. They can enter from the west or the north, and they're going to take the short way in and maybe Team Diverge's first opponent.
Oh, Team Diverge, though, was getting looked at by Drug Free, actually. So Blackhand is sneaking up behind them, and they looked away for just a second. Drug Free in front of Blackhand there, eating so much damage from the flatline of Voltic. And now this choke just got a lot more interesting, because if Blackhand is able to drop Drug Free, Team Diverge, they're the ones that have to capitalize on this. They have to clear their back if there is an opportunity for the third party, though no knocks quite yet. Even with that early damage, Blackhand has not found the start of potentially a team wipe that could help them to even start to fight Team Diverge.
It's this really smooth rolling thunder into smoke disengage that bamboozles Blackhand. Well, they get some damage right back and actually end up covering a lot of the sight lines on them. Blackhand have a few seconds more to approach. Yasto even going on the aggressive move right now, but they don't have all the time in the world to do it. Committing down here, trying to find, I believe, just what is one member. Nope, Asura goes down, and I don't see him turn into a box. So we've got more time, and Blackhand have got to play kind of scared. They do jump up and finish off Drug Free. That's the last member going down. TKS go out as well. Rise is starting to show up in the kill feed once again, but not all on the left side of it. Some of them showing up as being knocked themselves. A1's is down, and while Blackhand fight up against Team Diverge, we've got to keep our eyes on the #1 squad in the lobby.
That's going to be a make-or-break fight for Team Diverge. AMV going down to Cozy, and now Cozy trying to recover to fight against this third party coming their way. They haven't gotten knocked either. They might have just enough room to work with that ultimate from the Revenant, also potentially getting them just enough value and just enough space to recover. They break that ultimate as well. Oi Senpai finally going down, and I think this is this might be the funnel where they are going to fall. Buff Pathfinder looking for those last couple of kills, but they look for the disengage instead. 1 minute left as the zone is about to close.
Not a whole lot of space for Buff Pathfinder. They tried to take a little bit of it out in the open, but Cozy go down, their lowest placement so far. It isn't going to affect their standings by a massive margin, but it is quite difficult to see it happen to them at this point. Rise sitting just outside of zone right now, have Retzi on half HP and about to be taken down, I am sure of it. Dracos comes over the side and does get taken down. Retzi is still alive and causing problems, and as Rise do bite the dust, Bursty is barely able to make it back, and I don't see Dracos being recovered in time. 25 seconds left. They gotta hit the res and a med kit before getting out, and I'm not sure if it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if Valkyrie has the clearance here around the rock, so they're going to have to slip around. They're going to have to hit med kits. They're going to have to loot, and this might just be the sort of scenario where they're forced to walk on in. I don't even think they do realize they have that counter very quickly ticking away. They won't have the opportunity to do much more. They're going to walk in through this choke, being held down by none other than Sausage Sorcerers.
I don't know if Dracos makes it. I am really sweating right now. Ring starting to close in, and you watch that kill feed like a hawk, looking to see if Buff Pathfinder can make it out alive. Sausage Sorcerers take up to that high ground and absolutely crush Zainu, opening space up with the 301 and just creating so much pressure that is forcing teams to sit further and further away from Sausage Sorcerers, give them time to cast their magic. Zainu does rotate up again, but this time it's too much hubris, and he gets taken down. Yubin's burning, and Tech shows up big when it counts, picking up the knock, but going down in the process. It's just Yubin alive, and in between these knockdown shields, he's got the shield swap, but nothing else. Sausage Sorcerers are down, and Team Psycho take him out.
Team Psycho does quick work taking out Void. They managed to clean up even more kills on the side of Sausage Sorcerers as they made their exit. Slater sitting on red shields as Buff Pathfinder is eliminated as well. And here we see Team Diverge, the last team on this northern side, trying to hold out the last couple of members of Risen Rose. It's actually a full 3 stack, so a 3v3 situation here. 55 seconds left before this ring closes, and right as we say it, Team Psycho actually gets eliminated. So it's Team Diverge, Risen Rose, and the last team standing on the south, and it's actually Asaurus, who we mentioned at the beginning of this game.
This is the game for both Team Diverge and Asuras, who desperately need that one big one to put him either back on the radar or there for the first time. Bird takes so much damage, but AJ commits over the wall, finding the singular knock, but getting it traded back. It is a death sentence for Team Diverge, as they've now lost 2 and will struggle to even make second.
And you have to wonder if that was the call, if AJ, with a bit of an overcommit there, is actually going to lose them the opportunity for even a top 2 situation. They knew another team was waiting in the wings. So it's just going to be the last member of Team Diverge trying to take out Risen Rose, and does in fact do it. So that's going to be a top 2 finish. But Dia, I think this is already all but determined. Asura swinging in with a 3-stack, triple red shields, and they are your Game 6 champions.
Asuras convert like one other squad we've seen today. They and the Sausage Sorcerers we knew were underperforming, and now with one big game, putting themselves in the conversation for top 10. What a game it was. Asuras very quiet until the end there.
I gotta add a profit to my title for sure after that one, because it was a team that was like very, very quiet, right? And it was a team that I think Stormpoint was kind of the transition that might very well suit them to start putting up big games. I think they benefited from some very unfortunate timings as that ring closed. They capitalized on it wonderfully. I'm not exactly sure how many points they had walking into that last zone, but definitely 12 points for a win isn't going to feel too bad. We'll get to look at those leaderboards in a second, but great start for them to maybe find something here, maybe find their way, force their way really at this point into that top 10 and into that finals lobby on Monday.
And it's the best time to, because if you can even get close to the top 10 now, you've got so much more breathing room for the last 2 games. If it comes down to game 7 or 8 and you're still looking for those points, you're dealing with a whole lot of mental pressure as now, and Asuras have relieved so much of that. And I'll be honest, despite the fact they didn't get the win, so have Team Diverge. But we saw a lot of what we've been calling today unforced errors in this game. Stormpoint has definitely been a different beast, and not all teams are adapting equally.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's also a series of unfortunate events in some instances with how teams called that zone, because I think everyone was pretty much expecting it to shape out right over towards that lake house, right? And it ended up pulling clear, which was brutal for so many teams. A big boon for the catcher teams, but even then, Team Diverge doing their job, taking all of that space, right, holding what was basically a choke and a low ground relative to the high ground team on Stormcatcher, and they made it work for I think a lot longer than people would have given them credit for.
I can't believe Retzi stuck the res in zone as well. He still won that 1v1 and almost took out Bursty. It was maybe an extra second that he would have won that, and Rise might have just kept being on top. Now, with the way that the game played out, the Sausage Sorcerers also played a really fabulous one, being able to control the low ground for as long as they did, and Team Diverge, this is one of those unforced errors we were talking about, what could have been a much bigger game for them, ends up with just a second place finish.
Yeah, AJ there, I think, was just very hungry for it. I mean, it's hard to stop that too. You know, you're in that situation where you know that top 2 really is all that you feel that you need to cement your spot in that top 10, so you take it. It does end up working out. They don't get the win, but did they really need it? I guess ultimately we're going to get to look at the overall leaderboard, but for the time being, Asura is finally getting a win up on the board, though it's only 16 points, and it feels weird to say that, right? Only 16 points for a win. I mean, it's not terrible by any means, but after what we've seen the likes of Rise put up, it's hard to say, though. We do see Rise in 9th place, only 6 points, so maybe the train is finally slowing down.
It's about dang time. I'm glad that they've become mortal again, at least for the past couple of games, but like you say, Asuras with those 16 points are sort of hedging their bets as to whether they make the top 10 or not. We find out now, moving on up to 8th, it is a Sausage Sorcerer-esque game. As actually, speaking of Sausage Sorcerers, they've alley-ooped Cozy.
Yeah, by 1 point. So that was definitely a performance that was much needed for peace of mind. I think even though they leapfrog Cozy is still very happy with their position for the time being. And now we can sort of start to make some assumptions about the teams that are pretty dang close to being safe. Team Diverge, even without the win, they're sitting on 41 points to seal off that top 5 for now. And they are just under 20 points clear of 10th place Void.
Yeah, this is...
And Asuras and Blackhand and No Name.
This is real tight for the teams like actually Asuras, Blackhand, and Void with No Name, Drug Free, and TKS all coming up behind him. Smiley and KSP. Let's see. I mean, we start off with Blackhand. We go down to Ranch on Spaghetti. The difference between these teams is just 4 points.
I mean, if you delete Rise from this leaderboard, this would arguably be one of the tightest races that I think I've ever gotten to see in a leaderboard. Like, even if Rise wasn't there, Sausage Sorcerers and Cozy, they're your leaders, but not even the biggest margin by any means from, we'll say, a slept on. Even TSS can find a big game here, but I think the writing is starting to be imprinted upon the wall of what might be the end of the Pro League qualifier run for some of these teams.
That's true. We are sending 10 teams home, and we're doing that in just 2 games.
Yeah, not much left. So when we come back after this short break, we will have the second half of our Storm Point games. Game number 7. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
You fueling me, and oh, Mello, may I add a topping of Apex Legends passion as we jump into games 7 and 8. These are, as we mentioned before the break, the last 2 games. If you, as a team in the bottom 10, want to continue your season into the finals on Monday.
What a delicious morsel we are experiencing here. All I got is cold pizza, so I'll take what I can get. But we did learn a couple of things from that last game, most notably Team Rise Nation can certainly bleed. They bled out pretty early there, outside of the top 5, even outside of the top 8, in fact. But it means little to a lot of the other squads that we've already seen in the middle of the leaderboard. If we can take a look one last time at that leaderboard before we roll into that game, the middle of the pack is definitely full of exciting teams. We mentioned Void briefly, but I think Void definitely has the capacity to find a big game here. Really, that can be said for any of these squads. Even Team Smiley, who, as we've mentioned throughout this journey, it's like they have their foot on the gas, and then they just run into a brick wall. It's really rough to see, and I think it's starting to slip away from them a little bit on Storm Point specifically.
Yeah, they've been doing just enough to stay in the top 10 for, 5 games so far, but the 6th was just a little too much. And though it's only a 2-point differential between them and theoretical qualification, that can grow during the course of the next 2 games, and Team Smiley need to show us why they made it to Pro League in the first place and what they've actually accumulated in terms of knowledge, skills, mechanically during their time there, because otherwise they're not going to be making it back, and we'll be saying goodbye to yet another squad that a lot of people had high expectations for even going into the opening of the season.
Yeah, and Drug Free right above them, really in that exact same boat where, unfortunately for them, the expectations are very high. I'm sure a lot of fans were disappointed by the Pro League performance and want to see these teams succeed. And this is where it starts, right? You have 2 more opportunities, 2 more Storm Point matches to try and rack up those points and also keep the other squads that are fighting just as hard for getting those points themselves. So we'll be dropping into game number 7, the penultimate game of the Split 2 Pro League qualifier losers bracket.
That's what I'm saying. I love that word. You brought up series of unfortunate events. You hit me with the word penultimate. I can tell you're a man of literature, Mello, and it's really shining through as we jump into these last games. The research on the teams has been on point. The reads on the maps have been on point. You just got to do it 2 more times before we hit that perfect record. I am blown away. No one's in Barometer. No one's in Shipfall. No one's in Gale Station. What did the south of the map do to anyone?
And Rise has dropped on Team Diverge. So that's certainly something. Another contest over here towards Mills is actually going to be slept on, who had a rough go at this contest, I believe, if I remember correctly, in that winner's bracket. So they are back here, and they are back with Revenant and Catalyst. I'm gonna say that again for y'all. Revenant and Catalyst?
We're going somewhere. I don't know where we're going. I wanted to say that we're going like hyper defensive, but then I was like, well, it is Revan. I don't know what to make of the squad. And on the other hand, Black Hand have gone with the caustic. So evidently, all the strats that we've built up through Challenger Circuit for both of these teams, no matter where they be coming from, are kind of out the window, because the gloves are off after 6 games. The last 2 here, even though both these teams have kept themselves in the top 10, clearly their time to party.
Oh, man, and the party really is going down on Down Beast right now. As multiple knocks we can see there in the kill feed. And that's actually a really bad look for Team Diverge, because we've talked about how they needed that game to be decently safe. I think they're still going to be in that safe range at this point, but 2 games, I don't know. If Rise falls early enough, there might be just enough KP on the map. You never know. We'll have to play this one out. Yet another contest very early, and this is going to be between Void and the other squad that's, I think, playing spoiler on their POI. I think this is a chow from them. Oh, that's tough. Borton getting solo. Does manage to get a sell-off, but I don't think it's enough to survive this one. Sliding off the building with just his knock left to fight with, and Void looking for the disengage.
This has got to be it. There goes the knock onto one. Washi might be able to stick this res depending on the follow-up, but hey, we got the peek onto No Name, and we know it's not possible. No Name sitting in 11th right now. They want to take that top 10 by force. And they do just that with the singular couple kills that they were able to grab. They've pushed themselves up into 9th in the standings and now have got to hold on to it for the remainder. Black Hand not going to be able to, and Team Smiley eliminated as well.
Wow, is that like the most insane caster curse ever? I think the 3 teams we talk about immediately die. That's crazy. And this is part of the strategy of lobbies like this, right? You know who's right above you? Got to take him out. Going the Rise route here. Sausage Sorcerers also involved in an early engagement here on one of the Nomic pods. They're doing pretty well for themselves right now, but Zainu does end up getting fully crabbed. Does has the enemy on flesh, though, and they wipe Team Psycho from the face of Storm Point.
The Wiener Wizards find yet another way to succeed, but now they've got to conjure up yet another win. Shield swaps onto white in the face of a Revenant push. This terrifies me, and Cozy are giving us that look at what it means when they decide to turn up the heat.
Oh, and is that just a disrespect there, knowing they're gonna get sent back? Yo, that is some other level of taunt there. An entire character just for enhanced taunt. There is gonna be a knock and a crack in return, but this is looking a little bit closer than I think Cozy expected. That's one member down, might actually get fully thirsted, and only Vizay's left fully healed.
Cozy
Not
in
even.
trouble right now. Vizay manages to sweep around the side. Sosei's healing up, but the Sausage Sorcerers do come back over the top. They get finished off as Tech, the last one to go down, is taken out at the hands of Sosei. Cozy barely making that work.
A beautiful Super Glizzy to send off Sausage Sorcerers on their way in 17th place. Team Vengeance now looking for some KP of their own, and I think those last two games, Dia, they're going to be the wild, wild west, because nothing is disallowed here. You can scrap for points however you dang well please, and so being aggressive, challenging spots on teams that are right above you, that is perfectly valid. Everything's fair in love and war, and in this case, Apex.
It certainly is the best of both. Team Diverge taken down. We're in the top 15, and the pace of game is rocketing. We are just at the point where Zone 1 is wrapping up its close, and we've already lost a quarter of our squad. This is a totally different look from what we had last game, and the pace that has been so slow, so methodical for all these teams going through the 6 is now out the window. We're seeing compositional changes. We're seeing W key tape downs. It is illegal plays in the last 2 games to try and figure out what ways you can cement yourself in the top 10 or desperation get there.
Yeah, this war definitely changed by quite a long shot. We get to see Slept on there showing the power of the Catalyst for rotating, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be rotating onto the World's Edge World Eaters, to be quite frank with you. They're rotating straight into the waiting hands of Rise, who's far from zone. They were in the process of eliminating Team Diverge just a few moments ago, and we saw that challenge on down B. So this might be where these two squads clash, and Slept On needs these points desperately to secure their spot. They have a good amount, but they are definitely not safe quite yet.
We've got Revenant ready. We've got the jump, I believe, on this low ground. Slept On should be able to pull the trigger really effectively once they sense that there's enough space, once this other team has committed themselves far enough out into the open. But for right now, it's defensive play, and Slept On, if they are spotted, are almost daring you to come to them.
Yeah, this is not a team that would be very fun to push, though. They did already commit that Catalyst ultimate, so they don't really have the tools at their disposal to protect themselves from either third parties or just very long sight lines on the western edge of the zone. So actually opting for rotating in the other direction, which means Rise will not be engaged on there. We see the map very empty, notably empty in comparison to some of the other games that we've played so far. But like we said, Storm Point, the volatility just goes through the roof.
We are playing Apex Legends on hard mode right now. Like, zone volatility is truly difficult to play with, and even in a pull like this, it's hard to tell where exactly you want to be ending up. Ranch on Spaghetti get taken down as Cozy fight for their tournament lives, sitting in second right now. They've still got to make it through this game. Oi Senpai going to be the last one standing, and Slept On are starting to come down into what should be the most powerful buildings in the subsequent zones.
These guys thought they were so clever. They had the one Revenant on the map. Nope, you're wrong. You're getting pushed in and eliminated potentially by the only other Revenant squad on the map. There's the full break on the door. It looks like they might have gotten a res off, and Sung actually going down. Psycho getting fully cracked. They're still trying to find the damage, but those knockdown shields are way too powerful. 2 members still up for Cozy. They're going to set up that Black Veil to try and cut this off even further and avoid those third parties.
That's a good nade.
Cozy's defended for the time being. Trying to find the damage with the Prowler, but the ultimate is there from the Horizon. Instantly broken. No nades added to the party either.
How are they winning this, though? Cozy have managed to make this close. Oi Senpai almost gets the bat off, but instead he gets climbed on, and then subsequently both teams are instantly eliminated. Rise heard the noise, and they walked on over to join the party. That's 2 more squads out. Top 12, and Rise still maintain control.
This zone not dissimilar from the zone that Rise cleaned up their first Challenger Circuit win, or their only Challenger Circuit win on. Actually ended up finding a team right next to this cannon. So maybe a little bit of a run back for the nostalgia here that they might be looking for, though. A couple of other squads are still on the prowl for points. The middle of the pack, however, has largely just been decimated by early fights.
Yeah, not anything you can really do through this mid game when teams are taking these big risks. If you're trying to play a slower game, you're going to get run over 99% of the time, and it's that difficulty that we talked about in Division 2 Apex of trying to figure out where the rest of the lobby is at and playing to their style. Rise determining so much of the meta in this preseason qualifier losers bracket right now.
And AMV, another squad that maybe I'll give them a boon. You know what squad we haven't talked about a whole lot so far in the series? AMV. They've been notably silent. They haven't had the most success. 18 points currently rolling into the last quarter of this qualifier losers bracket, and now they have the potential to pick up 3 KP if they can defend from this push up. Arcology, though, getting instantly deleted by Retzi. The push from Rise is huge. Miles going to be the next one to fall, surely, but TKS is there for the third party, and Rise is eliminated.
That is a massive change-up. TKS arriving just in the nick of time to be able to rid the lobby of its demons. Now pushing up to the gravity cannon has to be their next task. They've got plenty of ways to do it, running that ultra-aggressive composition of the Horizon, Valkyrie, and Seer. And now they've got the confidence as well. All reloaded shield swaps ready to go. TKS take the grav cannon, and now can look at their next rotations with plenty of safety between them and the other squads.
And that's huge. 24 points means they've just edged out the other squads that were gatekeeping the top 10. Blackhand, Void. I think they've all been skipped now, and this is a whole different game without Rise in the lobby. Like, truthfully, that is just a game changer of monumental proportions.
Vengeance getting shot at through the ceiling. Don't even stop to look. Instead, slide on through with the Peacekeeper and instantly turn it into the Horizon ult. Fast-paced is right. Dalton gonna get fried on the way out by a double swing and leaving it all up to Paps, who is just on flesh. Peacekeeper in hand. This could be the win for Vengeance. The clutch up is real, but it's not happening today as they get shut down by the Asuras.
Asuras getting that Storm Point buff in a big way, pushing down a team that is terrifying in a 3v3 scenario. Vengeance now getting eliminated, and look at all of those squads, Dia, 12th through 16th, that are still on the map, and you bet are hungrier than ever, seeing what squads have been wiped from the map. This could be any one of those teams' games. This could be their time to skip forward and only have one game left to jump onto the finals on Monday.
I'm a big fan of this arc, especially for teams like Risen Rose and Drug Free, who are sitting in the next zone. Risen Rose especially with a very nice position around the outside of the island. KSP don't look like they're going to be making it as they're sent on from above, and TSS wrap up their work, picking up this res, and hopefully resetting before the third party. Let me remind you, pace of game is high, and losing a single member can set you back massively.
especially with the teams that are left here. I mean, you can just imagine the calls, the comms must be absolutely wild from these teams. Everyone wants to shred a piece of what is open season right now with so many teams. In fact, the entirety of the top 6 on our overall leaderboard are all dead, thanks to the awesome live scoreboard we get to see over there on the right side of your screen. That is a huge game changer. Buff Pathfinder sitting on 3 reds, going to try and maximize this value. They are close to the lowest team currently in points left alive, and they need those points desperately right now.
A bonkers amount of shield swaps for them as well. If Buff Pathfinder get pushed and lose, FF. For real. This is the most defensible position on the map right now by effective HP alone. And the worry for me, the Buff Pathfinder are going to have to move. This isn't inside of the subsequent zone, and the island is a difficult push to make, and they're going to have to do so without their safety blankets.
Azura's trying to clean up the edge of the zone instead of trying to play for the center. They want these kills. They want that security, and they're going to wipe out. It looks like that rat from Risen Rose or AMV. Oh, it's the AMV one. There's still one on the map, but Azura's clears that side out and actually have a very decent spot to play. They have a good amount of high ground relative to the other teams that are left. Risen Rose is looking from across the way in front of them, but all in all, 8 squads left for this zone. Not too shabby, not too tight, and certainly an opportunity for Azura's to pick up another win here.
It's them looking down their barrels at Risen Rose on this low ground just off to the north. We do have that rat you were talking about. Voider being kept in the game by Washi alone and being able to avoid any focus, say, from other teams like, say, Drug Free or Risen Rose is going to be capital to their success, as they are only 1 point away from making it into the top 10 this game. 8 squads, and as soon as you go down to 6, you get so many more placement points to work with, points that can easily put you into those top 10.
Drug Free fighting for the return to the Pro League, fighting for even the next step of that journey. Meanwhile, Risen Rose at the bottom of the leaderboard, fighting to leave that spot far, far behind them, but their chances are not looking great. They will get absolutely demolished on that side of the map by none other than the squad we were looking at previously. Azura's continues to take down squads, continues to rack up KP, and continues to try and cement their place in that top 10.
And I love the position that Risen Rose has, or had, but as has been their curse so often today, they weren't proactive enough to actually make use of it, and now have only 1 game, 1 chance left to keep this from being the end of the season, and it's going to have to be a banger of a game. We're looking at almost 30 points as being the cutoff, and for right now, Drug Free, sitting in the center, do have one heck of a defensive position to use, as multiple squads landing right next door to each other have TKS in a melee fight within chewing distance of each other. Turns does throw out that nade and instantly disengage towards Azura's, begging them for help, hoping that they'll cover him, and it's simply not going to happen. Turns is getting laser beam from the other side, but now he's got a rock for cover, and a fight's breaking out on the high ground.
It's actually going to be one member that's going to be Blurs falling on the side of TKS, or TSS, excuse me. MK player on Team Pathfinder, showing just how good that R301 is from range. TSS is fully wiped off the face of the map, but Pubsky ends up going down in a trade as well, and suddenly Buff Pathfinder has cycled into one of the best positions in this ring. They aren't in zone, but they have some degree of position and pressure. They're going to find their way forward. They're going to push. They want these boxes. Nice. They want these kills. That's the knock on to Gyozi and the full thirst for the swap, but MNK player goes down in the process.
They lose one. Got to reset off of this, and you've got the safety to do it. These missiles from above simply don't matter. You got to get your third back into the game. Plenty of shield swaps around here, and Dracos is going to go for the res. Still full covered as 5 squads are left. 2 of them rat teams that are still alive. TKS and Void have 1 member left in the game.
Oh, this is going from bad to worse for some of the squads that were really praying for all of that KP to come their way, for all those placement points. Drug Free still in this game has a lot to prove, no doubt. So do all of these squads. It's been a long journey just to get here, and they don't want to fall short now. TKS falling short in this game in particular. 4 squads left as this next round closes, and it's not even the last.
Still 1 point separating Void from the top 10. The way that these points have gone out has made it so difficult for them to stay in that move. As teams keep alley-ooping themselves, putting themselves into the top 10, taking that spot away from Void, but you've still got 1 member left. Drug-Free aren't even looking in their direction. Remember, no Seer on Drug-Free, so coexisting with them is absolutely possible. And it's time for them to start taking to the forefront right now. Drug-Free are the focus of attention for a lot of these squads, especially Buff Pathfinder on this island.
And it looks like the push actually came to shove for the teams that are chilling on these boxes, trying to hold their position. Thalas going down. The MK player on Buff Pathfinder also going down. All of these members extremely low, down to 30 HP. Are the chances for Buff Pathfinder to find a latter half of this final ring, and Drugfee finds the swing.
This is it. This is the perfect finish for Drug-Free to be able to push themselves up to the conversation. Void make top 10 as well off that game as Asuras get taken out and Drug-Free finish off the last rat. What a play from Void to stay alive for that long, and what a needed game for Drug-Free.
A rodent and a dream was all it took for Void to skip into that top 10, but sadly for them, it is far from over, because that whole end game and really the whole latter half of that game was dominated and populated by teams in the middle of the pack. Meanwhile, the top of the crop were all dead so early. There were so many points to be gifted throughout, and unfortunately for a lot of these squads, they were very evenly distributed.
We've kept raising that floor now, the cutoff for top 10, and now it is sitting around that 30-point mark. It should be around 35 by the time we next hit Storm Point, and that'll be for the last time. I want to take a look back at game number 7, because the fact that we were missing so many really powerful squads gave us a very different series of endgame plays that did seem, I will say, a little bit more disjointed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the team composition is definitely a little bit more disjointed. The pushes a little bit more disjointed. And you talked about this before, so now is, I think, a good time as any to bring it back up. The fatigue that these players must be experiencing. Because keep in mind, for half of this lobby, this isn't their 7th game, their 3rd game on Storm Point. They are about to come up on 16 games played today. That is brutal. And they are not easy lobbies. They are very difficult lobbies where you need to bring your A game. That is incredibly taxing, and for some squads it's really starting to show here.
This is looking, well, like the games are, like you say, getting a little bit sloppier, and it's hard to tell. I even want to attribute it to both sides, of both fatigue and the fact that we're coming up on the last games. It's not just I'm tired, it's also I'm panicking. I might not get to play. I might not get to make Pro League, despite how far I've come to make it here. And for those Pro League teams, it gets even scarier, having had their dream in hand and maybe seeing it slip away just now. This endgame fight was wild, though, and I gotta give props to Asuras. Credit where it is due, making top 3 off the back of their first win just last game. This team has truly come online at just the right moment.
Yeah, Storm Point seems to have been the buff that they needed, making quick work of a lot of the squads as they cleared their rotates on the way to those end games. They didn't end up taking it down, but they did take down 10 people on their way to a top 3 finish. 17 points, even though Drug-Free takes the cake for first place. Void coming up on 9 points off of a rat play. That is huge. You can't discount how critical that is for where Void was sitting on the leaderboard.
It's a great position to be in right now. It's pushed them just into that, I believe, top 10. Or at least it should have. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. And no! They're still tied! They're right there!
That's brutal. And what's even more brutal is that there are 10 teams within shooting distance at this point of the top 10. Risen Rose here wins next game, gets 3 kills. They make it. They're probably in. Ranch on Spaghetti, same exact thing. And that's the bottom. That is the absolute floor of our leaderboard right now. That game 7, might have been enough to completely rewrite the script on who had a chance here and who is going home.
I've got to give a thank you to Rise, because now that they started off the day so dominantly and they've been taking a step back, very considerate of them. For the last couple of games, we do have, like you mentioned earlier, one of the closest lobbies that we've ever gotten the pleasure of seeing in the ALGS. And though it is just a Pro League qualifier losers bracket tournament, to these teams, it means everything. And to 10 teams, this next game will be their last of the season.
And it will be the last game here of the Pro League qualifier losers bracket. Stick around. You don't want to miss this. This is where we find out which teams go home and which teams move on. Our last game of Storm Point coming up.
Back with what is about to be the last game of the losers bracket here at the ALGS Pro League Qualifiers for split number 2. Dia and Mellowcrit have taken you through 7 games so far. We had Tenrek and Tom earlier taking you through the winners bracket, but this last game, Mellow, decides who we're seeing in the finals on Monday.
Yeah, it really is a great storyline that we got to follow. I told you right at the beginning, right? We have so many things stirring in the pot, and this is the concoction that we're left with here. Such a tight race from top -1 to bottom. is a beautiful thing to see here. A couple of teams that we're pretty sure are pretty safe at this point doesn't need to be said, but Rise, 122 points. Cozy sitting in second place. The Resident Sleepers, right? We talked about how they didn't have any big flashy games. Sitting in second place with 64, and Sausage Sorcerers in the top 3 with 61. Really, anything below the top 6 though is free game still.
Mm-hmm. I'd extend a little bit of safety down to Drug Free, who after their win do have a bigger buffer than, say teams like TSS and Buff Pathfinder, whose positions are very clearly in trouble. But at this point, with Asuras and Drug Free sitting at points where we're still not sure whether they can take this and fully win, and that's after they've won an individual game. It's clear that we are playing with a totally different lobby, a totally different caliber. And now, if you are one of those teams that's qualified, your thoughts are no longer on today. They are on tomorrow and polishing your game to become the best that it can before you face into the even harder lobby of Winners Bracket.
Yeah, this isn't the end. This is the second step, I guess, for some, the first step for others. But it's been a long journey. It's been months of challenger circuits just to get here. And there are a lot of things that have to go right for a lot of teams. It isn't just having a great game. It isn't just having the ring pull your way. It isn't just getting beacon near your POI. It's also Rise not killing half the lobby. That's also a very important factor here. And it came up in a big way. It wasn't just Rise, mind you. It's 1 through 6 that was taken out at the beginning of game number 7, which just opened up the gates for so many squads to have a shot at picking up a lot of points.
Yeah, it has been, honestly, really varied in results for a lot of teams. It varied in compositions for others, and that sort of, well, we'll say, level of play has been really pushed up specifically here, as we've got average damage dealt by legend, which is not a stat you get to see all the time. Wraith topping the leaderboards, and there's one person you can blame for that.
That's lovely. I mean,
that's pretty cool.
Shout out to Team Diverge. You love to see it. So this reminds me of when the Watson stats were really inflated when they were talking about pub stats and how Watsons are just crazy. Wraith, the solo Wraith main being held down from Team Diverge, shout out. That's great to see. That's a great graphic. And same thing with the Caustic. That Caustic is a single Caustic, I believe, that we got to see on World's Edge as well, being held down by, I believe, Sung, if I'm remembering correctly. So great stuff there.
And all these individuals really building themselves up. I'm surprised to see that things like Seer are so low after everything that we've had go on in the losers bracket. Everyone's running Seer. Why are none of my Seers doing damage?
Yeah, it's you gotta wonder sometimes whether they're just the scan crutch. You know, that's what a lot of people want to attribute it to. But ultimately, I think a lot of the fraggers, a lot of the crazy damage dealers end up getting put on some of the other legends. Of course, Wraith being a great example from Team Diverge, but yeah, we get to see a little bit more variability there as well. That's actually a great stat to see. Appreciate it.
We are dropping in. It's the last game of the day, but it's not just that. It is the final game of the season for 10 of these squads. The losers bracket of the Pro League qualifiers ends after this, and it's the beginning of that finale, Mello. We're dropping in, and we're looking for hot drops right now because they abounded last game. Look at Mill. It's empty as a result.
Yeah, the flex dropping here is crazy, and we actually end up seeing Gobble, Clinkbot, and Chow up on the top left, Ranch on Spaghetti. They weren't dropping there. That was previously contested by Team Diverge and Rise. So, I don't know, maybe everyone just, there's a group chat somewhere we don't know about. They just rolled the dice, spun the Wheel of Fortune, and saw who went where. Drug Free. Definitely not risking their game at this point, though. They need to separate themselves just a touch more to feel safer about their positioning here in the top 10. They were previously just on the outside looking in, but had a big enough couple of games on Storm Point specifically to find their way here. 38 points in the top 10.
As long as you can hang on, grab a few more placement points, your position should be safe. But you'll be running into squads, as so many teams got their teaser of last game, that are not on the same page, that are not about surviving, but are instead about punishing you to the max. And I love the angle coverage from Saucer, who on this crypto is keeping his eyes out for the squad and making sure that they stay safe. As look at the highlights. They can't see this, but we can. There was a team hunting drug-free.
I think they might have seen them drop there. I think they have that information. They're being very cautious at the moment. And I think they might be contending with whether they want to commit with to the IMC, excuse me, or just take that rotate with the car. It looks like the Trident is going to be their selected course of action unless they take it to the IMC and then proceed to do IMC, where they put themselves at risk just a little bit to the likes of Rise. No, it's like they're listening to me and just doing the opposite of what I say. But in any case, Drug-Free hitting the rotation.
This is a really weird play to make, however. The Drug-Free with white shields right now are risking quite a bit, saying, well, I bet no one's looking at us. And having that be the difference maker right now is not something that I'd be too happy about. They almost lose all their shields there and leave Impulse behind. It's disjointed, it is sloppy, and Drug-Free are risking their game, nay, their tournament.
They've just gotten farther away. They're no longer really in a viable Valkyrie spot either, so it's not like they can just ult over here onto checkpoint, I believe, depending on whether they're close enough to that gap in the wall. But even then, if they can get tall enough up on those buildings, there's plenty of LOS from Down Beast and from North Patch. So risky business here, and not getting tons of value from it in particular. So let's just see whether they can play out the rest of this game. Meanwhile, Blackhand on the prowl. I think they're here for maybe a bit of revenge. I don't know if they're just angry, aggressive at this point. They know they need the points. 14th place is not going to get them to Monday, and they get the knock onto Retzi to kick things off.
This is a great start for Blackhand, taking out one of the most powerful teams in the lobby, even if it's just the one member right now, is the biggest of deals for them. As sitting in what is now 13th place, Blackhand need every point to make it into the top 10. This is a squad that so many people at the very beginning of this year's Challenger Circuit, in preseason qualifiers, were saying, this is a Pro League squad. How is it that they're not succeeding? We get all the way to preseason qualifiers for Split 2, and now they have to make it, but from losers finals, what can they do? Vengeance do push up onto the high ground. They're sitting in what is 19th now, needing to push themselves that much further than squads like Blackhand. But it needs to be emphasized how risky of a proposition this is for everyone below the top 10. Approaching a fight could be your last one.
Risen Rose, Ranch on Spaghetti, Vengeance, Team Smiley, AMV, sitting on 21 or 20 points. That is one good game. It's crazy to think how important this game is for all of these squads. Vengeance here, you see that 19th place marker really couldn't mean less when the potential to just steal this game away and steal away that 10th place spot is more than possible for this squad. And this squad has fought out some of the harder teams in this lobby. They have the capability to do it, and they have what seems to be a pretty favorable ring pull. So they could make something work here. Cozy falling early.
Okay, that's surprising. I do believe Cozy should be safe. Taking a look at their standings one more time.
Rise is out.
They are good. Rise getting taken down means that 122 points will be their cap, but who they went down to is going to be a big shift in the what on earth is an Octane doing in my lobby.
Wow, the no holds barred cage match at this point is this last game. AJ looking for the second follow-up kick, but has dealt quite a bit of damage. Nice spray there, finding 57 damage onto the fleeing enemies. They're starting to take up all the angles that they need. That's going to be Sung going down. Team Diverge, kings of this hill for the time being. They're starting to get looked at from the other side, though, so they have to slow their roll just a touch. They're pretty safe here, though, so they're content with just picking up that kill and holding their position in Antenna.
Team Divergence slept on right next to each other in the standings. The Blackhand roster we spoke of earlier, they've peeked their heads out a bit too far, and Void want to cut them off. Out goes the smoke, a nice shot through all of that. Does not end up impacting the overall game, but does keep Void in the driver's seat over by Wall, I suppose. They got plenty of time to craft, and perhaps this is the approach for a lot of teams. Playing more passive, sitting in zone for a little while, and letting other squads fall so that you can accumulate the 1-2 points that could be the difference.
Oh man, and I'm starting to sweat here just thinking about how many, every squad that we've panned to has the potential to make or break their game, their tournament life with one play. Absolutely ridiculous scenario we find ourselves on, slept on, getting taken out in 6th place, I believe, sitting in 41 points at the moment, so relatively safe. As you mentioned earlier, they've managed to separate themselves a little bit just above drug-free. And what we're really seeing the fight for right now, 9th and 10th place, TSS and Buff Pathfinder respectively after Game 7.
Not the end of the world for these rosters. Anyone who has dropped can afford it. And it means that we're getting rid of, really nicely, all the top teams again, and leaving ourselves in the situation where it does come down to a super close end game. I'm appreciating the way the ring's pulling, as well as it will be giving us yet another different finish. And right in the center of it, Team Vengeance, who currently, I believe, are sat, yes, outside the top 10 at 18th right now. If they can win a game in their own zone at home, it's an easy jump up to the top 10 for them.
They're going to need it. Asurus not as hungry for points at this point. They've had just enough success so far on Storm Point to stamp what is likely their pass onto Monday, onto those finals, onto the real battle where we get to be rejoined with teams like Team Intel, who showed just fantastic play throughout all of the winners bracket. Many other teams that are too numerous to name at this point. Just that lobby, I can't wait to see what that's going to look like. But we have just a couple of ring closes left here, standing between when we find out who those squads are and unfortunately which squads will fall short.
Yeah, as we had painted the picture of earlier, when you do get to winners bracket, it is a different beast because the quality of lobby, the type of players that you have is going to change drastically from those fighting a little bit desperately to keep on going, who have perhaps not performed as well during the Challenger Circuit season. You've got really consistent squads that have ended up in winners, and Ranch on Spaghetti want to be one of those teams. 20th place right now. It is looking abysmal for them, but there is still a chance with one good big breakout game. Sausage Sorcerers looking for a few kills right now. Should be able to find them.
Experiencing a little bit of deja vu here. I feel like we've seen this place before. Sausage Sorcerers taking up this spot just to the south of Stormcatcher. And actually getting pushed on. Watson swinging through the fences, but they weren't hers by any means. Team Psycho, in the blink of an eye, getting destroyed by Sausage Sorcerers.
Yeah, Dig, my king. I don't know what to make of a move like that. However, I will say, Dig being the last member didn't have that much left to go for. And Team Psycho still very safe, as we've now eliminated 3 of the top 5 squads so far. Only Sausage Sorcerers and Team Diverge from those top 5 still left standing.
It's like they made a gentleman somewhere. I don't really know, but it seems like the top teams are just making way for the chaos that is going to be this upcoming end game. 16 squads left. Sausage Sorcerers actually only picked up 1 kill. Good point. They're not exactly wiping a full squad, but they have decent control over this area as well. Starting to walk their way forward, starting to try and find the last bit of intel that they need to have a solid end game. Playing the heady on these rocks, not too shabby, and they have a charge rifle to work with. So they're going to continue to deal damage, pressure teams, and look at that zone pull, Dia. Great calls there from Sausage Sorcerers.
This is a really solid position. I didn't expect them to be as on point with the zone read as they were, but now that Sausage Sorcerers have themselves there, It's not exactly an easy position to hold on to either. There are going to be a lot of teams that are coming through from the north and sieging up on that. At the same time, you can receive a lot of attention from Launchpad. And the one saving grace for Sausage Sorcerers here is that Vengeance don't have anyone coexisting with them. Counter to the expectations that we've set throughout this entire series, Zone is not the place to be during our last 2 games. You want to be on edge and you want to be fighting because everyone else is too.
There's a couple of zones that are very characteristic of that fact, right? Where if you're there too early, even with the most defensive composition on paper, you're not going to be able to hold it out and oftentimes end up profiting much more if you swing in from the edges. If you get a couple of kills, you actually get to evo up your shields a little bit more. It can be a lot more beneficial. This might be one of those zones. Both of the squads in the middle there have no real reason to take any crazy fights or really leave their position at all. But on the flip side, quite the opposite. Risen Rose here does have the Valk ultimate, but there's not a lot of space to play. You don't want to get there too early. This could be, Dia, their make or break fight to keep their tournament dream alive.
18th place, man. I can't even imagine the pressure that Risen Rose are under. The heart attack as you find yourself fired on from an angle you weren't tracking already. No Name are putting the screws to them, and they've got just as much right to 13th. So close to qualifying. They've been right on the cusp for making it into those finals all day, and yet they can't seem to find those kills at the right time. We're into the top 15. Yes, they're collecting placements, but it's not enough right now.
No Name sitting on what has been largely the staple composition since Furia whipped it out at Champs last year. Will they use it to get aggressive here to clear out that north side to ensure themselves a scrap of additional safety at the cost of Risen Rose being eliminated? Looks like they're not the only squad joining this party as Blackhand finding a knock onto Risen Rose first.
This is a crucial time for Blackhand. Again, trying to live up to the story, the pace that everyone else has set for them. Voltic is low behind these blue shields. A strong breeze would take him down, but Yasto's feeling a little bit more confident on this Bangalore, finding the big flank, the Giga Shad flank for 106 opening damage. Arcstar's going to cause a problem, but right behind this rock, Yasto survives the majority of it, whips out the car for the close range fight, and Blackhand are all grouped up, but unfortunately, that's exactly where No Name need them to be. There is no space left for Blackhand to exist, and they're going to be taken out through the smoke. Blackhand are down, and Blackhand will be eliminated. Their season is over.
We're sitting in 9th place, actually collecting 7 kills, Dia, so there is some crazy mathematical possibilities somewhere, but yes, we will see the staples of the NA Challenger Series go down far too early in their last game, and the battle continues. Team Diverge fighting on the southwest edge of the ring. Very low on flesh are one of their members, GS Bird, but AJ and Sleepy Panda plenty healthy, and it looks like they really only have 1 or 2 members left to pick on up. Risen Rose also wiped off the map. They will say goodbye to the Challenger Circuit, to the Pro League qualifier in, I believe, somewhere close to 19th or 20th place, unfortunately for them.
It's not within touching distance of the top 10. And while Team Diverge keep on pushing forward, keep on dialing in their playstyle for the finals, it's going to come at the cost of the teams surrounding them. Some great damage from AJ, does not finish the kill, but TSS get taken out by his teammates. Team Diverge now getting pushed on, however, haven't had the time to reset, don't have the opportunity to pop bat, may very well be going out to Asuras here.
TKS joining the party of members that are knocked out completely of the tournament. Team Diverge is eliminated by Asuras. Asuras not really needing the points here, but maybe trying to go out with a big dub to seal their fate to move on to those finals on a Monday. Now we see the leaderboard is looking like a piano there a little bit. We see that right at the top still is Sausage Sorcerers, healthy, 3 members up. We still have Drug Free with 1 rat left. Same thing with No Name.
Black Hand are sitting 1 point in above the squad in 11th. They are dead, and they need every team below them to die subsequently. There is no clean way to extract from this, but there is a world where Black Hand do make it into the finals despite having gone down early. Look at that differential.
But look at the squads that are sitting in that position. Team Buff Pathfinder, certainly capable of making it happen. Smile and Vengeance, both a ways out, but look at the positioning from Vengeance. They have the possibilities before them. Can they convert? Doing the damage for now. Paps from range with the 2-4 Havoc. Quickly running out of ammo, though, and they are going to have to move as early as next ring, Dia.
I'm looking up. I'm seeing where these guys are at, because there is no way for this to go in any path but Nightmare and Buff Pathfinder getting taken out. There is... Yeah, you're hoping as Black Hand. If you're a fan of them, you got to cheer for the most specific end game condition. And right now, with the amount of squads that have fallen so early on, we are taking a big step back. There's just not enough space for everyone to actually be forced to fight. So we're just poking at each other during this mid game, and it's giving Asuras time to set up shop in what looks like a great spot in zone.
And it's actually not just Black Hand, it's TSS, both sitting on 35. They need the teams below them to die, and they need to die in a specific order, Dia.
No Name going to be one of those squads that is still looking for their own qualification path. Their look at the ALGS Pro League. Asura's playing things slow, but in comes that ring right now. We've already seen Sausage Sorcerers on the northern side of this zone. They should have an excellent position, but in comes a squad from the sky, and it shouldn't be the only one. Asura's prepare for that landing as Arcology and Void fly in, and AMV could be taken out. They're in 15th place right now, and that Valkyrie could be the last one they take.
And I don't... now is the worst time to be forgetting how the point distribution works. Team Smiley going out early means that Buff Pathfinder is now tied with TSS and Black Hand in points, and it will go down to a tiebreaker. But more teams continue to fall. We see Tech and the rest of Sausage Sorcerers suffering heavy casualties. That's going to be No Name going out, and AMV going out as well. Drug Free getting eliminated swiftly after. And just like that, Buff Pathfinder has managed to sneak their way into the top 10. Can they hold it? Vengeance still has the possibility to dethrone TSS. And now all of these squads are just praying for this to go their way.
Vengeance is still looking for that angle in. They've got it in their pocket as long as they can win this game. Buff Pathfinder won't be putting up too much of a fight. There's a two-person squad trapped along the outside, already low. They don't have a whole lot of options, but with 4 teams left, Vengeance have to not just win, but collect kills along the way.
3 up for Sausage Sorcerers, 3 up for Asuras, and 3 up for Vengeance. As you said, Buff Pathfinder not exactly going to put up the biggest fight, but their positioning is far from terrible, and it looks like Buff Pathfinder is looking for the swing here. That's actually going to be a Source. They're sliding in. Buff Pathfinder's taken out.
Vengeance jumps up a spot as well. 31 points now. Sausage Sorcerers and Asuras, they want to win the game, but Vengeance just want to keep the dream alive. Asuras are fully unleashed to go for Vengeance, and they take them out, shutting down their dreams of Pro League. And as Asuras and Sausage Sorcerers fight things out for the very end of the game, both can celebrate because they will be going on to the finals on Monday.
This is just a formality at this point, but we do have to crown a Game 8 winner. Azura is not really in striking distance of that second place to dethrone the squad in front of them, and Sausage Sorcerers will win the last game of the losers bracket for the Pro League Qualifiers split number 2, and it is with massive heartbreak that we see so many fantastic squads just mere placements, just a couple mere kills off the mark to move on to Monday.
Yeah, it was going tough for both these squads, but as we approached the end game, we did see a really nice story emerge. Well, Asuras and Sausage Sorcerers got to fight out against each other. One of those two teams was going to be the only one outside of Rise to pick up a double on the day. And Sausage Sorcerers picking up 2 wins can already go into tomorrow with a lot of confidence. I had my doubts about them as we started the day, but they have really pulled it back towards the tail end and given me a lot of hope for their games on Monday that I'm sure are going to be very fun to watch, because looking at this losers bracket, it did not disappoint.
Not by any means. And I mean, I gotta wonder what the teams from winners bracket are thinking right now after seeing what Rise did to this lobby and really the emergence of some of the other squads that had a slow start. Sausage Sorcerers, they needed one big win to kick things off, and after that, they kept the ball rolling, man. They looked really good. They were consistently in a lot of those end games, falling a little bit short on some of those matches, but ultimately cleaning up pretty nicely there to top out at second place. And it's just, really just waking up right when they needed to on Storm Point. That sounds like it's going to be their map where they're going to look to rack up those points on their way to that match point. Great stuff from them and great stuff from so many of the squads in the top 10.
And match point's going to test all of our teams, because coming from winners, we've already seen what fatigue looks like, and even without the context of winners bracket being in previous 8 games, we saw it happen to teams that were starting off in losers bracket. 8 games is a lot, and we can absolutely hit that level when we get into match point on Monday. Sausage Sorcerers, a very well-deserved 21-point finish, and Asuras coming up with the 19 points that they needed to push themselves that much further and really send it home that it wasn't just a couple fluke games, that Asuras do in fact have what it takes, especially on Storm Point. Now, Vengeance, fallen a little bit short of the mark, but still with a very respectable finish, can look forward to next season of the Challenger Circuit for their opportunity to qualify.
It's really important to recognize how truly impressive every single performance in these matches is, Dio. Even if overall you fell out of the top 10 in the overall scoreboard, even finding a top 3 in any of these lobbies, extremely hyper competitive lobbies, especially a little bit earlier in the matches, I mean, just goes to show the caliber of talent that is an NA Challenger Circuit. But without further ado, Dia, let's take a look at what our finals lobby is going to shape out to be on a Monday at 5 p.m. PST match point format.
After so much strife to be in that top 9-10, that 8th through 14th spot really did come down to the wire. A big congratulations to teams like Rise, Sausage Sorcerers, Cozy, Asuras, Team Diverge, Psycho, Drug Free, Slept On, Buff Pathfinder, and TSS, who we will all be seeing in the finals of the Pro League qualifiers on Monday. But it's unfortunate, Mello, because we've got to say goodbye to so much other talent.
Yeah, I think the one name that stands out starker and darker than most here is Black Hand. Mm-hmm. Not even a point short here. The staple, one of the stand-ins, you always expect them in these finals lobbies in every Challenger Circuit. Just one, and truly even out of their control there at the end, falling early and having just enough teams below them clutch it up and find their way into the top 10, though they're certainly not the only teams that we're hurting to say goodbye to, as there's former Pro League teams in the stack as well.
Yeah, and that's the very scary thing, from going from competing in Pro League to not even qualifying for the finals, is the story that a lot of teams have had to face at least the threat of now becoming a reality. And as we go forwards into the finals, we will still be facing down that same story that not everyone who makes it there, in fact, most teams that make it into this finals lobby, will not be exiting it. We are looking for only the top 8. And right now, this on your screen right now is the stacked lobby that we're going to be witnessing on Monday evening.
And we will have forward seeded points, as you'll notice there. So teams that manage to fight their way through the winners bracket will be rewarded for their performances, though. As we've seen today, Dia, those margins are slim. And this really only comes up on match point format because that jump forward can be really significant if your team finds some early success and just has to play out the rest of the games for a win. Bots in first place out of that winners bracket will start with a whopping 10 points, which is nothing to scoff at, though. After what we saw Rise do, it kind of gets in that territory a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, keep your eyes on Rise. They despite the fact that they were extraordinarily quiet on Storm Point, wasn't really a remarkable performance from them. We could not shut up about this squad because of how dominant they were in the first 4 games, and that's going to catch a lot of teams off guard when we do pop over to World's Edge. Those teams that are in the winners bracket that qualified that don't watch this VOD have no idea what's coming for them at 5 p.m. Pacific on Monday night.
Yeah, I am absolutely ecstatic to get this thing rolling. If we can take a look at some of the squads at the top, we already shouted out Bots, but I'm actually really curious to know what Team Intel looks like in terms of those placement stats, because Cozy, I think for me, and actually really for anyone watching, was sort of that team that had those like spicy placement points that we don't really get to see unless you really bring them up, right? That's like really critical. That's another team that I think has that really high placement point balance. And of course, a lot of the different aggressive teams that know how to fight, teams like Deadass that largely got their challenger circuit points through raw aggression, taking down teams on their way to big point wins. So, I mean, the pedigrees here for certain that we get to see. Average placement is actually 7th. So even then, so many other squads in the field in general that are able to play zone incredibly well. That's a little bit surprising. That's your second place finisher in winners bracket, and you see they're on the left. No, really, just one top 3 stat, and that's damage dealt.
I got a lot of eggs in a lot of baskets going into tomorrow, and I like, it's just one of those curses of being a Challenger Circuit commentator. You get to make so many favorite teams, and then you have to watch them die, and it's really rough. But it's the reality of Apex Legends. There can so often only be one victor, and honestly, I'm just thankful that when we get to Monday, there are going to be at least 8 that we send forward.
At least 8, and yeah, those 8, it's going to be hard fought and well earned. We can tell you that now, because Dia, you're into your 24th game today of bringing us some fantastic Apex Legends commentary. Shout out to the champ Dia for making it through today. It was on EMEA earlier. But without further ado, y'all, that's going to be it from us. Shout out to the production crew. Shout out to all of the observers, operators, game directors, everything that goes into the show that makes our jobs infinitely easier and makes the players' experiences so awesome to watch on screen. Shout out to that whole crew. But Dia, any final thoughts before we send them off?
I'd like to give a shout out to Mellowcrit for being a killer duo in these 8 games. It's been a banger day, and I'm really excited to see how the Pro League qualifiers do shake out in the subsequent days. Enjoy Super Bowl tomorrow for all of you North American sports people. I won't have any idea what's happening, but I believe your team will win.
Hey, yeah, I would love to hear it. You have Dia's blessing on your insert team here. But yeah, make sure everyone, if you enjoyed these games, if you enjoyed Winners Bracket, which I'm sure you did with our wonderful casters, Tenric and Tom, if you missed that, definitely go watch the VODs because they were fantastic as well. Monday, 5 p.m. PST, twitch.tv/torchprod. Be there. And also tweet at us. Let us know, who are your favorite teams going into this final. Match point format means that one guaranteed slot off of that big win, but also 7 other slots going forward. So lots of storylines to be followed, lots of fantastic Apex to watch. You do not want to miss it. We will see you all there. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you on Monday.